future for our children. This conference brings together leading researchers, practitioners, policy makers, and advocates to share knowledge, innovations, and strategies that shape the future of early intervention. Together, we reaffirm our commitment to ensuring that every child, regardless of ability or circumstances, receives the support they need at the earliest possible stage. Over the next 2 days, we will explore breakthroughs, share insights, and make collaborations to strengthen early support system worldwide. Let's set an optimistic tone for intervention, innovation, and impact. I'm happy to share that today we are witnessing more than 500 participants across the globe. We say that early intervention is not just a support, it is hope delivered on time. So each one of us are very responsible for shaping the future. The earlier we act, the brighter the future becomes. There's a beautiful quote by Jess Layer which I want to share with you, that children are not things to be molded, but people to be unfolded. And here each one of us, whatever we are doing in the field of early intervention, will share, collaborate, and see what best practices we can make into this field. We are expecting our chief guest in a while. So I am extremely sorry for the delay. I hope within 5 minutes we'll be able to formally start the session. So more than 500 participants, more than 50 research articles, and we have around 45 paper presentations with us. And at the back we will be having the paper presentations and poster presentations, which you will go and have a look after the tea break.
फाइनल आउटपुट बिल्कुल क्या दिख रही है ज़्यादा बैड ये हो रहा है पीपीटी दिख पाएगा पीपीटी दिखेगा, थोड़ा कम करना पड़ेगा डार्कनेस। वहाँ से जाना पड़ेगा।
So before we start the conference, we can have a
गोलू, गोलू, सुन रही हो ना? बहुत देर से तुम खेल रही हो। चलो अब थोड़ी देर पढ़ाई भी कर लो।
ठीक है माँ, आता हूँ। माँ, वो देखो, रोजी मैडम आ रही है।
नमस्ते रोजी मैडम, आप कैसी हैं? आज आपका इधर कैसे आना हुआ?
मैं ठीक हूँ रीमा जी। मैं इधर से गुजर रही थी तो सोचा आपसे मिलती चलूं। गोलू की पढ़ाई कैसी चल रही है?
आपने हमारे घर आकर बहुत अच्छा किया। आइए घर के अंदर बैठकर बातें करते हैं। मैडम, गोलू की पढ़ाई में अब बहुत सुधार हुआ है। वो खेल कूद के साथ साथ अपने सभी गृह कार्य समय से करता है। इस बार की परीक्षा में उसके ग्रेड्स में भी सुधार हुआ है। ये सब आपकी मदद से ही हो पाया है।
ऐसा नहीं है रीमा बहन, बच्चे की प्रगति उसके अभिभावकों के सहयोग के बिना संभव नहीं है। गोलू बहुत होशियार बच्चा है, बस जरूरत उसका सही मार्गदर्शन करने की है। रीमा जी, ये तो आपकी छोटी बिटिया है ना?
जी मैडम, ये मेरी छोटी बेटी टीटू है।
अभी टीटू कितने साल की हो गई?
हमारी टीटू अब 3 साल की हो गई है।
अभी इसने अपने आप चलना शुरू नहीं किया क्या? मैं देख रही हूँ कि यह एक जगह पर बैठी है और खड़ी नहीं हो पा रही।
जी हाँ मैडम, अभी तक वो अपने आप खड़ी नहीं हो पाती है।
तो क्या टीटू को आप डॉक्टर के पास लेकर गयी?
नहीं तो हमें टीटू को डॉक्टर के पास क्यों लेकर जाना?
टीटू की जांच डॉक्टर से करनी जरूरी है, क्योंकि 3 वर्ष पूरे करने के बाद भी टीटू अभी तक अपने आप खड़ी नहीं हो पा रही है, जो कि आमतौर पर बच्चे 1 वर्ष की आयु तक करने लगते हैं।
तो इसमें कोई समस्या है क्या?
हाँ, इससे पता चलता है कि टीटू का विकास बाकी बच्चों की तुलना में काफी धीमा है। इसलिए उसे जल्द से जल्द चिकित्सक को दिखाकर शीघ्र हस्तक्षेप सेवा प्रदान करने की जरूरत है।
लेकिन मैडम, हमारे एक रिश्तेदार के बेटे ने तो 4 साल की उम्र में चलना शुरू किया। हमने सोचा टीटू भी कुछ और दिनों में चलने लगेगी।
नहीं रीमा जी, आपको ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए। 6 वर्ष तक की आयु बच्चे के विकास के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होती है। अगर बच्चे में किसी कार्य जैसे गर्दन पकड़ने, बैठने, चलने, बोलने आदि में विकासात्मक धीमापन दिखाई दे, तो हमें उसे तुरंत शीघ्र हस्तक्षेप केंद्र ले जाकर चिकित्सक को दिखाना चाहिए और उनके परामर्श के अनुसार ही चिकित्सा प्रदान करना चाहिए।
ये शीघ्र हस्तक्षेप केंद्र क्या होते हैं और ये सुविधा कहाँ मिलती है?
शीघ्र हस्तक्षेप केंद्र में विकासात्मक रूप से धीमापन या किसी भी प्रकार की दिव्यांगता के लक्षण प्रदर्शित करने वाले बच्चों की जांच चिकित्सक और पुनर्वास व्यवसायिकों के दल के द्वारा की जाती है और दिव्यांगता का पता चलने पर शीघ्र हस्तक्षेप कार्यक्रम लागू किया जाता है। राष्ट्रीय बौद्धिक दिव्यांगजन सशक्तिकरण संस्थान मनोविकास नगर तेलंगाना से आप गुणवत्ता युक्त शीघ्र सेवाओं का लाभ उठा सकती हैं, जिसमें चिकित्सकीय जांच एवं उपचार, भौतिक चिकित्सा, व्यावसायिक चिकित्सा, वाणी चिकित्सा, विशेष शिक्षा आदि शामिल हैं। इस वर्ष दिव्यांगजन सशक्तिकरण विभाग, सामाजिक न्याय एवं अधिकारिता मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार द्वारा दिव्यांगजन हेतु 7 राष्ट्रीय संस्थानों में शीघ्र हस्तक्षेप केंद्रों की स्थापना की गई है, जो कि इस प्रकार है। राष्ट्रीय बौद्धिक दिव्यांगजन सशक्तिकरण संस्थान, सिकंदराबाद, तेलंगाना। राष्ट्रीय दृष्टि दिव्यांगजन सशक्तिकरण संस्थान, देहरादून, उत्तराखंड। राष्ट्रीय गतिशील दिव्यांगजन सशक्तिकरण संस्थान, कोलकाता, पश्चिम बंगाल। राष्ट्रीय बहुदिव्यांगता जन सशक्तिकरण संस्थान, चेन्नई, तमिलनाडु। अलियावर जंग राष्ट्रीय वाक एवं श्रवण दिव्यांगजन संस्थान, मुंबई, महाराष्ट्र। पंडित दीनदयाल उपाध्याय राष्ट्रीय शारीरिक दिव्यांगजन संस्थान, नई दिल्ली। स्वामी विवेकानंद राष्ट्रीय पुनर्वास प्रशिक्षण एवं अनुसंधान संस्थान, कटक, उड़ीसा। इसके अतिरिक्त 7 समेकित क्षेत्रीय कौशल विकास, पुनर्वास एवं दिव्यांगजन सशक्तिकरण केंद्रों CRC में भी शीघ्र हस्तक्षेप केंद्रों की स्थापना की गई है, जिनमें CRC सुंदरनगर हिमाचल प्रदेश, भोपाल मध्य प्रदेश, लखनऊ उत्तर प्रदेश, राजनांदगांव छत्तीसगढ़, पटना बिहार, नेल्लौर आंध्र प्रदेश तथा कोझिकोड केरल शामिल हैं। भविष्य में सरकार की योजना दिव्यांगजन हेतु अन्य राष्ट्रीय संस्थानों एवं क्षेत्रीय केंद्रों एवं समेकित क्षेत्रीय कौशल विकास, पुनर्वास एवं दिव्यांगजन सशक्तिकरण केंद्रों CRC में भी शीघ्र हस्तक्षेप केंद्रों की स्थापना करने की है।
मैडम, आपने मुझे बहुत महत्वपूर्ण जानकारी दी, इसके लिए आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं कल ही T2 को राष्ट्रीय बौद्धिक दिव्यांग जन सशक्तिकरण संस्थान मनोविकास नगर तेलंगाना के शीघ्र हस्तक्षेप केंद्र में लेकर जाऊंगी।
मैडम, क्या हम अंदर आ जाएं?
हाँ, आ जाइए।
नमस्ते डॉक्टर मैडम, हम यहाँ पर विकास में धीमापन प्रदर्शित करने वाले बच्चों की शीघ्र पहचान एवं हस्तक्षेप सुविधाओं से संबंधित जानकारी प्राप्त करने के लिए आए हैं।
नमस्ते, आइए बैठिए। यह शीघ्र हस्तक्षेप केंद्र विशेष रूप से विकास में धीमापन प्रदर्शित करने वाले बच्चों के लिए ही बनाया है।
क्या इससे बच्चों को कोई फायदा मिलता है?
हाँ, बिल्कुल। 6 वर्ष की आयु तक बच्चों का अधिकतम विकास हो जाता है। यह उनके विकास का बहुत महत्वपूर्ण चरण है। ऐसे में यदि किसी बच्चे में दिव्यांगता के लक्षण दिखाई दे या उसका विकास बाकी बच्चों की तुलना में धीमा दिखाई दे, तो उसे इस कार्यक्रम से बहुत लाभ मिलता है, जिसके माध्यम से उनके विकास को तेजी के साथ बढ़ाया जा सकता है तथा यदि उनमें किसी प्रकार की दिव्यांगता से संबंधित समस्या हो तो उसके प्रभाव को समाप्त या कम किया जा सकता है।
अच्छा डॉक्टर मैडम, हमारी बेटी T2 का विकास भी बाकी बच्चों की तुलना में बहुत धीमा है। अभी वो 3 वर्ष की हो गई है। आप देख सकती हैं कि T2 अभी अपने आप खड़ी नहीं हो सकती। हमें ही उसका खाना पीना, नहाना, कपड़े पहनाना, अन्य सभी कार्य करने पड़ते हैं।
आप लोग चिंता मत कीजिए। इस कार्यक्रम में हम सामान्य तौर पर 6 वर्ष की आयु तक के बच्चों का शुरुआती सामाजिक, भावनात्मक, शारीरिक, भाषा एवं संज्ञानात्मक विकास को बढ़ाने का प्रयास करते हैं, जिससे विकासात्मक रूप से पिछड़े बच्चों का सर्वांगीण विकास तीव्र गति से हो सके।
शीघ्र हस्तक्षेप कार्यक्रम के अंतर्गत आप क्या करते हैं?
इस कार्यक्रम में छोटे बच्चों को अलग अलग प्रकार की थेरेपी प्रदान की जाती है। इन बच्चों के साथ विभिन्न प्रकार के विशेषज्ञ।
We welcome Shri Rajiv Sharma sir and all the dignitaries. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we come together in the spirit of unity and commitment to inclusion, may I now request everyone present to kindly rise for the national anthem of India. I humbly ask you to stand in respect and join us as we honor our nation.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा, उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे, जय 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 हे।
Jai Hind. Thank you everyone. Please be seated. Now I request the dignitaries to grace the dais. I request Dr. Shaman Reddy sir, please come on the dais. I request Director B.V. Ramkumar sir, Dr. Suman Kumar sir, Mr. Vineet Singhal sir, Deputy Director IIT sir, I request Shri Tukaram sir. I request Mr. Sanjay Singh sir, Mr. Rajiv Sharma sir, Sunita Mandal ma'am. Please give them the round of applause. Before we start the formal proceedings of the conference, may I request a little bit trainee and students for invocation song. May this auspicious movement bring peace and happiness to all. Let's invoke the divine presence to bless our gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my proud privilege to felicitate our distinguished dignitaries who have graced this international conference with their presence. We are deeply honored to welcome leaders, visionaries and pioneers whose contribution have advanced the cause of early intervention and inclusive development worldwide. I would request our Director Sir, B.V. Ramkumar Sir, to felicitate Sunita Mandal ma'am. I request students to felicitate Rajiv Sharma sir. Shravan Reddy sir, I would request you to help the students. I would request to felicitate Shri Tukaram sir. I request Ramkumar sir to help the students to felicitate our dignitaries. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. A round of applause, everyone, to show your enthusiasm to be here. I request my dear students to felicitate Mr. Sanjay Singh, Chief of UNICEF Field Office in Maharashtra. I request Sharon Reddy sir to help to felicitate our another guest, Professor Milind Atre, Deputy Director IIT Mumbai. I request our director sir to come forward and felicitate Vinit Singhal sir. I request Sharon Reddy sir to felicitate Dr. Suman Kumar sir, Director, Ali Yavar Jung, National Institute for Speech and Hearing Disability. Thank you all the students. Before we dive into the agenda, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the partners who have made this international gathering possible. A special acknowledgement goes to Ali Yavar Jung National Institute for Speech and Hearing, UNICEF, Tata Power, and IDC School of Design, IIT Bombay, for this vital support in organizing this conference. This conference is a testament to what we can achieve through collaboration. Please join me in thanking all our partners for their unwavering support and shared vision. It is now my proud privilege to invite Major Dr. B.V. Ramkumar, Director NIPID, to deliver the welcome address and formally open this international conference on recent advances in early intervention. Major Dr. Ramkumar is a distinguished leader whose vision and dedication have greatly strengthened the mission of empowering individuals through education, research, and inclusive practices. His guidance has been instrumental in advancing initiatives that resonate with the very theme of this conference. We are honored to have you, sir, with us. We look forward to your words of inspiration as we welcome you all to this important gathering. May I kindly request Major Dr. B.V. Ramkumar, sir, to address the gathering. Please join me in welcoming him with a warm round of applause.
A very good morning, and ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense pleasure and pride I welcome you all to this international conference on early intervention. Actually, as we all understand as practitioners in this field, early intervention, especially in the neurodiversity and disability management, is a very, very, very important facet. And it gives us a lot of pride and a lot of, pleasure to see the initiatives which are happening globally. And India as such has not been behind, and a lot of initiatives are happening. And this conference happening here, where I see a lot of young professionals, young students, and obviously very eminent, very established experts in this field who have done a lot of work in this area, also being here to share their practices here. So it's my great privilege to welcome you all. At the outset, I would like to welcome Dr. Sunita Madam, And Dr. Sunita Madam needs no actually introduction. And Madam has been closely associated with a lot of NIPID research projects as ADG in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And she has been a constant source of motivation and support for all our programs there. Thank you so much, ma'am, taking your time and being here. And now I would like to welcome, I don't know whether I should welcome because sir is the basically brainchild behind this program, this international conference being conducted here. I would like to welcome our very respected Sri Rajesh Sharma sir to this conference, the Joint Secretary in DPWD. Sir is also actually the head of the program in SEDIC centers which are established across the country, 28 odd cross disability early intervention centers. And as we are talking, another cross disability early intervention center is being inaugurated at our Noida center by our Honorable Minister Dr. Virendra Kumar. So this initiative has been going across the country. Sir, thank you so much for your vision. And also, sir was actually responsible for conceiving this idea of holding this conference here in Mumbai. Thank you so much, sir. Welcome, sir. And I would like to welcome Sri Tukaram Mundeji, Secretary Person with Disabilities Welfare Department, Government of Maharashtra. And again, sir, he needs no introduction in Maharashtra. Sir has been doing a human job actually in sort of creating a paradigm shift in the approach for administration and rehabilitation of persons with disabilities in the Maharashtra. And we are very proud to say that sir is the first government actually Maharashtra under his leadership which has declared NIPID Disha program as a mandatory curriculum for all the special schools. Thank you so much, sir. And again, under his leadership, we are also having a signing of an MOU with the government of Maharashtra and NIPID today, which will happen subsequently. And I would further like to invite Professor Dr. Milind Atre, Deputy Director, IIT Mumbai. Thank you so much, sir. In fact, we are very grateful to you, sir, for let this program happen here in your institute, in this particular venue. And as you all know, NIPID has been collaborating a lot actually with IIT Mumbai in various activities, including one of our actually rehabilitation community-based rehabilitation bus which actually comes here in IIT and we provide services here. We look forward for further continued collaboration in not only just rehabilitation but also research. Thank you so much for actually being here with us, sir. And I would like to invite Mr. Sanjay Singh, Chief of UNICEF Field Office, Maharashtra. We actually approached UNICEF and we have been working with UNICEF a lot. And I'm very sure, Mr. Sanjay Singh, this is not just the end. In fact, this is the start of many of our collaborations. And we have had discussions with our people of UNICEF in Maharashtra, in Hyderabad also. And we are looking forward for a lot of collaborative work. Thank you so much for taking your time and being here. And I'm very sure this will be a start, as I said earlier. Thank you so much. And next, I would like to invite Sri Vineet Singalji, the Director DPWD. In fact, Sri Vineet Singalji handles the National Fund in the Ministry. And he has been very instrumental in supporting us all the way in actually getting the funds and ensuring that this program happens in this way. Thank you so much, sir. And yes, I would like to welcome my own dear colleague, Dr. Suman, who is also a co-host here. I don't know whether I should welcome again. He is the co-host. And yes, in fact, I would like to welcome Sri Guru Pavaskarji here. He is the Commissioner for State of Goa, and we are also having an MOU with you. Welcome you, sir. So, in fact, this conference is all about professionals, researchers, advocates, and budding professionals here. And I'm very grateful that, as I said earlier, we have very young people, a lot of students, a lot of young professionals who have actually come for this conference. Very happy. And I've already seen a lot of organizations being represented here, including some of our partner organizations like J Vakil and CDAC, and also, I always look forward in the next few days. Dr. Ravi actually is sitting here. Thank you so much. And here I would like to welcome all our experts who have come from globally and from India. In fact, we have 19 invited speakers here. Thank you so much, sir, for all of you people, for all of you here. And we have actually a lot of our collaborators from other countries also. Dr. Samanali Priyanga Sumasena Kulratanesh from Sri Lanka. And then we have Dr. Samahat Hassan from Maldives, Dr. Anil Raj Hoja from Nepal, Professor Dr. Hem Sagar Rimal from Nepal, and then we have Professor Deborah Gleason online from USA. Then we have Dr. Arvind Namasivayam from Canada, and we have Dr. Suprita from UK. Apart from our distinguished speakers from our country, and I am very sure we will be actually going back with tons of experience, and sharing of knowledge which will happen here. And I will not take much time because I want to finish it. So again, on behalf of NIPED, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our partners, sponsors and organizing team whose dedication has made this event possible. Together, let's all reaffirm our pledge to create a world where every child's potential is recognized, nurtured and celebrated. Thank you so much and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Director Sir, for those inspiring words. Your commitment to early intervention truly sets the stage for our discussion. Before we move on to the next address, Professor Milad Atre wants to felicitate our guests. So I would request people from IIT. So Professor Atre felicitating Rajiv Sharma sir and Shri Tukaram sir. Everyone, give them a round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for extending your appreciation and gratitude towards the conference and the people who are participating in this. Now, it's my great honor to introduce Mr. Sanjay Singh, Chief of UNICEF Field Office in Maharashtra. With over 2 decades of distinguished service in development programming across India, South Asia and West Africa, Mr. Singh is widely recognized as a champion of child rights and resilience architect. His expertise spans social and behavioral change, disaster risk reduction, gender equality, and emergency response. As a TEDx speaker and a visionary leader, he has consistently emphasized the importance of systematic change in maternal and child health, bringing forward innovative strategies that combine technical solutions with community-driven approaches. Under his leadership, UNICEF Maharashtra has strengthened initiatives that ensure every child survives, thrives and is protected. Aligning perfectly with the theme of recent advances in early intervention, we are privileged to have you, sir, here. May I kindly invite you to deliver your address.
Dr. Sunita Mandalji, Professor of Excellence, Sri Rajiv Sharmaji, Joint Secretary, DEP, WD, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, Shri Tukaram Mundeji, Secretary Person with Disabilities, Welfare Department, Government of Maharashtra, Professor Dr. Milind Atreji, Deputy Director, IIT Mumbai, Major Dr. V.V. Ramkumarji, Director, NEIP, EIT, all respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It is always an honor and privilege for UNICEF to be in company of such great luminaries who are leading and shaping and leading India's aspiration to become Viksit Bharat. On behalf of UNICEF India, I congratulate Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities for convening this very timely and deeply relevant dialogue with all of the academic leaders who are present in this room, clinicians, researchers, civil society organizations and partners, and for me, most importantly, the parents and caregivers. And I understand there are some parents and caregivers who are going to talk about their lived experience, so a big round of applause for their courage. Thank you very much. It's not easy to share your personal things, but they have come forward, and today we are going to see that. I have been given 4 minutes, but I'll just cover 5 points in my deliberation today. The first is why early intervention matters and why now is the time than never before. Globally, you all know that the discourse has shifted from survive to thrive, right? India has also made remarkable progress in child survival. More newborns, including those born preterm, with low birth weight and medical complications, are surviving today than ever before, and therefore the needle has to shift to the agenda of thrive, and this is something which we should celebrate, but it also brings some kind of responsibility for all of us. We all know that these children also face significantly higher risk of development delays and lifelong disabilities, ranging from cerebral palsy to autism to sensory, learning and behavioral challenges. So, and you also have evidence from India and globally which is very clear. And for me, this is the tagline. As neonatal mortality declines, disability burden rises. I hope most of you in this room would agree to this. So the survival games have to match with the early identification, which is also the theme of today's deliberation, structured follow-up and timely intervention, which is very important. And given the numbers in India or in South Asia, I would say that early intervention is not only a clinical priority, but it is a public health and development imperative, and I'll come to it. Second, let me just touch upon few data points. UNICEF's 2021 Global Data Report revealed that estimated 1 in every 10 children in the world, which is close to 250 million children, live with disabilities. And of which around 65 million children are in South Asia. In India, as per our census, we have around close to 8 million children with disability, but we all know it is a bit underreported. We are rolling out surveys in different districts, the numbers are huge. Equally concerning is also the global evidence that show that 1 in every 3 child living in institutions across the globe is a child with disability. So that brings to the third point, wherein I talk about few challenges that we are facing. And if I have to describe that challenge in just one sentence, I would say fragmented systems and missed opportunities. Why? Because most of the high-risk infants who are discharged from SNCUs, there is lack of structured follow-up. Community platforms in India and in South Asia largely is still focusing on survival, nutrition and immunization agenda with a limited attention to development risk interventions. And we have many programs which is very successfully running in India, whether it is HBNC or HBYC or some of the district early intervention center which has been established across all the districts in India. But we'll have to see that all of them do not work in silos but in continuum of care. And then also with the district early intervention center in the district, there are critical issues of staffing, of quality, of system integration that has to be focused, and we are working at different levels to deal with this. So in summary, I would say when you talk about challenges, first there is a weak early identification, so you are not able to identify all the children with possible disabilities. Then you have very limited prevention focused services. So, and the third is also the capacity of the workforce to deal with this. The fourth would be also the information system which keeps updated about the entire thing. And fifth, and which is the most important thing for me, is also to have some kind of family-centered care model. Most of the models which is available is very therapy-based, right? And in the deliberation today, you will get to learn some of the experience. We have partner, we have people who are going to talk about it. And then fourth, it brings to the, and let me summarize as to what are the way forward that we in UNICEF think, and very closely working with the government departments in the state and also at the national level. I would say there are 6 sutras, 6 S. What are those? So we will have to strengthen financing. First is financing. Prioritize disability within the social sector budget. We did a social sector scheme analysis in Maharashtra across some 800 schemes, 18 departments. You would be surprised to know that you have the allocation of 1.5% of social sector budget for disability. So this has to increase. Obviously, it has to increase. And we just have 4 departments who are working directly on the issue of disability. So more and more departments will have to come forward on this. Second is somehow we'll have to integrate early detection into the routine platforms which we have in health or women and child or education and all of it. And there are models which we are trying to experiment here. The third is you will have to have a equity lens. So children with disability, but in urban slums, in tribal areas, so the vulnerability only increases many-fold. So you will have to have a special kind of program. And I would urge whoever has come from outside, Pimpri Chinchadwar is just some 3 hours drive from here, state-of-art disability center. I challenge, we have not seen such a private facility also in India, and this is run by the Municipal Corporation of Pimpri-Chinchwad. All 21 disability under one roof, top-notch staff, all the equipments, everything. But we need to have more and more such center. If one municipal corporation can do it, I think many of us in the room can also do it. And the fourth point is around having a multi-sectoral disability. This is easier said, but then it is very difficult to kind of roll out, especially in the bureaucratic setup. But of course, we are working on some model wherein through health, we are focusing on how do we strengthen the DIC centers. With women and child, we are taking this ECT program through frontline functionaries and following the nurturing care framework, wherein they are able to screen these children early, refer them to the district centers. We are also working with water and sanitation to ensure that there is barrier-free wash services, not only in school and Anganwadis, but also in their home. What are some of the adjustments which can be done with the existing facilities and all? And of course, school and protection system. But information system is something which we need to have in place to track some of the progress and some of the things that we are missing. And for me, the final driving force would be community engagement and parent engagement. I'm not against therapy, it should be done, there is a space. But I think 70% of space should also go to parent engagement, and we'll have some examples. So finally, UNICEF stands committed to take forward the actions that emerge from the conference. For sure, you have our commitment. I believe all of us together will create an inclusive and supportive systems that uphold the rights and dignity of all children, irrespective of their abilities. Thank you very much, and I wish you the very best for all.
Thank you so much, sir. And if I conclude your address, it is like early intervention is the bridge between challenge and possibility, carrying every child towards their fullest potential. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my proud privilege to invite Professor Milind Atre Rai now, Deputy Director of Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, to deliver his address. Professor Milind Atre is a prominent academician and researcher. He assumed his role as a Deputy Director in July 2024. A globally recognized specialist in cryogenic engineering, he also holds the INEX Chair Professorship within the Department of Mechanical Engineering. He is the first member from India elected to the International Academy of Refrigeration. He is President of Indian Cryogenic Council, an apex professional body for cryogenic in India. We are honored to have you, sir, today. May I request you to please address the gathering. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Good morning, Dr. Sunita Mandal ji, Shri Rajiv Sharma ji, Shri Tukaram Mande ji, Dr. Ram Kumar ji, Mr. Sanjay Singh, and Dr. Shravan Reddy ji. It's indeed a pleasure to be here and seeing that this conference of this nature happening here at IIT Bombay. I'm very happy that this conference happened at IIT Bombay. I'm also very happy to know that IDC is involved. The head of the IDC, the faculty of IDC, student of IDC, and from other centers, the field who is organizing this conference. So all the staff, all the scientists, faculty member, academicians, researchers who are here. Very important that this conference is happening here and of this magnitude. The conference, Recent Advances, Early Intervention, a Disability Perspective, aims to bring together global experts, researchers, policymakers, practitioners and families to share best practices, innovative approaches and evidence-based strategies in early intervention for children with disabilities and development delays. Early intervention, as we have just understood, it will provide crucial disability-focused services to infants and toddlers with or at risk for delays. These services promote essential skill development, maybe motor, communication, etc., empower families with necessary resources, and effectively reduce the long-term impact of disability. This involves making community life more inclusive by providing both specialized and mainstream support with a constant focus on better access and family-centered care. This conference aims to highlight recent advances and the importance of disability-specific items, lens, bringing experts together to share best practices and address access gaps. IIT Bombay has been working on this theme, especially IDC, and as I was head of our business incubator for over 7 years, I have seen several startups coming in this domain from IIT Bombay. And such a conference will bring all these innovators together, all the academicians together, all the researchers together. And as I was talking in the morning with Tukaram Mandelji, it's a need, it's an urgent need now. The academic institute like IIT Bombay, NIPID and earlier done institutes, such institutes come together of these natures and find solution, especially now we are traveling the path of AI, etc., etc. So artificial intelligence, all the languages that we have, and BharatGen is a huge program that is happening at IIT Bombay to have 22 languages, talking to each other using AI and machine language. And there's a huge group working on these things. I'm sure with such a conference, such a networking happening at this place, the innovators, the researchers, academicians can come together and with the inputs from Maharashtra government, central government, so many projects are going here at IIT Bombay. This could be a very, very top-notch projects, and I urge, in fact, I know that the projects are happening right from engineering department to the design center, and I know the professors who are working in this area who are coming with, for the kids of these types, disabilities, be it of any type, any sector, but there are possibilities that the technologies can solve many problems. And I urge the organizers that IIT Bombay, especially taking lead from IDC, if we can possibly come with a problem statement. Very importantly that we start, and this is exactly like what we are having at medical intervention, that the professors are working but the surgeons are not with us. So here if we have the right persons coming together and if we understand the right problem, we can definitely find the technical solutions, and technology will go hand in hand from here, from this campus of IIT Bombay. So thank you very much for hosting this conference here, and I hope this will come out with a good networking and good problem statement to solve it. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Professor Milan Nagre, sir, for your inspiring and thought-provoking address. Your vision for innovation, sustainability and inclusive education has truly enriched this gathering. The insight you shared today will continue to guide us as we work towards advancing early intervention and building a future where knowledge and compassion go hand in hand. Surely we would love to have the collaboration with IIT and bring new innovations in the field of early intervention. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's my proud privilege to introduce and invite our guest, Shri Tukaram Munde sir, an IAS, Secretary of the Disability Welfare Department, Maharashtra. Shri Munde sir is a dynamic administrator and a committed leader whose vision and dedication have significantly advanced the cause of empowerment and inclusion for persons with disabilities. His efforts in strengthening institutional frameworks and driving innovative programs have brought meaningful change to communities across Maharashtra. We are deeply honored for his presence at this international conference on recent advances in early intervention. His guidance and insights will inspire us, and we continue our collective mission to ensure that every child and individual receives timely support and opportunities to thrive. May I kindly request Shri Tukaram Munde sir to address the gathering. Please welcome everyone with a warm round of applause.
Respected dais, all the participants and researchers, academicians across the world who are present here, the families, persons with special abilities who are present. Thank you NIPID, thank you DEPW inviting me. A lot has been spoken about me, but I don't deserve that accolade because I just a beginner in this sector. I have been working in this sector for last 5 months. However, I had some experience in when I worked as municipal commissioner to 3 municipal corporations, particularly in Mumbai, where we were able to strengthen ETC, that was catering to the needs of disability sector. But working as a secretary to the department, this department being new, at least in Maharashtra, which are created out of the Social Justice Department 2022. We are here on early intervention initiatives, which are Government of India is taking, Government of Maharashtra and different institutions working in this sector are taking. Why early intervention? That question is, I think, understood by everybody. But how is the question we need to answer? And how, when I say there are multiple good practices across the globe, medically there are good practices, therapeutically are there. There are different models, and these models may be suitable to certain areas, certain people, not necessarily every sector, every disability. So there is a need for specialized intervention for each of the disability, particularly early intervention right from first day or 0 day of the child when he or she is born. When I was discussing this, what approach as a government, as a policy maker, we should adopt in addressing the issue of disability. And till now, I have not been able to find a single answer, because the challenge is so diverse and so dynamic. It has to take into consideration right from conditions of the family, of the child, till the community setting, and of course environment and other factors we have to take into consideration, leading to what technology available, if it is available, is it accessible, if it is accessible, is it affordable, if it is affordable, is it awareness is there, sensitization is there. All these issues do crop up. So the question which I was asking myself and my team and whoever, many experts work in this sector, was, do we really adopt life cycle approach to this problem? And I think we have segmented it. We need to start with life cycle approach, and that life cycle approach has to start on 0 day of a child with special abilities. And that's where I think early interventions come in. Everybody knows in medical field you are experts, whether in this sector or health or education or disability sector. My experience of working in this public sector for last 20 odd years, and I have worked across Maharashtra, across districts, across local bodies, municipal corporations, district administration at state level. One of the experiences constant, and that constant is lot needs to be done in execution at execution. Just to give an example, there is a 0 polio. The question is, how many children really get 0 polio dose? That's a big question. And when I say this big question, I'm not just talking about government hospitals. Rather, the experience of government hospital is far better than the private hospitals. If whatever is simple as 0 polio, that's a first intervention of a child to prevent or create some immunity about a particular disease or a virus, which is a standard practice adopted across the world, yet the execution is a problem. If we start with this situation, I think we need to think deeper and wider about disability sector. And that's why I think early intervention is the key, not at even 0, prior to 0, at the type of conception, and then pre-medical care during that time. If we take, many things can be prevented. But even if we start at early intervention center, what exactly should be the approach? That's the question we need to answer. We don't have answer as such. We have started, we say that all the schools, at least in Maharashtra, are supposed, special schools are supposed to have early intervention center catering to the needs of 3 to 6 years. Do we really do that? The question is big no. Despite having policy in place, despite having maybe infrastructure or institution in place, we don't provide the expected services from 3 to 6. How are we going to provide those services at the age of 0? because that is a critical, 0 to 6, 7 years is the critical age for development of anybody, let alone persons with disability or child with disability. Now, if that is the case, isn't there a need of a comprehensive early intervention policy? And when I say early intervention policy, I am not just talking from the document point of view, but I am talking from holistic point of view, where policymakers, practitioners, parents, and the community come together and work out a model which will be really implemented across all sectors. Taking into consideration the 5 key stakeholders, there are multiple stakeholders, at least 5 key stakeholders. The first being the family. Are we taking family into consideration while framing a policy and executing it? Second being the community, because our policy 2016 Act very clearly says that family setting is the key. Unless there is no possibility of family setting, you should not take child out of family setting, that is one. That should be, because socio-psychological development depends upon family settings. And the next comes community. Are we taking community into account for implementation of this? I think discrimination, negligence, or interventions stop and begin at family level. And this, unless we bring family by sensitizing them, by empowering them, by creating awareness among them, and providing them a vision that if we really work together with the family, with the institutions, I think we can change the lives of the people. Family can be a change maker and has to be a change maker. We as a government, we as a community, we as an institution can be only a support system. We cannot replace family and the community. So that's where family and community's role comes. And then it extends to society, where whether those are the institutions, whether it's a CSR, the attitudes, legal framework is abiding, implementation of the laws and abiding by those laws, that comes at society level. Of course, government comes in as the most important stakeholder for making and framing policies and implementing it. And finally, I think the institutions which work in this sector, whether those are health institutions or the institutions what we call NGOs who work in education or health or rehabilitation, those come in. Given this context and given this diversity across the globe, across India, even in India, villages, urban, tribal, rural, reach out, all these factors, we have to have early intervention policies, and that policy needs to be comprehensive in nature, not only for framing point of view, but for execution and ultimately outcome point of view. If there are no outcomes, I don't believe that policy or intervention is of any use. Now, how do we measure these outcomes? Those outcomes will have to be measured whether that particular person, child, has been able to live life with dignity as equal citizen, equal partner, right from family to community to society level. And I think that's where this thought process has to start. Early intervention center or identification center and interventions have to go hand in hand. We in Maharashtra have started working on early intervention policy. There are a lot of deliberations. I think this conference could not have come more timely for me, because I think the inputs here will help me strengthen it much better, make it broader, and make the policy much more effective. But having said that, what we need is to strengthen the institutions which are working in this sector. Whether those are institutions, NGOs, whether the private sector, whether it's a government institutions, or those are health institutions. And those, all of us, we must adopt life cycle approach. We have to begin at early intervention center, but we have to end at the dignity of that individual. If we are able to do that, deliberate upon it, what technology, and particularly the role of technology, as Deputy Director IIT was saying, Mr. Atre was saying, what we can collaborate on technologies. There are assistive technologies available across the world, not many in India. If those are available, those are not actually affordable. That is a big issue. So we have to address that issues. How can the entrepreneurship, startups collaborate with the government so that the people who are suffering CWS and child with special needs or persons with special needs are able to get that technology, go to the assistive technology for improving their lives and lead life with dignity. If that can be achieved through these conferences and the interventions and suggestions, I believe that this will be successful. So ultimately, the early intervention will be as successful as all the stakeholders are successful in implementing it, beginning with the government and the family. And I think that's where collaboration is important, that's where early intervention is important. Life cycle approach from identification, intervention, rehabilitation to life of dignity is the concept we have to adopt. If we adopt that approach, I think as a government, as a society, we will be really making sense in this sector. So I conclude by saying that government is non-discriminating and it has policies in place. But this non-discrimination has to become our culture, day-to-day culture. As persons, do we really discriminate or not? Not only against disability, but anybody, any person. That question has to be asked to ourselves, whether it's an individual, government, or institutions. Whether institutions like government discriminate towards the persons with disability or child with disability is the question we need to answer. And if we are able to answer that question in affirmative, in that we don't discriminate, I think that is the day when we really mean that we are contributing for the development of these persons with disability. And lastly, we have to understand what loss we are making in the society because of not inclusion of persons with disabilities. Everywhere we speak of inclusivity, we speak of diversity, we speak of what we call inclusifier. But do we really speak of economic losses also, socio-cultural losses also? I don't think we have really accounted for. As per the WHO estimates, across the world we are losing more than 5% of GDP because of non-inclusion of.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting. Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting the need of family and the community in early intervention. We are grateful for your presence here. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored today to invite our esteemed guest, Dr. Sunita Mandal, Madam, ex-Additional Director General of Health Services, ex-Principal Lady Harding Medical College, New Delhi, and Professor of Excellence to deliver the inaugural address of the International Conference on Recent Advances in Early Intervention. Dr. Mandal has been a visionary leader and a tireless advocate for advancing inclusive practices and early intervention strategies that empower children and families worldwide. Her presence here today is a source of inspiration and encouragement to all of us. May I kindly request Dr. Sunita Mandal, ma'am, to grace the podium and share your word of wisdom, ma'am. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sunita, madam, with a round of applause.
Thank you, Dr. Sunita. Namaskar. Respected JSD, PWD, Shri Rajiv Sharma ji, Shri Vineet Singhal, Director, DPWD, Shri Tukaram Munde, Secretary, PWD Welfare, Maharashtra Government, Shri Ram Kumar, Director, NIPED, Dr. Suman, Director, Alivar Jung, National Institute of Speech and Hearing Disabilities, Shri Sanjay Singh, representative of UNICEF in India, and Mr. Shravan Reddy. I also would like to welcome Professor Milinda Trey, Deputy Director, IIT Bombay. So a very good morning to all of you, distinguished faculty, eminent speakers, delegates from India and abroad, and dear colleagues. It is a privilege to be part of this international conference on recent advances in early intervention, a disability perspective. I sincerely congratulate the National Institute for the empowerment for persons with intellectual disabilities, Hyderabad, and the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, for organizing this important academic event and for providing a national and international platform to deliberate on early intervention. Now, from a medical perspective, early intervention refers to the timely identification of developmental risks and the initiation of evidence-based support during the most sensitive period of growth. Early childhood is characterized by rapid brain development and high neuroplasticity. Scientific studies have shown that younger the age at which children are provided developmental stimulation, the better is the cognitive outcome. Early evidence-based interventions for developmental delay and disabilities improve the life outcome of the children. Advances in developmental neurosciences have shown how the early biological and social experiences can affect the brain development. Interventions provided during this phase have a far greater impact than those initiated later in life. Inadequate cognitive stimulation is a key risk factor which can prevent the children from attaining their developmental potential. Hence, early intervention is essential to promote child development. For example, early physiotherapy in cerebral palsy helps prevent deformities and improves motor function. Early speech and behavioral interventions in autism spectrum disorders improve communication and adaptive skills. Family intervention programs improve the cognitive development of young children. Early detection and management of hearing loss through hearing aids or cochlear implants enables near normal language development. From a disability perspective, early intervention is not limited to medical correction. It focuses on improving function, independence, and participation. Disability results from the interaction between an individual's condition and the surrounding environment. For instance, early occupational therapy supports daily living skills such as feeding, writing, and self-care. Use of assistive devices and communication aids at an early age allows children with intellectual and developmental disabilities to participate meaningfully in education and social life. Family-centered intervention models ensure that caregivers are active partners in the intervention process. When we examine the current scenario, we can acknowledge important advances. Neurodevelopmental screening tools, newborn screening programs, improved neonatal care, and advances in genetics and neuroimaging have strengthened early identification of many conditions. The growing use of technology-enabled intervention strategies include telerehabilitation and digital therapy platforms, which has improved the reach and continuity of care, especially after the pandemic. The UNICEF and the World Health Organization's Nurturing Care Framework, Early Childhood Champions, and Child Development Aid programs meet the well-recognized need for training packages on respective caregiving and early learning components. On the national front, the Cross Disability Early Intervention Centers for Children with Disabilities has been made operational across national institutes and composite regional centers, providing integrated, multidisciplinary early identification intervention, therapy, and family-centered support services for children with diverse disabilities. At the same time, significant challenges remain. Many children with intellectual disability, autism, and learning disorders are still diagnosed late. Access to multidisciplinary early intervention services remain uneven, particularly in the rural and underserved areas. Social stigma, lack of awareness, and fragmented service delivery often delay the intervention. These realities underline the importance of the conference, focus on evidence-based practices, scalable models, and policy frameworks that can strengthen systems across regions. The way forward lies in integration and collaboration. Early intervention must become a core component of primary health care, maternal and child health services, education, and social welfare systems. Routine developmental screening during immunization visits, early referral pathways, multidisciplinary team involving pediatricians, neurologists, psychiatrists, therapists, special educators are essential and the core. Community-based rehabilitation, inclusive early childhood development programs, and convergence across sectors will ensure the early intervention reaches those who need it most. Technology can act as an enabler, but human resources and family empowerment must remain central. While strengthening early intervention, it is equally important to look ahead with a strong focus on prevention of disability across the life course. Prevention begins before birth through measures such as periconceptional folic acid to prevent neural defect, quality antenatal care, and immunization to reduce congenital infections and cerebral palsy, safe deliveries with effective neonatal resuscitation. Immunization is a powerful defense that can prevent lifelong sensory impairments, while early identification and parent-mediated stimulation can reduce severity of developmental autism-related disabilities. Beyond early childhood, adequate nutrition, injury, road traffic accidents prevention, early stroke care, and effective control of non-communicable diseases play a major role in limiting disability. In addition, genetic counseling, prenatal diagnosis, and strengthened public health systems offer important opportunities to reduce the burden. In conclusion, early intervention represents the intersection of science, compassion, and social responsibility. I conclude by acknowledging the leadership and the commitment of NIPET, the support of IIT Bombay, and the visionary guidance of the DPWD, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India. I wish all the participants 2 days of active participation, meaningful engagement, and enriching learning, leading to a productive discussions and lasting takeaways. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sunita Mandal ma'am, for your enlightening address. Your insight into recent advances focusing on neuroplasticity and evidence-based practices and genetics in early intervention have provided us with valuable perspectives and inspiration. The depth of your expertise and the clarity of your vision have truly enriched this gathering and set the tone for meaningful discussions ahead. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here. We are highly grateful to you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Everyone, please give her a round of applause. Now, to further the procedures of the conference, I request all the dignitaries on the dais to officially release the proceedings for the International Conference on Recent Advances in Early Intervention, a Disability Perspective. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude towards the Technical Program Committee, the reviewers who provided invaluable feedback, and all the authors whose innovative work is showcased here. Thank you all, the dignitaries and delegates, for releasing the conference proceedings. Dear all the participants, give them a round of applause. Lots of hard work. Thank you all the dignitaries and delegates. We are highly grateful for this particular occasion, sir. Now it's a time for exchange of MOUs. Today marks a significant milestone in our journey towards a more inclusive society. By signing 4 MOUs with different organizations, NIPID is strengthening its commitment to empowering persons with intellectual disabilities. May I request Mr. Siddesh Kotkar, President, and Dr. Chandrasekhar Kelkar, Secretary, Asta Center of Excellence, Goa for exchange of MOUs. NIPID. We have 3 MOUs today and 1 MOU will be signing tomorrow. I request Mr. Siddesh Kotkar, President, Dr. Chandrasekhar Kelkar, Secretary, Asta Center of Excellence, Goa for exchange of MOU with NIPID. I would request Shri Guru Pavashkar sir also to grace the stage. These particular MOUs is basically focusing on sharing information, education and communication, working on capacity building and training, early intervention and developing skill in the field of intellectual disability. Thank you so much, sir. Looking forward to work in the field of early intervention. Now I would request from Government of Maharashtra, Shri Vishnu Das Godke, Deputy Secretary, PWD Welfare Department, Government of Maharashtra, to come and have exchange of MOUs. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. The next one we have Souls Arc. Ms. Preeti Bhular, I would request Ms. Preeti Bhular and Sonali Saini to come on the dais. We are having the collaboration with the Soul Car for inclusive education, teachers training, vocational training and rehabilitation. Thank you so much for extending your hand in collaboration and working towards building an inclusive society. Thank you so much all the dignitaries. I would request all the dignitaries sitting on the dais to come in the front row and we have the keynote address by Shri Rajiv Sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my distinct honor to invite our esteemed dignitary Shri Rajiv Sharma, Joint Secretary, Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disability, Government of India, to deliver the keynote address at this international conference on recent advances in early intervention. Shri Sharma has been guiding force in shaping national policies and programs that strengthen inclusion, accessibility and empowerment for persons with disabilities. His leadership at the DEPWD has brought forward innovative initiatives that resonate with the vision of early intervention and holistic development. We are privileged to have his presence with us today and we are eagerly looking forward to his insights that will inspire and guide our collective efforts. May I kindly request Shri Rajiv Sharma sir to grace the podium and deliver the keynote address. Please join me in welcoming him with a warm round of applause.
Cheers. Cheers.
Namaskar, dear Sajjano. Very good morning to all the ladies and gentlemen present over here. As always has been the case, today also I shall be moving ahead with my brief talk by saying Jai Hind and Vande Mataram, the two holy chantings in the context of patriotism. लेकिन हमेशा की तरह जब मैं बोलता हूँ जय हिंद, आज मेरे मन में एक जय हिंद बोलते ही एक बात आ रही है कि नन्ना मुन्ना राही हूँ, देश का सिपाही हूँ, बोलो मेरे साथ जय हिंद जय हिंद जय हिंद। मैंने नन्ना मुन्ना ही क्यों चुना? क्योंकि आज हम अर्ली इंटरवेंशन की बात कर रहे हैं। जब मैं बोलता हूँ वंदे मातरम तो मुझे कविवर प्रदीप की पंक्तियां याद आ जाती हैं, जिसमें कहा था आओ बच्चों तुम्हें दिखाएं झांकी हिंदुस्तान की, इस मिट्टी से तिलक करो ये धरती है बलिदान की, वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम। यहाँ भी बच्चों की बात चल रही है। फ्रेंड्स, ऑन 13th of December 2006, United Nations General Assembly passed the United Nations Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities. India became the signatory to this convention on 1st of October 2007. What is the significance of mentioning these things? India had been having a legislation for serving the persons with disabilities since the year 1995. As a result of India becoming a signatory to the UNCRPD, this can be done later on also. Hello. As a result of India becoming a signatory to the UNCRPD, Indian Parliament enacted a masterpiece of legislation known as RPWD Act 2016. And the preamble to this act mentions the fact that India became a signatory to this convention, and this RPWD Act 2016, which is governing the disability sector in the country, is a consequence of that. Friends, UNCRPD has got 8 general principles. I am not reading all of them out, but one of them reads, the 8th one, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. The 8th general principle reads out like this: respect for the evolving capacities of children with disabilities, and respect for the right of children with disabilities to preserve their identities. So this is the evidence, this is the testimony of the importance laid upon the children with disabilities by international bodies like UN and also by Indian government. Next please. In our country, this is working? Okay. In our country, as per 2011 census, the number of persons with disabilities was 26.8 million, out of which 7.8 million were children with disabilities, although they were in the age group of 0 to 18. Here we are talking about a much shorter age group, a much earlier age group of 0 to 6 years. And globally, when they say that there is a population of 1300 million people who are persons with disabilities, out of that about 240 million are children with disabilities. Friends, as has been told by learned colleagues prior to me, an early intervention gives an early start to improve your child's development. And the first 3 years of child's development are most crucial. Like physiotherapist, occupational therapist, speech language pathologist, special educator, clinical or rehab psychologist, pediatrician, and above all the parents and family. I am going to touch upon this subject of parents and family time and again, not for the notional sake, because it has been said by few earlier speakers also, but for the sake of making a resolution in this meeting itself, a resolution which will keep on echoing its impact in the years to come. Next. If we look at our traditions and ancient Indian history and the wisdom of our seers, can anybody guess what the left bottom picture is talking about? Chakravyuh. So here we have Arjun and Subhadra and the child Abhimanyu in the womb of the mother, and Arjun is telling the secrets of entering the Chakravyuh and breaking the Chakravyuh. As we all know, Abhimanyu died a tragic death in the battle of Mahabharat, but still he could learn so many things while being in the womb of the mother. Right side, any guess? Prahlad, right. So Narad Muni is giving some holy teachings to the mother of Prahlad, who is yet to be born, and because of these teachings, the Prahlad was what we know him to be, a famous and very renowned Bhakt and devotee of Lord. Next please. You have to run from there itself. Yeah. Who is this person? Ashtavakra. Ashtavakra, still while being in the womb of the mother, he was capable of learning so many grammatic intricacies of the mantras, and while before birth itself he was capable of correcting his father grammatically regarding the correct pronunciation of the mantras which his father was chanting, although he invited a curse in return of this intervention. And while I'm showing you these pictures, the traditional Indian wisdom has been talking about two things about the Garb Sanskar, and we have similar things in the Oriental cultures also known as Tai Jiao. Now these examples will come to us later in the talk when I touch upon a slide which is telling us a wider aspect of a intervention. Next please. Next. Yeah. If we look at the modern history of early intervention, it started when the US Congress in 1986 they enacted one Education of Handicap Act, and in that act they recognized the need for services for infants and toddlers with disabilities to minimize delays and to reduce future costs. Future cost means future cost of their therapies. Next. This is the standard definition taken from the text. You know it much better than me. However, the area of special attention continues to be the prevention, detection, intervention, counseling, genetic counseling and family guidance. Next please. And these are the areas of development in early intervention which all the faculty members, which all the therapists need to focus upon: cognitive skills, play skills, daily living skills, social skills, addressing problem behaviors and communication skills. The purpose of early intervention is lessen the impact of disability. So the earlier the better, means the earlier you start the therapies, the lesser is going to be the cost of bringing the person to normalcy, and more is going to be the efficacy of the therapy which is being delivered to the person. Physical development, cognitive development, communication, social or emotional development, adaptive development. Next please. Friends, when we talk about detection, all of us know that a child has to be brought to a clinic, and the psychologist or a special educator, they examine the child. But the role of parents and the family has to be important, so they need to be educated regarding the milestones which are supposed to be achieved by the children in a particular age group, and the milestones which are being missed by the children. So only then they will get an alert or red signal that this is the high time that I should take my child to the clinic. There are different milestones at different age groups, like 1 month, 3 months. Next please. I am not reading out the milestones per se. 6 months, 12 months, like making a sound, raising their head, raising their chest, etc. 18 months, 24 months. There are different milestones, 32 months also. So early Now, please focus on the second part of this slide. The time period starting from referral to the completion of assessment should be as small as possible. This should be a message to all the therapists who are delivering, who are using their skills to bring the child to normalcy. It should be as small as possible. I am just giving a number, just a throwaway number of say 45 days, but it's up to you to decide what this time period should be. But it should be as small as possible, and within this time period, the early intervention ecosystem must complete the screening and initial evaluation and assessment of the child and the family. Please also mark the words the assessment of child along with the family. Okay, next please. So this is the summary of the journey of child when the child is supposed to grow in age and it is supposed to pass through various developmental milestones. Next please. Now people say, I have heard people talking about individualized education plans or individualized education curriculum. But individualized family services plan in the context of early intervention, that is also equally important. And when we talk about individualized family services plan, again the role of these services, they are important. But last point is very important, home visit. Often we say that the footfall in our national institutes, in our composite regional centers, in our government or private run hospitals, this is the footfall. Okay. But when we are catering to say X number of footfall, we define our efficiency that we are 100 people came, we rendered the services to 100 persons. So we are 100% efficient. We are 100% efficient. No, that's not the case. How many are the persons in the society who really need these services, and out of those X number, a fraction of them are only able to reach the hospital because of one limitation or the other. So home visit becomes very important. This may be sounding idealistic or far-fetched today, but really that is the need of the hour. The home visits by our therapists. Next. And for the intervention, we need the services of professionals who are trained in these various disciplines, like audiology, ophthalmology, assistive technology, special education. Now, one thing is very important in this context is transportation. When we talk about footfall, if we are not able to provide the home services to the children with disabilities, in that case, the transportation becomes very important. The institutes, the hospitals, they are supposed to cater to the CSR source of funds, arrange vehicles, and ensure the presence of susceptible fraction of the population, their movement towards the clinics, towards the hospitals. Next. These are the early intervention benefits. IQ increases, communication, social interaction increases, problematic behavior gets resolved. Okay. Next, please. Just pictographic depiction of the same thing. So family ecology, I have again highlighted. Again, satisfaction home routines. Now here I want to make one resolution. Provided I get your support. We often keep on talking about the parents. In the context of natural resources, we talk about something which is known as ethnic knowledge. We call it ethnozoology, we call it ethnobotany. So parallel to that, in the field of rehabilitation, we should start talking about the ethnic knowledge of rehabilitation, which is present in tremendous degree with the parents. And what is lacking today is that at the most few of us may admit that parents are knowledgeable, but we fail to document the knowledge which is available with them. And this documentation is a huge process. It requires gigantic efforts. So I appeal to all of you to support me if I make a resolution today that today onwards we are So that is the decision of that is one of the decisions of this conference. Next, please. Okay, regarding what our department has done since 2021, there is a scheme of department on a SIPDA. One of the component of this scheme we have made is cross disability early intervention centers. Okay. So till now we have established, we have sanctioned 28 cross disability early intervention centers in the country. Next, please. These are the services which are provided, and we give a one-time grant of 20 lakh rupees, followed by annual recurring grants for the salaries of the staff. Next, please. This is the country map of cross disability early intervention centers. We have at Mumbai, we have Sikandrabad, Nellore, Balangir, Cuttack. So these 28 centers are there all across the country, from north to south, from west to northeast. Next, please. Now, we need convergence for addressing this problem. When I say convergence, we need convergence between government and NGOs, government and NGIs. I am sorry to say that when we talk about the community involvement in any campaign, generally the thrust is on NGOs. That should be, there is nothing wrong about it, that's a welcome thing. But in that thrust, somehow we tend to ignore some non-government individuals who, because of some reason or the other, fail to organize themselves as NGOs. But still their efforts and the knowledge which they have at their disposal, that needs to be taken accounted for. Government and corporate houses are rich in funds, so they provide a vehicle for carrying the efforts of the government in the much needed areas. Governments of different countries, like we are hoping of this conference to turn out to be a truly international conference in its character. Government of individual countries and intergovernmental organizations like Government of India with UN, Government of Maharashtra working with WHO. We need convergence between academic and research centers of excellence and implementing agencies like us, and which are the centers of excellence like IIT, who are good at developing the assistive device. Next, please. Center and state governments, departments of various governments dealing with disability, children, health, pre-primary education and social welfare. Why I am mentioning pre-primary education? Because this is the sector of the education where the teachers are in the most proximal contact with the children, and they are best placed to identify who are the vulnerable children, who need screening and probably who need certification. Now this diagram, okay, that is okay, child with a mother. Why I gave you the earlier examples of that Garbh Sanskar and Ashtachakra and this Ashtavakra and Abhimanyu, not only postnatal care is important, but the prenatal care is equally important. We should admit that for addressing the issue of disability, prenatal care is also equally important. And recently, earlier it has been in 2016 and 18. Recently, in March 2024, department came out with a series of disability assessment guidelines, whereby we try to ensure that the children in the smaller age groups, they do not go unattended as far as their disability certification is concerned. Let me tell you that out of 1.35 CR, 135 lakhs, 13.5 million UDID cards, about 93,000 cards have been issued to the children in the age group of 0 to 6 years. So that is the need of the hour, and the children in lesser age groups should not go unattended when it comes to certification. Later on, the certification may be, or the assessment may be re-invited, but that does not mean that in the lesser age group the certification of the children can be ignored. Next, please. To end with, I may use the outcomes of this international conference to welcome the child in a barrier-free environment of the world. That's why I have written नन्हे मुन्ने राही को अभिनंदन और बाधा रहित वातावरण में उसका स्वागत. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद.
much, sir, for your very detailed and comprehensive, insightful presentation. Your words have highlighted the importance of policy, innovation, and collective responsibility in advancing early intervention and inclusion. We are deeply grateful for the vision and guidance you have shared with us today, which will surely strengthen our resolve to work together for the empowerment of children with persons with disability. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to join me once again in expressing our heartfelt gratitude to Sri Rajesh Sharma sir. Thank you so much, sir, for being here and guiding us. Your guiding force behind all these programs which we are doing here. Thank you so much, sir. Now, at the end, I request Dr. Shravan Reddy, Deputy Director, to propose a vote of thanks. And then after this, we'll have a tea break.
Good morning, one and all. Respected honorable dignitaries, distinguished speaker and esteemed participants. First and foremost, I would like to express my deep gratitude to Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India for their constant support and visionary guidance. And we are specially thankful to Sri Raju Sharma, Joint Secretary, DEPW sir, for conceptualizing the idea of this conference and for his exemplary leadership in bringing together the speakers and dignitaries from across the globe to advance the cause of early intervention in India. And also I express my deep gratitude to Sri Vinit Singhal, Director, DPWD, for his constant support and guidance for this 2 days international conference. And I also thank Dr. Sunita Mandal, ex-ADDS and Professor of Excellence, for coming to this conference. And also we are thankful to all our esteemed national and international speakers who have come from different countries like Canada, United Kingdom, Maldives, Nepal and Sri Lanka to share their best experiences and international practices and researches for sharing the participants. Your insights will not only educate our participants but also will ignite a hope for millions of children and their families. And we are also grateful to the Government of Maharashtra, particularly Sri Trivara Munde sir, IAS Secretary, Persons with Disability Welfare Department, for coming here and also for working on the cause of disability inclusion at the state level in the Maharashtra. Our heartful appreciation to UNICEF India for partnering for this conference and also for strengthening of early intervention services in India along with partnership with DEPWD and NIPIT Secunderabad. I thank Mr. Sanjay Singh, Chief of Field Office Maharashtra, and Dr. Vivek Singh, Health Specialist, and the entire UNICEF panel for coming here and also for taking in a panel discussion. I extend my warmful gratitude to IIT Mumbai for graciously hosting this conference and also providing world-class infrastructure and facilities to all the participants. Our sincere thanks to Professor Dr. Milind Atre, Deputy Director, and the entire IIT Bombay team. And also my sincere gratitude to Tata Power for their corporate social responsibility and also for as a partnering for this 2 days international conference. And also my sincere appreciation to AYJ NSSD Director Dr. Suma and the entire faculty of AYJ NISSD for their support to this conference. I take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude to Dr. B.V. Ramkumar, Director NIPIT, for his visionary leadership, commitment and guidance in conceptualizing and executing this conference. My sincere gratitude to all the NIPIT faculty members and their scholarly contributions, expertise and active involvement, and also I thank and support NIPIT administrative and section heads for organizing this 2 days international conference. I also we extend deep gratitude to the press and media representatives who have come here for mass coverage of this 2 days international conference. Finally, I extend my heartful thanks to all the participants, researchers, academicians, practitioners and caregivers who have come to this conference. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Now it's a formal inauguration of the conference. For the next 2 days, we will be going to have wonderful sessions. So now it's time for the tea break. We are running a little late, so I would request all the participants, delegates and experts to hurry up and quickly join your sessions as soon as you finish the tea break. Tea break is for 10 minutes. Thank you so much. Looking forward to see you in the sessions.
किसका है अभी स्टार्ट होगा हाँ 12 बजे ये नहीं इधर रहने दो हाँ रहने दो
request everyone to take your seats, please.
ये कौन सा सॉफ्टवेयर है?
Everyone settle down.
Good afternoon. I am Komal Gaikwad, student of NIPIT Sikandrabad. On the behalf of whole faculty, I welcome you all. It's my privilege to welcome you all in this international conference on recent advances in early intervention, a disability perspective being held today in IIT Mumbai. Let us now begin the academic proceedings for the day. Early identification and intervention in autism are crucial for improving communication, social participation, adaptive behavior, and long-term functional outcomes. This upcoming session on early identification and early intervention in autism spectrum disorder highlights evidence-based screening and intervention strategies essential for clinicians and educators. Here, I invite Dr. B.V. Ramkumar, Director of NIPIT, to kindly come on stage and join us as the Chief Chairperson for this session. Thank you, sir. I also invite Dr. Hem Sagar Rimal, Head of the Department of Pediatrics and Medical Education, Virat Medical College, Nepal. Kindly join us as moderator, sir. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Now we invite our speaker of this session, Dr. Shefali Gulati, Professor of Pediatric Neurology, AIIMS, New Delhi. Dr. Shefali Gulati is a renowned pediatric neurologist with extensive clinical and research experience in autism spectrum disorders and neurodevelopmental conditions. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
I request the moderator to kindly take charge of the session and guide us through the proceedings.
I wish to understand. I really thank Professor Aurav for swapping the session because I have a flight to catch. So I have to leave by 1:15 max. So thank you so much for cooperating and after 45 minutes you'll listen to him for 1 hour. So he's all yours. I'll be missing his talk. I'll connect with him later.
अभी सब कुछ है
I'll shift on this side. You can see me. I'll shift till they get a stand. I thought I was okay height, but
switching to licensed donors. That's fine. Are you on the speak?
Hello everyone, very good afternoon. In this technical session, we are inviting Professor Gulati here, Shefali Gulati. We all know her for her outstanding contribution in the field of pediatric neurology, not only the clinical services, the researches that have taken under her leadership and been published in various journals, they are remarkable. And now we all know that autism spectrum disorder has been, growing concern for each one of us, including the society, even at policy level. This is a kind of neurodevelopmental disorder that can be, those children can be supported very well through the evidence-based intervention programs. But the problem is, if we cannot diagnose them early, then the whole process of those beautiful intervention program get delayed, and at the end, the final outcome and life course trajectory changes for those beautiful children. They cannot achieve their full potential. So I won't take much time. Let's invite Professor Shefali Gulati for her wonderful presentation, and we truly believe that at the end of this session we will have good insight on early diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder and early intervention. Thank you, Professor Gulati. Floor is yours.
Thank you so much for so kind words. So the topic given to me is early diagnosis and early intervention of autism spectrum disorder. I have nothing to disclose. I have outlined it, like what is the early diagnosis, what are the biomarkers for early diagnosis, what is early intervention and how early are we talking about, and mind you, interdisciplinary management. And I'll tell you, just remember why and not multidisciplinary, I'm talking about interdisciplinary. So autism, as we all know, is a neurodevelopmental disorder characterized by problems in social and communication impairment, and they may have restrictive and repetitive patterns and behaviors and fixed interests. They may have health issues, and it is very important to have early identification. And I also want you to know that there are multiple comorbidities associated. So the prevalence, which is thought to be initially around 1 in 1,000, and now with the last was, if 2024 published was 1 in 36, I'll show you what is now being published for the CDC 2024 also. And the England data, the study which we did by the only study which shows by population proportionate by size sampling was 1 in 89, and the data we collected in that Indian study was in 2011. And it had 12% of children in the age group of 2 to 9 years had one or more neurodevelopmental disorders, and 20.8%, 1/5 had comorbidities, mind you, and that time prevalence of autism was 1 in 89, 2011 data. And it was to be 4.5 times more common in boys than girls, but this is the CDC 24 data which has now come up. It is 1 in 31. And the ratio is going down. Male is to female is now 3.4:1. And we understand that there is a lot of multifactorial etiologies. There are some genetic vulnerabilities there in 10 to 25%. And the last line is important. Despite early signs appearing by 18 to 24 months, the median diagnosis in the US is 47 months, with a significant regional variation of 36 to 69 months. The prevalence has been on the rise from 2004 of 1 in 166 to 1 in 31 of 24 data which is recently published. And WHO has estimated overall 1 in 100 globally. And the etiology is diverse, and they have some genetic factors which I mentioned to you. Most of them are copy number variations. Lots and lots of genes have been identified. A lot of associated conditions have been identified. But there are many environmental factors, including the air pollution we face in Delhi, and also the pesticide exposure we have in contaminated food we all are eating in India, and advanced father's age. We have done the sperm samples of fathers of children with autism, and we found methylation defects. So your stress, quality of life, everything can affect them. And Then there are epigenetic factors, and I personally feel that the epigenetic factors may be the game changer ultimately, because your environment is expecting the gene expression. What I'm born genetically I can't change, but the gene expression can be changed by the environment, and that is something which will give us some therapeutic intervention targets. And when we talk about prevention, we talk about primary, secondary, and tertiary, and we have to basically, secondary prevention is early detection, and tertiary prevention is the complete rehabilitation and trying to maximize each child's potential. And primary prevention will be preventing from them from occurring. That we will need to have more research to understand to prevent it from happening. So early intervention, what is the problem? Those who are receiving late are, as Madam had mentioned in the inaugural address, that there is a critical period of development. So we have to see that they should not miss that critical, crucial period. How early is early and how late can we can still go ahead? Obviously, you will have to go ahead whenever you find the diagnosis, you have to go ahead. But how early is early and what are the biomarkers and research going on? This is a paper published in 2023, which is CDC US data, showing that the median age in the US was 49 months at diagnosis, and those who had intellectual disability along with it were picked up at 43 months, that means earlier, and those who were cognitively preserved were picked up around 53 months. So the average age of diagnosis worldwide and even in the developed countries continues to be around 4 years, which is not good. And the later diagnosis risk is because you are missing the critical period. A significant lag is there between the initial suspicion. Parents also find something, and I don't have any blaming the grandparents, but sometimes they say that the child is speaking late, the father-mother spoke late, the father-mother were reserved, so okay, when he goes to school he'll be okay, and all that, things get missed, I mean, so that is, we have to, the common causes will be also, if you're having a low socioeconomic status, caregivers are also thinking, it will happen on this time. Physicians are not aware, and they are socio-cultural sensitive. Tools were not there. That is why the Indian study, we made the tools first, and when the Indian tools were modified by the AIMS modified Indian tool as the DSM-4 TR changed to DSM-5. So that is, and you need socio-cultural sensitive. Why? I'll give you one example. CSHU is a sleep questionnaire, so in that there is a question, if the child sleeps with parents, it's taken as abnormal. And 95% of our children sleep with parents. So I mean, it's a socio-cultural aspect has to be kept in mind. So this was two of our papers in which we have seen that there was a 1.5 year delay between parental concerns and autism diagnosis in New Delhi. And also that the caregivers felt that there is a vital need for greater community awareness and recognition of autism both in the community and in the health sector. So these were the two, what we observed in Delhi children and their parents. And also there is their variable phenotype. Those who are cognitively preserved get missed. Many times they are picked up in school. Parents don't understand that in the detail. So there may be, they may not manifest at the second or third birthday. Or they may suddenly they are developing okay, but 18 to 24 months there may be a regression of loss of achieved language milestones and communication skills. And some of them maybe have a mild version, autism spectrum disorder. Spectrum meaning everybody is not the same, and the severity and the variability is going to be very immense. So you need early biomarkers. So this was another paper we wrote with Bola and in which we were saying that the nurturing care framework, which has been UN member states have said has to be there in the first 3 years of life across responsive caregiving, early learning, safety, security, nutrition and health, but they should be specific framework modified for developmental challenged children in the LMICs like ours. So this is something very important. So now, in the first years of life, there is a critical period of synaptogenesis, where there is a surge of synaptic formation and refinement. The peak synapses formation in the prefrontal cortex occurs by age of 3 years, after which there is medium modeling and elimination. And that is why, you need, before the aberrant networks develop, you need to pick up the children, the children before that, so that they will be, after early intervention, their outcome is going to be much more. So thus the neurofunctional outcome for toddlers with autism should be optimized as early as possible before the aberration or the aberrant neural circuits are developed. So that is why it's important. And Dr. Rajiv Sharma ji had shown from time immemorial and from a time which has been talked to us from that time that in intrauterine life also there was an exposure. We all know from all this history of ours. And now this is very clear scientifically as well. So also, there should not be both the problems. Misdiagnosis, meaning wrongly diagnosing, and misdiagnosis, both of them can be very much problematic. Sometimes children with stereotypies are coming to us with 4 anti-seizure medications. And they are just stereotypies, they are not going to get improved by anti-seizure medications. So vice versa also happens. So we have to be very clear. So we know that there is a problem in social interaction and communication and restricted repetitive patterns of behavior and interest with some sensory issues. And you may have different intellectual ability, different language skills and different level of support. And you have all these on the side are the possible comorbidities which can exist. And I will show you one study of ours which will actually, it is mind-boggling. So we have to holistically see. So if an autism child has come to a therapist, please send to the medical professionals as well, a pediatric neurologist or a developmental pediatrician or a pediatrician. Or if it's an older child and having more neuropsychiatric issues, to a psychiatrist, so a physician has to see because of these comorbidities. These are a never-ending list of autism mimics. They are not autism, but they are autism mimics which are there. I'll just give you very few things. ADHD versus autism becomes a very confusing thing. But you have your communication problems and social cues issues are there, and about 27 to 30% of autism may have hyperactivity. So both the sides are there. You have to keep in mind whether it is between autism and ADHD, whether it is autism or ADHD. Basically, because of social interaction, communication issues will be pointing towards more autism. But up to 30% of autism may have hyperactivity. So then this is something very important as a pediatric neurologist, and I want to flag it that there is something called epileptic encephalopathy. So don't bother about this, the slide. I just want to give one message. So it is a spectrum of various cognitive, language, behavioral and motor regression coming in children. Some of these children may be developmentally normal and some of them may have the developmental delay from beginning. So if it's developmentally normal, it's called epileptic encephalopathy SWAS, and if it is developmentally issues are there before, then it's called developing epileptic encephalopathy. They may have behavioral features like autism, they may have language regression, but you need a sleep and awake EEG combined. Awake EEG may be totally normal. Same child, sleep EEG is full of discharges and awake. So you need to be aware of it. Then only you have a sleep and awake EEG done. And if it is there, you have specific measures. You may give benzodiazepines, you may give steroids, pulse steroids, and benzodiazepines. And refractory cases, we are also giving transcranial magnetic stimulation. But that has to be identified. And so it is important to understand an autism child will have stereotypies, repetitive things and echolalia, which we all know. But the language regression generally in autism will be from 18 to 24 months, and in the other type of things will be a bit later. So if you are having a later regression, so have more high index of suspicion, or if you have any regression, so that is all. And the EEG will help you. So EEG you do in autism when you have a seizure or unexplained encephalopathy or behavioral changes or any progressive cognitive decline in these situations we do. This was a child who was referred to us with autism, but when we did the EEG, we did that yellow band, the yellow band is photic stimulation. With photic stimulation, there was a photoparoxysm response. So abnormal discharges coming when the yellow band is there. So that made us to think that that this child could have been NCL. We got the enzyme test done and genetics. So it was a neuroregression condition which was mimicking and presenting as autism. So this was very important. Then there can be a double jeopardy of autism and hearing loss. What happens is you may have loss of communication skills obviously in both, but then you have hearing impairment even when it is untreated, may end up having autistic traits as well. But you may have same genetic conditions which are causing both autism and hearing. So that is an important thing to understand. There can be an overlap also, but they may be mimicking each other also. So intellectual disability becomes important. In intellectual disability, you may have generalized slowing in all the domains, right? They will be slowing, but they will be having both verbal as well as non-verbal. Will be all the impairments will be there, but in the autism, there will be socio-adaptive issues will be more, but they may also coexist. In the West, it has been shown that around 40% of children may have cognitive impairment, but in ours, the percentage goes around to 70 to 80%. Although you have high functioning autism and you may have exceptionally 7 qualities as well, but many of them have, the intellectual issues are there. So So there are tools for screening and the biomarkers for early diagnosis. So you have a whole list of tools, and mostly what is used is modified checklist for autism and toddlers device with follow globally, which is being used. And they are, and then for Indian screening tools are there. We have also developed a screening tool from 1 month to 18 months, and we have 21 questions, 21, 20, 20 in the age bracket of 1 to 6 months, 6 to 12, and 12 to 18 months. And we could pick the child having sensitivity of 90% at 1 year and 98% at 1.5 years. So this was an important thing to pick up these children. And this was also this was another tool which we had done a social culture adaptation and validation for the South countries, in which we could pick up these children overall with development delay and specifically for the behavior and issues. For the diagnostic tools, we don't use OIDOS in the general practice. We're doing only in selective research mode. We are using ACE, a modified INGT and ACE, and for the Gazette of India, you have ACE modified INGT, which is going to be diagnosing, and ESA will be used for scoring. And this AIMS modified IMDT was published class 1 in 2019, and it was the first tool to our best of our knowledge for DSM-5 based globally. You do have a scoring in this, and it's a sensitivity of 98.4% and specificity 91.7%. And they were used, and along with for National Trust, we've had national workshops for the same, and now we are developing one e-certification course under Rajiv sir has signed us the start, so it will be there. So we have been training this AIMS modified INDT and ESA tool for the certification, which both will go in the e-certification course as well. So, but then now, what about in preschool children? Which tool is good? So what they did, this was a diagnostic test for autism in preschool children, a Cochrane review. So the gist of this is that, I don't want you to go to these figures. The gist of this is, yes, ADOS has the highest summary sensitivity when similar specificity to CARS. CARS is another tool which is very much often used, and we're using in our follow-up practice, on our day-to-day practice. But then they said that it is not to be used in isolation, none of the tools. For the preschool children, use a combination of a multidisciplinary assessment. You assess these children, then the pediatrician, a speech pathologist, psychologist, everybody sees. So it is not any tool because things are evolving in that age. So that has also been shown in the Cochrane that for the preschool children, you may need a multi-level approach. Then they are making. Yeah, I was told to shift here, my face could not be seen. Okay, sorry. So what about the biomarkers? Some studies have taken place, and they've shown that maybe the early temperament and sensory processing of these children can be seen. So they have shown that that can help their road registration. So these studies are going on. We should know just in research, but they are there, and there are a lot of AI-based algorithms which have been made. They are depending on ADOS and VABs and all, but not for. We are all in the process. And general movement assessment, which is very much known for cerebral palsy, prognostication and prediction of cerebral palsy. With autism, there has been certain studies showing certain, good sensitivity to pick up and all. And we have also completed one study in which we have done home-based videos and compared with in-clinic videos, and we have discovered that your home-based videos are good enough, and we got good prediction for the CP. But there were some positivities we found that breathing and fidgety abnormalities were also increasing the risk for autism. So these are studies and new biomarkers which are being studied, and like we have also studied on quantitative EEG and all. So they are coming, but there's nothing which can be actually used right now in practice. This was the first FDA-approved diagnostic aid in diagnosis. It's been very clearly written as an aid for diagnosis of children from 18 to 72 months who are at risk. The parents upload a video of the child and they answer 4-5 questions, and based on that they have diagnosed to having autism or no autism. This was FDA approved in June 21, and this early tech was FDA approved in July 2023, and this is for younger children. That one was 18 to 72 months for October, and for 16 to 30 months, in which what they have done is they have a child is made to observe, and depending on how the child is interacting with the videos, the response to the videos through an ML algorithm, they are able to diagnose. So we have a lot of studies which have shown the home-based videos to be done. We have also initiated one study on home-based videos to pick up autism spectrum disorder and gaze. Lots and lots of studies have been done on gaze patterns. So there always is there that there are distinctive eye gaze patterns in toddlers with autism they have reduced attention to social stimuli and deficits in coordination with the sounds and speech sounds. So this was a lot of social attention differences and all. They have discrete, they have a decreased fixation to the socially relevant areas of the face, which are eyes or the whole face, and they have increased gaze to the less relevant areas. So now what there are many studies which have been done. There are a lot of algorithms, ML based algorithms which have been developed, but as of now we have been using eye tracking only in siblings for children with autism spectrum disorder. We have done this study along with Birkbeck University, London and Sangat, and then we had in our children at AIMS, and we found that they had some reduced number of anti-saccades in older preschool children. So these are all in research modes, and then along with this was a collaboration with University of Reading, UK, Manchester, Nottingham's IIT Mumbai and Sangat and obviously AIMS, and this is a start. It is an advanced technology for ASD early diagnosis, and it has some eye tracking part, interaction of the child with the parents, that video recording, and some tasks the child is given. So this has been validated and published and available for use. And this one was published in Autism Journal. And then with there's another stream platform which has been made along with this. They have used STAR along with 2 other scales which have been added for motor and cognitive, and they have made a platform and which has been studied in Malawi and in India, and then it has been also published. So this is also available. It has got good pickup rates. Then this was some work done with IIT Kanpur, and in which this was Ujjwal's PhD dissertation, and in which they made a Indian effective children database, and it was seen that the happiness was the easiest emotion for these children with autism to pick. So that is also have been developed, so it is also published. And there are a lot of tools which are available. So this was a systematic review which found 38 studies on these kind of diagnostic tools based on digital. So there's many things which have to come up. There are many studies which are done on small data sets, different technologies. So but there is nothing which can be recommended for all. But the AI-based medical devices have been made. The Cognova was one software which was aiding it, and there are lots of many other behavior phenotyping used digitally have been developed. This was a work done with IIT. So mind you, we have collaborations with all of them. I don't know AL, I don't know ML, I don't know robotics, my partners do, but I know what they should see. So it's a collaboration between the clinicians and the various scientists. So that's what is work with IIT, and which we had done. This is the first work in which Indian Hindi-speaking children have interacted with humanoid robots, and based on this we have developed an ML-based algorithm to pick up these children early, and this has been patented. It was published in November 25, the patent. So this will be a very good tool to pick them up early. So this is the publication. Nowadays, a lot of studies are going on the proteomics of the salivary gland in the saliva. So there are a lot of the studies are going on, but right now you don't have. Just telling you, Mark, it's there, but right now you don't have something which can be there. So there is a lot of also the mRNAs. Then you have the neuron cell adhesion molecules, and also a lot of them are being studied, and this mRNA I mentioned to you, and also they are also seeing on the MRI, especially on the diffusion weighted images and the DTI images, they're finding some DTI pictures are finding some abnormalities, and this is the latest update. The FDA cleared this early point tracking, eye tracking bio-earthing, multimodal AI based, also another FDA is authorized in 21. They are home-based digital apps. Then you also have ML models for identifying early milestones, and a lot of studies going on acoustics and speech analysis. So basically the peak synaptic density was there taking in the first 3 years, so you have to target them early, and AAP says and IAP also says that you need to screen all of them between 1.5 to 2.5 years of age, and it is something very, very important, and all the other biomarkers are currently in research. Interdisciplinary management is what I want you to do. This is not the multi, you know what, you need multiple people involved. You all know it has to be it has to be targeted for the various other domains. But what I wanted you, multidisciplinary, everybody sitting in silos, it has to be interdisciplinary, they should be communicating with each other. And how early is the intervention which is going to take? I will just come to, because of the time, I will just come to that particular slide 1 minute. So how early will be this? Early intervention we talk about is for preschool children as early as 2 to 3 years of age. Pre-symptomatic is those between first 12 months. Preemptive is even less than 6 months. So that you're actually practically doing in those high-risk siblings. And in that, and how much early is going to be beneficial is important, and the benefits are there, we've already discussed, and lots of studies have shown, I'm just giving the messages which are there. A lot of studies have shown the earlier the better, and pre-symptomatic animal models have proven scientifically that early is important, and you have altered connectivity coming even at 6 months of age, So that is why there are lots of early intervention programs which I will not going to be talking about, but we have to understand that this was a recommendation by Lonnie from Canada, and they said that the combination of development and behavioral approaches to begin as early as possible and active involvement of families would be something important. So I will not be talking about the pre-intervention targets. There are a lot of non-pharmacological intervention, this AB and various other approaches. There has to be evidence-based, and this is something important. This was one study in which we have said that delta change of CARs has to be taken as 4.5 to be, this was an elicitation about procedure in which it was done globally, and they say that delta of 4.5 will be taken as clinically meaningful. And there are lots of studies which are going on talking about the non-pharmacological, robot-assisted interventions are taking place. We are also starting a lot of work on humanoid robots. Duty of robot is targeting for the social improvement, and there are certain, the robots which are used for challenging behavior. There is a Pipli, that is a robotic like that is for a challenging behavior. So that will be done. There are lots of studies on robots which are there going on, and this was the latest article which has come up on the early start Denver model, but it is not shown to be conclusive. So we have a lot of data. Earlier the better. Pharmacotherapy will not be talking about it. I will just want to mention that comorbidities. So out of 1,871 children, 80% had comorbidities and 35% had more than one comorbidity. So we developed some protocol, module for management of children with sleep. And we also, the genomic landscape for Indian data we have been working on, but we have potential precision medicine targets in very few. And there are new drugs which are coming, we have to keep in mind which they are. Lastly, in the last 2 minutes is talking about digital advances. Yes, you are going to be talking in the primary, secondary, tertiary prevention I mentioned, but there is primordial prevention is there that, like you have pre-implantation genetic testing and all which will be coming later on. And what is the latest? You have a lot of wearable digital intervention devices for improving the socialization, and there is also a technology-based early intervention program which is there. Lots of this. This is the Indian one in which with the Manchester Howard Medical School, King College London and Sangal, the Compass program has been there in part of this along with them, and in which it's been given to the ASHA-like workers, and this has shown to be significant improvement in these patients, and this has been published as well. And we are also working on transcranial magnetic stimulation, and that has been shown to improve in these children. We have the behavior of these children has been, we have developed a specific protocol. AAC should never be forgotten, very, very important. We're developing an app for the same. And digital media, what we are telling, what digital media is a passive one which is shown to be correlating with autism, right? We have also seen the autistic children have more digital media exposure. But what we are using media is the interactive one. So that is not the one we are doing. We are making and stimulating. So don't get confused between the passive media, which is digital media, which is supposed to be associated with autism versus what using, I'll bring up in a minute. But a lot of scam therapies parents are giving, and we have to give evidence, we have to guide them. We have finished studies on probiotics which have found not significant results. Although the children on autism, their gut flora was different than the children, their siblings who are not having autism, GFCSF diet has shown significant improvement and also shown an fMRI importance. So we are working on modified alkenes and also working on air pollution exposure during different times and their correlation and pesticides exposure. Music therapy has some potential role in these children, and music therapy and art. We're working with IIT for improving the prediction skill and joint attention by virtual reality and augmented reality, and also forget about this. We are also developing a robotic toy for artificial intelligence based for improving these children. And BCI framework we have induced studying with Mighty and developed for the cognitively impaired to be able to communicate better. Working also on the mesenchymal stem cell derived extracellular vesicles, trying to see whether any biomarker can be there and have a therapeutic intervention. And we did a study and we found out that doctors and professionals are not aware much about these neurodevelopmental disorders, even in AIMS, and then we went to various schools, and so we have to encourage and teach them, and this is a very good way forward. And with WHO, we started making a primary, secondary and tertiary care center approach with having made videos, and if somebody on screening tool linked to diagnostic tools, if somebody is screen positive for any of the conditions, they will be exposed to those videos, or those who are having normal, no risk, they get to the nurturing care videos. And we need to focus on family-centric. 80% of the moms were clinically depressed. And this is that neurodiversity humanism. Every child has equal right to dignified life. So we are not doing anybody a favor. They have the right, and we have to help them, facilitate to maximize their potential in life. And we've been working with the Center of Excellence, and the app has, there's an app which is their PBUM diagnostic, which has epilepsy, autism, ADHD, and NMI tools. NMI includes autism, neuromuscular disorders, CP, etc. We have a tele-helpline services, and we have this holding hand magical ears as a neuro rehab center. The take-home messages is earlier the better because of neuroplasticity. Early intervention versus pre-symptomatic versus even preemptive before even symptoms have occurred. And there is a lot of scope, and there should be collaboration so that you have larger size of the sample size. And primary modality remains non-pharmacological as of now. ABA is now under scrutiny. Is not a mention. The whole day can be talked on ABA, right? And drug therapy may be used as a bridge for some time for specific indications what we have in that, and also targeted towards comorbidities. Early intervention by 2 to 3 will improve outcome in 20 to 50%. And we know all the therapies, and variant mediated is very important. And you have pharmacological for hyperactivity, irritability, sleep onset latency, or epilepsy, and emerging therapies I've already mentioned to you. Future would be scalable AI-based diagnostic and therapeutic tools. Thank you so much. This was a scoping review which we had written with Melissa and Magai on the lead, and which has evidence-based practice guidelines for developmental disabilities, has global data into this. It took 1.5 years to write this paper, and this will be nice reading for all of you. And this is a collage made of paintings from children with autism spectrum disorder, and this was made for last year's April month of autism awareness. This is AIMS on Foundation Day, on Bright Sunlight, and AIMS Awareness Month. Thank you so much.
Thank you for such a comprehensive and clinically enriching session, ma'am. Your insights on early identification and intervention in autism were extremely valuable. So now we can conclude this session with 2 questions.
Before that, first of all, thank you so much, Dr. Gulati, for taking us through, life cycle approach, about early intervention, early diagnosis, and what is happening, and especially you stressed about the fact that AI and machine learning, algorithms usage and actually intervention is very important. Yes, in fact, very happy when you are actually taking through this, we've seen that there seems to be some sync in the way, we have also been functioning, and very happy. In fact, I would tell the audience here, there is one organization here which is putting up a stall here, Cognitive Biotics. Actually, they have been using this AI. In fact, it is an intervention process. Especially, you see, a country is such huge and actually such diverse, and the availability of professionals vis-a-vis the population of a country in countries like India is very, and that is where Dr. Shafali has stated the importance of AI, where you can mitigate the shortage of the professionals to that. But again, with care, always we say that initial assessment always has to be with the professionals only, and maybe the follow-up once their complete diagnosis is done, maybe we can go about. And another important fact which you have highlighted is about the gaze, usage of gaze in actually identifying, especially among the siblings. Yes, we would like to say that NIPID has also come up with a AI-based tool called Disha with CDAC, which we are now trying. We have done the trials and all, and we actually have done on people with autism, not the siblings. And there the challenges is these children actually sitting in front of the computer so that we can actually capture the gaze and the eyeball movement and all. But notwithstanding, we are now working with the IIT Kanpur. Thank you so much. And actually it is sort of a validation for all the work what we are doing at your presentation and all. And one question I have before we throw the question open to the audience. Is there any repository where people can access all the work what you are doing?
I don't think so, but yeah, the parent information material is all there on the website. I have 65 or so, but yeah, it is not there in the public domain. Everything is not there, but those publications are there, and I also need. They can always have access, and I wanted the ministry to have a repository for Pan India. So so that is something important. But everything is available free of cost for us because it's very clear on that. A mandate by AIMS and that is my team in right time. And I think it's important that we need to work together, and that's what I was showing, that we have so many partners globally, like for the Trinity and IGIV. So everyone is there. So we have to collaborate.
Absolutely, we'll be more than happy. And time is short. We are open for some questions, maximum 2 or 3 questions. Yeah, the lady there first, and then the gentleman there.
Thank you, Dr. Gulati, as usual. Entertaining.
Somebody give a mic.
Thank you, Dr. Gulati. My name is Vaishali Pai. I'm a founder of Tamaha Trust, Bangalore. One question to you. What is the incidence of sleep disturbances and how do you, have you recorded it? What is
This was a paper we published about 10-15 years back. It's in pediatric neurology. Google find name and that. We did the sleep questionnaire, the CSHQ I mentioned. So 77.5% children, we had done on 100 children with autism. 77.5% children with autism were having abnormal on the sleep CSHQ. But we did all 100 patients. It was a nightmare to do their PSG. Making them sleep at home is difficult, but making them sleep in the hospital with the PSG machine was crazy. But 100%. All of them had one or more abnormality on the PSG. So that is why through this, I did not have time to say, we have developed the first of its kind intervention program, which is a sleep module along with the behavior intervention combined. And we have validated it also, and it has shown wonderful results. And it was presented by my student in the Asian Oceanic Challengology Congress in September. So it is important. And you know what, the sleep problem in the night, they are known to have sleep, behavioral problems in the day. Then the quality of life and lifestyle of the quality of life of the siblings and the parents also go for a 6. So for the holistically care, sleep has to be proactively asked. So ever since that 15 years back in my autism file, the CSHQ questionnaire is there, and then we have developed our own questionnaires also in Indian specific. So we have put. So you have to proactively ask for sleep. Parents may not come to you, but you need to address the sleep.
Thank you. So we'll get that information from your website. Thank you.
Very good paper. 2 questions. One is, what is the role of environmental factors like air pollution? Could you conclusively identify the effect of them on that? Recently there was a parliament question in which they said there is no connection. It was just 1 minute. Second is, what is the role of neuroplasticity and epigenetics? Can they be taken advantage of in finding some solutions to this? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very important question. The air pollution, they have already, studies have shown in the West that the exposure to the pregnant mother, especially even in the 3rd trimester, has shown to be related to have autism. I have been trying to do some study for that, and it was difficult to do for finding an exposure. We tried to do 10 years back as well. There was nothing we could find to get an exposure to the in utero. But right now, what we are doing a study in a different reverse way. We are seeing our patients with autism who we are diagnosing in the bad half and the good half. There's in Delhi, you have by the metro, the air pollution, you can have there's 6 months which are good and by the AQI levels from the government of India, and 6 months which are bad for Delhi. So we have taken that and we are seeing these patients, seeing how their behavior is improving in the 6 months or not, and also doing chromating to understand whether they are having chromatic defects. So that will help us in a small way, and we are planning a very major study with some collaborator from Norway, trying to understand in a big way. We need a lot of funds for everybody. Will require that 5,000 rupees something, which will have to go with them, like a Holter monitor kind of thing. So that we are looking for. And second, you're very right. The epigenetics will be very important because the environment is modifiable. Like for example, in the study which we did on the father's sperm's epigenome, which has methylation linkage, and it showed the correlation with the father's advanced age, father's lifestyle, meaning drinking, smoking, and the stress at work. So all those things when you are going to be, addressing, plus the pesticide exposure. We are having a PhD dissertation going on the biocide exposure for these children with autism spectrum disorder, and we are getting preliminary results have shown that there is a difference in exposure for autism children and non-autism children. I did not even mention heavy metals. We have done a lot of studies on 15 years and we have some data on that, but this biocide and all. So once these can be modifiable, and it will be very important. And because the gene expression is very important, which can be possibly, I feel, would be the basic game changer in the next 4 or 5 years. That would be there, and plasticity will be there. It's not that it will stop being there. Yes, the synaptogenesis is maximum in first 3 years. So that is why we are saying to pick them up early. As early as possible, and that is also talking about first year week, and then also less than 6 months also. So they are saying that even if you are high risk, and they have shown those children who ultimately developed autism at 6 months also, they were having abnormalities on their MRIs, and so that is why we have to pick up even if you are high risk siblings. So in that situation also you can start doing early intervention. You don't have to label. I don't say even that tool which we have developed 1 month to 18 months, we're not interested in labeling. We're talking about risk identification and early intervention. Who's bothered about labeling? We are just not going to miss. That's what many parents are denying also, So we tell them that I'm not interested in label, but you have issue, that's why you come to us and we want to address the issues. So let's do the intervention. Don't bother about labeling. And only the other thing was the comorbidities is so huge. Please keep it in mind, and that ESS part was there. When you have a late onset regression, please do get a sleep EEG and awake. And how you say Sulana is very difficult to make them sleep. How we have developed is we make them get up early in the morning and don't allow them to sleep. And then we call them around 10 o'clock and they may sleep. And sometimes they don't do that. Then whatever time the child sleeps, my EEG technician will call them at that time. And if it doesn't happen night time, my residents will do it according to the child's thing. So, but you need to have a sleep and awake. You saw that abnormal discharge and the normal on the same patient on the same day.
Thank you very much.
All done? Okay. One plus.
You can mail me anything, my name at gmail.com, and don't forget the double F. Many times you put a single F and it doesn't get rebound because somebody must be there single F.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Gulati. You have really highlighted all, all confusions many of us had in our mind. You have demystified those autism mimics and those organic neurological problem versus presentation of autism, which always confuses us. So nicely elaborated about genetics, epigenetics, even on intervention you have given so much of evidence-based practices existing in AIMS and across the globe. I think it was really fascinating session. We love to listen more and more with you, but time factor. Thank you so much. Thanks again. Thank you, participants. Your participant was so good. Everyone was spellbound. It was really nice to watch from here. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. May I request Dr. B.V. Ramkumar, sir, to kindly felicitate the speaker. G. Pramod, President of Divis Child Foundation for Gifted Children, to kindly felicitate the moderator and chairperson.
No, one is not to be removed. It's the cover.
Thank you, sir. Moving further to our next scientific session titled as From Classification to Collaboration, Applying the ICF in Family-Centered Early Intervention. This keynote emphasizes the shift from diagnosis-based classification to collaborative, participation-focused care using the ICF framework. It highlights how family-centered practices improve functional outcomes, inclusion, and quality of life for children with disabilities. To guide this session, may I invite our esteemed moderator, Dr. Zafar Minai, Honorary Secretary of SANVEPA, to kindly come on stage and take moderator's seat. May I now invite our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Olaf Cross de Camargo from Canada, Director of Can Child Center for Childhood Disability Research and Professor of Pediatrics in McMaster University, Ontario. Dr. Olaf is internationally recognized for his contributions to childhood disability research and for advancing the implementation of the ICF framework in family-centered early intervention. A very warm welcome, sir. I now request the respected moderator to kindly take over the proceedings and share a few opening remarks.
Good morning, everybody. In human development, I think like we attain milestones, and if they are on time, we are called typical. I think in the journey of rehabilitation, few milestones outstand or outshine to change the entire paradigm or the concept of basic rehabilitation. And I think one of that was the International Classification of Functioning, or the ICF model, which was introduced in 2001. Before that, it was the International Classification of Disability or Diseases, which focused on the impairments, or rather the inabilities, which totally shifted to the positive outlook of the functionality of the individual. And to bring that change, one of the key persons, I am blessed to present Professor Olaf, a very dear friend of mine. I congratulate you, sir, and salute you. WHO endorsed the ICF in 2001. 191 countries are endorsees of it. And I won't take much time. I hand it over to Professor Olaf for the milestone you have given to rehabilitation and everyone who is sitting in this hall, because it changes the very concept we used to think before you presented this concept of ICF. Thank you very much. Most welcome, Mr. Arjun.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. I have QR codes along my presentations. Feel free to take pictures. They might lead to or my contact information or to information about our center, as well as to some of the publications that I will mention. Let me start here with thank yous. So thank you in the first place here to the organizers of this amazing conference. I'm really amazed how you put this together, especially because you are combining and putting together people that come from both the therapy field and the education field. And that is, I think, extremely important that we learn together from each other and with each other. So that is really amazing. I want also to thank to the people that have been helping me in the way to come here to India, both from the organizing committees, but also lecturers at the at the center here, as well as many students that have been helping me as well. So thank you very much for that. The second thank you goes to my friends that I made in India over the last years. Most importantly, Dr. Zafar Minay, who visited us at Canchild a while ago, where we signed an MOU with some paper. And one of the reasons for me to come here early, not just for the conference, but also to visit other colleagues like Dr. Rupa Srinivasan, who is from the UMED Joint Development Center, and Dr. Samir Lavai from the New Horizons Center, is to learn from you and to explore how we can collaborate and learn from each other. So I'm very grateful for this invitation, and it is more than just giving a talk. It is to explore how we can learn together and collaborate on this. So thank you very much for that. So this is the outline, more or less, of my talk today, and it is, I must admit, a tough task to follow Professor Gulati with that amount of energy, the amount of knowledge, and the number of publications. So I will slow it down a little bit to my pace. I will talk about classifications, and there's a bit more philosophical. Why do we classify? What is classifying? What does it mean to us? And why do we do it in healthcare? Why do we do it in disability? What does that mean? What can we learn from that about how to communicate with each other, especially also how to communicate with families and even children about their impairments and their limitations, and how these concepts that I will present to you have been implemented in some parts of the world into policy. So I will start with this video. Thank you to Yashna Rajani, who is a speech and language pathologist here in Mumbai. And she collaborated with UMED, learning about some of the tools that we have developed at Canchild in Canada. One of them is the efforts that I will speak more about, and you will learn the efforts are totally okay to say. They are not bad efforts, as usually said in US. And she's also trained in using the PrEP, which is an approach, how can we empower children and their families to participate, increase their participation. So she will just describe very briefly a strategy how to promote communication in one of her patients. Oops. Can you click on the video for me? I cannot see that. There's no video. We tested it before. Okay, so what she will describe, or what she described in this video, was that she had a patient with an AAC device who was not very stimulated in using it and in communicating. So she wondered, how can we improve that? And what she did, she sat down with the family and with the child and asked him, okay, one of the efforts that we propose is the word fun. So what are things that you do for fun? And he typed in his AAC, cooking. And then, okay, then the next question, another effort that we use is family. Family is the most important environment for any child. So we ask the children, what are important aspects that you like to do with your family? And again, he said, cooking. So she came up with the idea, let's discuss the topic of cooking using the AAC. And he then worked with her in developing menus and recipes. And from then, they thought, okay, how can you use these? Would you like to have a restaurant? What would the restaurant look like? What would be the menu in the restaurant? And that motivated this child to express itself more and more, and facilitated the interaction with other family members who then came to his restaurant and looked at his menu. Friends from the neighborhood came to visit and interact with him. So that was a way that in the first sight you might see, okay, this is a very simple and easy, but there's a lot of thought and structure and strategy behind to really engage a child in activities that are meaningful for the child, and that will then improve their participation. So you keep this example in mind while I will discuss other aspects. Here is two pictures from an art collection of Dutch artists who take pictures of people in certain situations. And I found these pictures are very interesting because they already show some classification. So you can have your own thoughts. If you look at the pictures on the left side from you, you see males carrying a baby. On the right side, you see females carrying a baby. You can come up with conclusions, okay, they divided by gender, these two groups, or you can assume maybe these are our parents, one are the fathers, the other are the mothers. You can also make other conclusions, okay, I see the women are also all wearing some head covering, maybe they are of a Muslim faith and cover their head. So when you classify, you have the possibility to organize information that you see, and it allows you then to make predictions and conclusions what might be happening and what else you might know about these people. I hope this video works. Yes, thank you. This is a video that now we just need the sound. We'll explain to you how our brain is primed to classify. It's actually a natural process to classify any information that we gather.
We have the capacity to develop different kinds of music in different cultures, and if you aren't accustomed to that, if you're not familiar to that, then the sounds can sometimes be experienced as sort of an accent or some as unusual, sort of weird in some way. And when you listen to music that you're very familiar with, again, the brain processes it very automatically because the brain is familiar with the underlying structures, with the timbres that are used, and you start to. All you hear is sort of the surface sounds. I'm going to play you an example of classical Indian music. Music is the universal language, and in a way it is, but I think it's a cliche. It's used too often and too readily. In my experience, very few Western classical musicians, except of the younger generations, really are able to appreciate Indian classical music and vice versa. So there really are cultural differences. You asked about context, and let me give you a demonstration about how the brain hears sound in a highly contextual way to try to make sense of it. The brain is basically a pattern recognition machine. It's desperate to find patterns. It doesn't like just random sounds or sort of random. It tries to find patterns, and sometimes they're illusory. Sometimes it sort of grasps at something that isn't there. So I'm going to play you a sound. It's just sort of like you can hear it for yourself. Could you play me number one, please? Anybody want to say what you heard?
Bird song?
Bird, okay. Could you play me number two, please? Another bird, maybe? Whistling?
Whistling.
Radio, okay. Number 3? Okay, now if we combine those 3 sounds, could you play me the 1, 2, 3 example, please?
Where were you a year ago?
Hey, what did you hear?
That sounded like.
Can you play it again?
Where were you a year ago?
Voice.
Play it one more time.
Where were you a year ago?
Where were you a year ago?
Okay, one final time.
Where were you a year ago?
Okay, where were you a year ago?
So it's a basic brain function just to classify. We get a lot of information, we have a stream of sounds, and the moment that we understand this sound is related to language, to speech, we do everything to identify these patterns that are relevant for speech. And then that's by classifying a variety of information into organized pieces of it. So it helps us to make predictions about the world, and it allows us to reduce the errors and reduce the cognitive load to manage a lot of information. So that's why we organize our world and what we see and what we perceive and what we think always in classes and classifications. But we lose some detail with that. So we're trading that efficiency for a loss of detail of information. If you think about the pictures of the fathers or mothers with children, we actually don't know what they are. We don't know if they're fathers or if they are uncles or aunties, or we don't have these details. The difficulty and the risk in classifying, and that was mentioned today in the inauguration, the aspect of discrimination. If you classify, especially if you classify people, that can lead to prejudice and to discrimination and exclusion. And I was born in Germany. I carry the history of my grandfathers, where classifications were used for bad ideas. Marriages between Jewish people, Jewish German people, and others were prohibited. People were put into concentration camps due to their political beliefs, due to their religion, due to their gender orientation, and so on. So that is always something we need to consider when we classify, that we need to avoid any type of discrimination. It should be used to promote inclusion and to promote services and supports. So when we now talk about health and classification of diseases, we can go from the pathology. So the physiopathology of any health condition starts at the cell level. We have some impact, can be a virus, can be a toxin, can be pollution, what it is, acts on the cell. This will act on the tissue that the cell is composing, and then it affects organs, and so on, until we have a lot of information that we can capture, or from blood results or test results or physical exam, physical observations, and we come up with a diagnosis, what is going on there. And then, if we are lucky, we have a therapy that will act on that cellular mechanism and eliminate all these aspects, and we deliver health. That is the concept how we all were trained if we are trained in health professions. You need to understand the origin of diseases, you need to have a good understanding of physiopathology, you need to have a good understanding of clinical skills and recognize and make diagnoses. And then if you do all that, you will be able to identify the right therapy and hopefully cure the patient. So the diagnoses are used for statistics of morbidity and mortality. That's usually what policymakers like about that. It gives them data about how many people are sick with a certain condition or how many people died of a certain condition, and we all lived through the pandemic with COVID and always saw the numbers of deaths, the numbers of people affected and so on. That's a practical explanation. But what happens if you don't have a therapy? And let's say you were born with a certain condition that already makes cells functioning differently and an organ differently. And when you have that, we usually call it a disability. So many of the disabilities are actually seen like diagnosis. So autism spectrum disorder is considered a diagnosis. Cerebral palsy is a diagnosis. Down syndrome is a diagnosis. But in fact, they are very different from traditional diagnosis and acute healthcare. They are conditions with which people are born. They are part of the person. And just because we cannot eliminate them or cure them, we call them a disability. So we need to understand more than just the elements that make the diagnosis and fulfill these criteria of what we call these different disabilities. And I was reminded of this famous old tale that I read, comes from India, of the blind experts, blind philosophers trying to understand what animal they are touching. And each has a different hypothesis. One touches the legs, the other the tail, the other the trunk or the teeth. And that's how I feel sometimes when we are so focused on diagnostic, as diagnosticians. If you focus on the diagnosis, we will have different diagnoses depending where you are, or you will have children with a whole list of diagnoses, and you saw the list of comorbidities in autism, for example, and I have many children that have not only autism on their diagnostic list, they have autism, they have ADHD, they have anxiety, they have obesity, they have a sleep disorder, they have a feeding disorder, they have a coordination disorder, and so on. So there's more to that. Often when we see, and that's the therapeutic danger of having just one perspective, is the saying that if your only tool is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. So depending where the parents take their child, the training of the therapist will determine what is the recommendation that they will receive. If it's a prescribing doctor, they will receive a medication. If it's a physio, they will receive physio. If it's an OT, they will receive OT. But does it really address all the issues of this child, all the issues of the family? Probably not. So classifying diseases is based on collecting signs and symptoms of what doesn't work. I will jump this a bit further. What it does, it is the basis of the main Bibles of descriptions of diagnosis that we use, the ICD and the DSM. So these are compilations of such categories that we define as diagnosis. Some people call this the damage model. There were authors in Rapp and Gorshad, they published a book called The Strengths Model, and they feel, well, this whole system is based on deficits, on what is not working, on what is missing, and therefore they call it the damage model. And everything that is being done is to correct damages that have happened. Here's an example of a person with one diagnosis, Evan. He has congenital club feet. This was a poster in an exhibition in a museum where the topic was discrimination and exclusion. And this poster had a list of words that represent his life. So he adores going to physical education classes. He stays out with his friends, he loves mountaineering, he enjoys the family celebrations, he has impaired mobility, but he's very determined, he climbs stairs, and he has club feet, and he's also a student, and he lives in Curacao. So these aspects is what we describe with functioning. So this is something in addition, and what describes how the person is actually living, and it's beyond what the diagnostic label will tell you. Even if you put a number of diagnoses here instead of just one, you will never describe what he is like and what he likes to do. 5 minutes then. can't believe it. So, when we discuss health, we have an old definition where health is an on-off sign. Or you're healthy or you're not. That's the old definition of 48, the complete physical, mental, social well-being. Nobody is like that. In 2011, a new definition came up that's more like a regulator, where you have functioning is the evidence of health. So they say the ability to adapt and self-manage in the face of adverse physical, mental, and social circumstances is what makes people function. And you need to describe that functioning in certain ways, and the ICF is a tool for that. Recently, Mickenbach and co-authors actually claimed that functioning should be the third indicator of health besides morbidity and mortality, because it's important to understand how people are actually living, not just the number of people that are sick or the number of people that have a disability or the number of people that died. I will jump some slides here. So in the ICF, we have a health condition, but we have also elements that describe that aspect of functioning. We have aspects of body functions and structures, we have activities that people do, we have participation, and we have the context in which they live, and there's a QR code of a book that describes it in much more detail. Now, this looks like the ICF, but we changed some of the words, and these are the F words. So fitness is the F word for body function and structures. And talking to somebody who is not a professional about fitness is much easier than to ask about your body function and structures. Or talking about functioning in general is easier than to ask, okay, what are the activities? Or thinking about participation for a child usually includes other children. What about your friends? What do you like to do with your friends? The environment I just mentioned is family. What do you do with your family? Who helps you in the family? Who is supportive? And personal factors, what do you like to do for fun? And then there was one word added that is not part of the ICF, that is future. And we talked about the life cycle approach and the importance of having a perspective towards the future. You can also turn this around and start with the words that are on the top now, that is fun and family, probably the most important to start conversation with a child. And any of these elements allows the conversation to have with families and children directly without medical drama. What I want to show with this slide is there's a significant difference between working in acute care, regardless of what therapy or profession you do, and what you are doing in developmental care or early intervention. In developmental care, the patients need to be active, need to be empowered. And I love how this division here is called for empowerment of people with disabilities. So they need to be empowered to indicate what is important for them, what they need. And they need to be accompanied by a team that listens to them, that follows them, but is not prescribing what they have to do. And as I have just some minutes left, I will jump the slides and jump to a video that I hope will work, that summarizes a lot of what I said and what I was planning to say. Oh, I will not jump this part here. So this is something I wanted to just point out. In Ontario, we have a policy now for children with disabilities called Smart Start Hubs, where people can access services, and these Smart Start Hubs use the efforts and the strengths-based approach for their entry. And they use a tool called About My Child that will allow families to describe the strengths of their child, but also describe the concerns that they might have about the child. and it is used also in access and equity inquiry that assesses how easy is it for family to participate in these activities. Similarly, in Australia, the National Framework for Assessing Children's Functional Strengths and Support Needs has identified functioning as a main aspect and cites the efforts as an example how it can be implemented. And if you could play this video, please. I apologize of not making the time with all the slides that I had.
Imagine seeing the same world we have always seen and known, but now through a different perspective. One where disability isn't defined by limits, but by lives being lived. One where the question isn't what needs fixing, but what's already unfolding. One where children with child onset developmental concerns and disabilities aren't asked, what's missing, but what's next? Let's not revisit the past, but imagine the future. A future where we shift our focus from fixing to supporting, from alone to together. So we ask, what now?
Scene 1. Expanded ideas about health.
Health has often been imagined as a light switch, either on or off. But real health lives in the everyday, in how we move, connect, and take part. The framework of the World Health Organization's International Classification of Functioning, Disability, and Health, or ICF for short, teaches us that functioning is shaped by the world we build. So let's stop asking what's wrong and start asking what are your strengths and what makes participation for you possible.
Celebrate strengths. Scene 2. Focus on development.
Children don't grow by meeting service providers, checkboxes, and milestones. They grow by living. The F words for child development, a way to bring the ICF ideas to life, give us language for the things that really shape development: fun, friendships, family, fitness, functioning, and future. These are the rhythms of real life. These aren't distractions from progress, they are progress. Let's stop asking kids to catch up, and let's empower and enable them to live their lives fully.
Promote development. Scene 3. Parents and family, the essential environment in which children grow up.
Families aren't just part of the journey, they are the journey. Every hour, every appointment, every quiet night. Professionals don't, or at least shouldn't, tell families what to do. We walk beside them and offer guidance. When families lead, care becomes deeper and more whole. Supporting families starts with recognizing the wisdom they carry. We must move from telling to listening, from directing to partnering.
Put family at the center. Scene 4. Parenting is a dance.
Parenting isn't about fixing what's missing. It's about discovering who your child is. Every child brings their own rhythm to the world, and even twins dance to different beats. Parenting isn't about correcting or comparing. It's about tuning in, especially when a child's steps are uncertain or unconventional. Our role isn't to lead with instruction, but to guide and follow with attention. In this dance, progress isn't always linear. Sometimes it's a waltz, sometimes a wild spin, but it's always a shared movement toward connection.
Let the child lead the dance. Scene 5. Life course perspective.
Child onset disability doesn't end when childhood ends. It stretches across a lifetime, so our perspectives and planning must as well. What we believe about inclusion and belonging shapes the spaces we build. If we believe every child belongs, then we build a world where belonging is real.
Foster being, becoming, belonging.
Celebrate strengths. Promote development. Put family in the center. Let the child lead the dance. Foster being, becoming, and belonging.
Anand sir, for such an insightful and enriching keynote. Your session has beautifully highlighted the importance of collaboration, participation and family engagement in early intervention. Now I request moderator sir to conclude the session and then we can head towards question and answer round.
Thank you, sir. Making it so crisp, practical, and as I said, it is one of the landmarks of thought process change which was brought from disability to strength and functionality. I congratulate you once again. The house is open for questions.
Invite any two questions.
Thank you for enlightening us. And developed across the world, including Western countries, in particular USA and Europe. That is about regenerative medicine, and that basically focuses on whatever your body has. It has power of healing your body, but it has not come to, at least in India, in practice. I don't know what is the status in Western countries, particularly USA and Europe. Maybe some of the papers are there. FDA has approved some therapies. But could you throw some light on regenerative medicine, particularly making daily lives easier for persons with special abilities? Thank you.
So, thank you very much. It's a challenging question which I don't have a lot of expertise. If I understood correctly, regenerative therapies that you're considering is that regenerate some damage that has been done in the past. And there is at least some research in cerebral palsy where stem cell therapy is used now from umbilical cord cells that has been gathered, that is research done in Australia and I think Duke University in the US. And the initial results of that are promising. I think even if they are promising and even if you can reduce spasticity, for example, with a treatment like that, you still need to, or I would still suggest to embed these approaches of involving the family, involving the child, and all these principles continue to be important. Yes?
Hello. Up to what stage during these stages of early intervention this neurodegenerative diseases can be predicted? Any research data or actual data? Can we predict neurodegenerative diseases at this stage of early intervention?
Depends on the disease. So you have some neurodegenerative diseases that you pick up early on if you know the genes and you identify it early with genetic assessments. For others, it takes years. I had a nephew myself that I tried to figure out what his neurodegenerative condition was, and it took 14 years. And then after we found out what it is, he passed away, unfortunately. So it can be a very long journey to understand. You can just observe the regression, you can observe the loss of abilities, but finding the reason and the genetic condition that causes that can take many, many years.
It is said that 10 to 20 years before the actual neurodegeneration starts, which can be predicted. But can we predict during the early intervention stage?
I think you can. You cannot predict. Well, I cannot predict anything. Yeah. But what you can observe in early intervention is if the child is regressing, which can be a clinical indicator of a neurodegenerative process. But then to identify what type of process that is can take 10, 20 years, or you might never find out.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. May I now request the moderator, sir?
Thank you so much, Dr. Olaf. It was a pleasure to meet you yesterday and learn about your wonderful work. And your presentation was fabulous because you described the damage model and you also spoke about the Nuremberg laws, which also speaks about the prejudice model, how damage is unfortunately looked at prejudice. And your work in classification has been so brilliant because you made people think that we need to think from another point of view rather than just a disease point of view. And I think the ICF is the way ahead, so congratulations for that. My question is, what next? Because all over the world we have people coming up with different models. Your model probably saddles everything because functionality is common to all models everywhere. What do you see as the future of this? Thank you.
Thank you. I think first of all, the future always starts now, and one situation that we have here is that there are many young students who hopefully will be trained differently than you and I were trained, and understand the importance of a strengths-based approach and understand the importance of engaging families in the work that they do. We were trained of making decisions on our own and prescribing something to the family and tell them that's what you have to do, and if you don't do that, it's your fault. And these are things that I think newer generations will learn early on that this is not helpful, and this will lead to discrimination and it will lead to exclusion and is not respectful of people. So I think that's the first part. The second part then is to have policies that value this approach to work. So we heard about the importance of home visits. This is much more expensive than going to a center. But if you want to be family-centered and if you want to reach the families, you need to create the conditions that this will actually happen. So have that understanding at the policy side that this is actually beneficial for the child development, for the structure of the family, for the stability of the family, for the mental health of the parents, and so on, is also important. And then the third part would be to really document this aspect of functioning in a systematic way where the ICF gives you the tools and the numbers and the codes, but I think that is the last step that needs to be done. And some people try to start with that step because it's easy to tick boxes and to fill out forms with numbers and codes, but it jumps all the other stages that are necessary to really change practice and to change how we work.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request the moderator, sir, to kindly felicitate the speaker with a token of appreciation. I now request Dr. Anil Raj Ojha, Assistant Professor of Patan Academy of Health Sciences, Nepal, to kindly felicitate our respected moderator.
Take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Mrs. Olaf. Thank you so much. She is there amongst the crowd. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Rita.
We now move to a prestigious UNICEF panel discussion on strengthening India's health system for early intervention, building inclusive systems for prevention, management and Viksit Bharat at 2047. This panel discussion focuses on policy integration, health system strengthening and intersectoral collaboration to ensure equitable access to early intervention services across India, aligned with the vision of Viksit Bharat at 2047. To start with, I invite our distinguished guest, Shri Tukaram Munde, IAS Secretary of Persons with Disability Welfare Department of Government of Maharashtra, an IIT Delhi alumnus and a veteran of the 1995 IAS batch. He is renowned for his transparent governance and his pivotal role in advancing disability inclusion and early intervention policies at the state level. Sir will be the chairperson of the session. Now to moderate today's panel, we have Dr. Vivek Singh, Health Specialist, UNICEF India. Sir, we request you to kindly, yes. May I invite our esteemed panelists to kindly take their places on the dais. Our first panelist is Dr. Sumita Ghosh, Resident Fellow, Health, Niti Aayog and former Additional Commissioner of Child Health, Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram, Adolescent Health from Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. We have Mr. Sanjay Singh on the dais, is Chief of Field Office, UNICEF Mumbai. Our next panelist is Dr. Sunanda K. Reddy, Chairperson, Honorary Care Nidhi Trust, New Delhi. We now invite Dr. Pramod, President of Developmental Foundation for Children. We are also pleased to invite Ms. Rivoli Sinha, entrepreneur, philanthropist and parent advocate. I now request Dr. Vivek Singh to bring our panel together and begin this interactive exchange.
Thank you and good afternoon. Panel right before the lunch or after the lunch, I would say before the lunch is still something in our favor, but we assure you, a lot of things that we wanted to convey through the panel today has already been said during the interventions by the esteemed dignitaries in the inaugural and two very good sessions after that. So we'll try and see if we can do justice to how we had originally thought, but in 30-40 minutes. So at the outset, there are three critical things that I pick when I begin this esteemed panel from the interventions during the inauguration today. And the first one that I pick is on the two very powerful conventions, the most widely ratified legal documents that were referred also by Sharma sir, which is that when India became a signatory of the Convention of the Rights of the Child, which gives equal rights to every child, including a child with special abilities, disabilities. Then comes in 2007, as was told in the morning, when India ratified the Conventions of the Rights of the Persons with Disabilities, then it further qualifies and classifies how those rights, which are already enshrined in constitutions of many member states, including India, then can be enjoyed fully by a child, whether it has special abilities, disability, or normative child. And then comes in our own UNICEF strategy for children with disabilities, which says, and which was also repeated in the morning, including our chair, Tukaram Munde ji, that families and communities need to be at the center. And I think that was also highlighted in the last video that we saw from Professor Ullah. Now, a quick objective of how we were thinking of messaging through this panel and how we set up. And that is where I want to pick the slide from Shri Sharma ji in the morning, of the different convergences that need to take place. So while there is government, and as we would have seen in the slide, acknowledging that government is responsible for taking the social development to masses, to everybody, and then other stakeholders align. So in this panel, what you would see is we have the government, then we thought the other stakeholder groups, which is the businesses, which have a lot of corporate social responsibility today, and they can also mobilize human capital. I was told, I was interacting with one of our esteemed panelists, they employ around 3 lakh people in their business, and I'm meeting them for the first time. Then we have the civil society, our esteemed panelist, I'll come to that. Civil society, like the academic institutions, the INGOs, the others, and of course then comes the international development partners that can bring in global best practices and what's happening across the globe for cross-learning. So with that, I'll quickly introduce our esteemed chair, has already been introduced, so I'll just go directly to the panels. Dr. Pramod leads a foundation called the Divi's Foundation for Gifted Children, and the foundation works for children with disabilities, and especially in trying to see how public systems can be strengthened for early intervention, and that is why we are a partner. And DFGC, I believe, also is a partner with NIEPID. And in fact, we followed a partnership after we learned from our Hyderabad office. So all thanks to NIEPID that we are also now partnering with them. Then we have Dr. Suranda Reddy ma'am, who's very well known for her work in this area, and she also runs a civil society organization in Delhi for the children living in the peri-urban areas and slums, and that is where most of her day-to-day experience also comes from. Welcome to the panel, ma'am. We have Dr. Sumita Ghosh ma'am, who was the Commissioner for Child Health in India for a very long time, and after superannuation is now part of the Niti Aayog health team, and is also looking at some of the ECD interventions. And while she was at the ministry, she led the RBSK program, and ECD, early childhood development, the re-ignition of the focus in the country was in her tenure. Welcome ma'am to the panel. And then we have Mr. Sanjay Singh, who was in the audience in the morning for the inaugural plenary, who is the Chief of Field Office of the 13 field offices, the one that we have in Maharashtra. Welcome, Sanjay. And then we have Ms. Rivoli Sinha, who's a business entrepreneur, who's a philanthropist, but more so, most importantly today, she sits today as the lived experience, the mother who has walked the journey with her child who has cerebral palsy, and a very bright child. And as we speak and do this panel, the boy was actually moderating a 3-hour, he was the master of ceremony for a 3-hour function at another location recently. So welcome, and thank you, Rivoli, actually for agreeing to share her experiences. So with that, I'm just passing it on to a chair for the opening remarks, and then we'll begin the interventions.
Thank you. For paucity of time, I will not dwell much on the topic because the experts are here from different fields. What I want to say is this much only: partnership for early intervention, whether government, private, public, private, or within the government with different agencies, is the key for any intervention to be successful. We need this intervention across sectors, as we need interventions for different disabilities and cross disabilities in the sector itself. So I would like to hear how to strengthen the health system from the perspective of disabilities and policy interventions point of view, so that we can make it much more robust, much more functional, and much more outcome oriented, rather than just some other intervention which can be excellence in island. We don't want that. We want something which will lead to outcomes and betterment of the society. So over to you. Thank you.
So that's a very clear ask to the panel, and we'll try to do justice to this in the time, and that should also help, as you had said, that Maharashtra is drafting its own policy on early intervention. So if the panelists have interventions, that can also support that. Let me come straight to Dr. Sumita Ghosh ma'am, because we were to begin about the systems, health systems. Ma'am, you had experience leading the RBSK program, and I remember there was an exercise on Palan Hazar when you started initiatives to reimagine our focus on the early childhood development. So RBSK was conceptualized as a mass platform to screen kids up to 18 years for the 4Ds, the diseases, deficiencies, defects, and developmental delays and other things. So with DEICs as the referral point, what are the essential reforms you have seen it slow mostly that every district is supposed to have a DEIC? And then we saw that the CDEICs of the department today, they have now reached 28. So what are the kind of reforms that you have seen the program so closely that can lead to some systemic change, moving from this episodic screening to assured early interventions?
Let me start those who have no idea or very little idea of RBSK in the audience. It is one of a major program which is directed as say 0 to 18-year-old child, where mobile health teams having doctors, nurses and assistant. They go from 0 to 6 years children, for them they go twice a year to the Anganwadi centers, as well as for school children, up to 18 years they go to schools once a year. So this program, it's a massive, if you can really imagine the scale of the program, where they are supposed to cover 31% of the country's population. So that scale is a real challenge. A lot of phenomenal activities has happened, lot of resources have gone, human resources, finances, but still, as we see, there are serious challenges, because first thing I will say, how to improve the quality of the screening. They are supposed to screen 32 conditions, including intellectual deficiencies, and they have just maybe 3 to 5 minutes per child. So that, the program has grown in length and breadth, but it has not penetrated the depth of it. That is the major challenge, because how to screen for 32 conditions of diseases, deficiencies, delays, and what is the fourth D? Diseases, deficiencies, delays, and defects, birth defects. So basically, what has happened, the major obvious things have been detected, so that has happened, and their task is to screen these children and send them for secondary or tertiary care. So secondary care, of course, oral health, anemia problems, deficiencies, these have happened, increased, and the tertiary care, like any congenital problem for major obvious disabilities, that have been done. But which is concerned here, the intellectual deficiencies or the learning defects or the developmental delays, the capacity and the time constraint, so that has not majorly happened. So that is the strengthening what is needed. And I'm very happy to be a part of this dialogue, where the perspective of seeing disability from not from the angle of rehabilitation but early detection, that is going to be a game changer, because we have to strengthen, we have to collaborate. DEICs are there in each district. They are supposed to be one DEIC, which are specialized centers having speech therapists, having occupational therapists, having pediatrician, having clinical psychologists. So these kind of specialties, so that has not happened because the capacity is not there in the system to have in each district. So these challenges have remained, the quality challenges have remained. Another issue is I will say the accountability mechanism. The screening happens. Whatever screening, it does happen there, but their follow-up, their ultimate outcome-based accountability, that system has not been developed properly. So we have to do that, and we can, today's discussions, the two big lectures, we have as a policy thinker, it has turned us upside down, because so much of advances, so much of specific interventions in Dr. Gulati's lecture, then family-centered care. So all these things, incorporating in RBSK, the major program for early detection, that will remain a challenge, and collaboration between various organizations which are involved, like education. Education plays a very big part in, customized education for intellectual deficiency. So that NEP has said that 2020 NEP National Education Policy has said, policy level it is there, that it has to be inclusive, they cannot be discriminated, it has to be integrated. But the modalities, how they can be done, the capacity of the teachers. So all these things remain challenges. We have to connect the dots, even between ministries. So much of information gap. Like in RBSK, there is one very significant thing is newborn screening, which happens when the facility. So that things are happening, but a lot of information gaps and a lot of implementation gaps are there. Parents are not involved, teachers are somewhere left behind. So these, I think, are the major challenges which we have.
Thank you, ma'am. And because it was mentioned in the morning, India has done remarkably well in reducing the child mortality, and every district got a nursery for the sick newborns, which is called the sick newborn intensive care units, and that has remarkably reduced the newborn mortality. But every district was also supposed to have a functional DEIC. India has more than 750 SNCUs, but the functional DEIC should also match pace. So the new mantra of the health ministry is DEIC is the new SNCU, which means the energy that we had put in the SNCUs, we should now put in DEICs. I see one immediate scope for convergences. I was looking at the 28 CDEICs that we have in the ministry. That should converge with the DEIC. Yeah. So wherever we can do this kind of convergence.
The rehabilitative centers, they can, more or less similar structure. So they should all talk to each other and increase the strength. I say that there are around less than 400 DEICs, but that, even them, many of them functionally, many of them cannot have, work, because a lot of staffing problems are there. So if we pull our resources together, then it will be wonderful. It will be wonderful.
Thank you, ma'am. We hear you, and I just want to caution all the panelists that for the second round of questions, please put together your thoughts that what practical one intervention combining all the questions that we had, which will be useful for a state early intervention policy or a nationwide intervention. So second time when I come back, you can have one consolidated response to the interventions that you have thought. I would now want to go to Dr. Sunanda ma'am. Ma'am, from your multiple decades of experience, now let's come to the families. We have heard about the systems and the EIC and since morning, the role for families. What are the major barriers that despite these institutional mechanisms, systems being in place, what are the major barriers that families face in accessing these services, and how can that be improved for early interventions?
I think we've listened to a lot of speakers, in fact, covering the barriers and starting even here. I would say that these barriers happen across a continuum, and these challenges are not just one-off. So if you look at the life coach approach, we need to look at the barriers also in the life coach approach. And for me, dealing with this continuum would be looking at early child development. Early intervention in the framework of early child development, because the challenges occur in many spheres: health, education, nutrition, social security. So how does one deal with it? And there I think it may appear that I'm repeating what Professor Olaf said, maybe because we had a common mentor. And I would say that moving to functioning would be very, very important when we are talking about overcoming the barriers. So it's coming back to the barriers. The barriers could be, for me to begin with, is informational barrier, the attitudinal barrier. Unless we break out of this, I think across the stakeholders, from the parents, the families, the health providers, in the community, in the hospital settings, that is a very crucial one. There are a lot of other barriers, particularly for somebody like me working in a poor community setting, peri-urban slums. The socio-economic status indicators and the poverty correlates are too many. And the scale which ma'am mentions, somewhere despite DEICs being there, existing, and now CDICs, why do parents don't reach there for early identification? Is because lack of awareness. And we may have any number of schemes, sometimes they don't even know how to access the disability certificate. But I'm specifically talking about the disability component of DEECs also. And when we have a whole team of 9 in each of the DEIC, we are only looking at the technicalities per speciality of discipline. We are looking at the disease and diagnostic categories. If we looked at functioning, in fact, we would go much beyond. And there I feel the key care provider is the mother. And the mother needs the family support. So if we're looking at family-centered services, we can have a very early start. But with respect to policy, the barriers are even more attitudinal, financial, and now of course there are a lot more barriers which people are talking about, which can be circumvented for diagnostics, for treatment, for management, like Shefali was mentioning today. But the scale is tremendous, and not all places have the kind of a funding that AIMS has. And you need a lot of convergence across disciplines. The intersectoral coordination not being there is a big barrier. And I would say that people are not speaking across disciplines, like even we are talking here in terms of health or rehabilitation. But I can just anecdotally say that when we're looking at a whole child coming to me with disability, the child doesn't come with a diagnosis written on the forehead. So I look at the child, how is the child functioning? And there, if I see a child with malnutrition, very weak, and the child is dealing with the triple whammy of disability, poverty and malnutrition, then if it's a girl child, it's even worse, the gender. We need to look at all these as barriers. If we are not looking at the social determinants of health and social determinants of disabilities, then we cannot reach the scale, and it's important to look through the lens of equity. Not looking at the lens through the lens of equity is in itself a big barrier, because we may be making many programs to be implemented in DEECs. We may be having some schemes which government is releasing and not accessing. I know many parents in the community who have problems accessing the disability certificate. So somewhere working together in the community, I think that is very crucial, and if we are not all in it together, that for me is the biggest barrier. Despite the technology, there may be a lot of developments in technology happening. One is talking about bionic eye, one is talking about robots coming. But I would like to say that the children I see do not easily get spectacles for correction of their vision. There is no wheelchair for child. So if all the policy looks through these DEECs or the other centers, health and wellness centers, unless and until we can get care at the doorstep, which means the systems approach again. So I think one of the barriers is lack of strong health systems in India. So for me, all these, there are many more barriers. In fact, one has to just go online today. And for me, it was very surprising that suddenly when I was thinking of the 5 major barriers, which are generally attitudinal, informational, geographic, and lack of services and all. But then in the digital world, you look at what is the biggest barrier is lack of information. Now, if a mother doesn't know that she has to go to the nearby primary health center and there's nobody to deal with, then how are we talking about family-centered services when the mother herself needs a support? So there are a lot of social determinants also that actually act as barriers. I don't know if the time permits. We can go on, more on it.
Very useful, ma'am. 2 or 3 things very clear. And I like the fact that while we are talking of interoperability of IT systems in the age of AI, when I approached Dr. Shefali Gulati for a partnership and have a center of UNICEF at AIMS, she was surprised to know that we have been partnering with the pediatrics department for such a long time. And within the department, there was verticality there. So I hear you that we need to have interoperability of different social systems to come together. I hear the life course being said again, as was mentioned in the morning. But most importantly, I'm again quoting from the the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, nothing about us without us. So I think here the nothing about us where the agency of children cannot be directly represented is at least the families of children where it is possible. And raising awareness as much as possible, patient groups. So those are very good suggestions, ma'am. Thank you. And just reminding again everybody that second intervention will be a comprehensive and one last intervention. I want to come to Dr. Pramod now, who had actually, your foundation had pointed us to NIPPID, and you have a lot of experience working through philanthropy in this area. So, Dr. Pramod, from a philanthropic implementer's lens, which models of early intervention in your partnerships have both the impact and the realistically adaptable ability for the public systems? It could be from any of your partnerships.
So I'm basically a neonatologist who's practiced hardcore neonatology for 3 decades and got into this developmental space very recently. So I'm that way probably the youngest in this group. Before I go to that point, Dr. Vivek, I think the one thing that I have not seen in this sort of discussions, while all the experts have been talking about neurodevelopmental disorders, the fragmentation, and the need for convergence. As a neonatologist who's got into the developmental space, what I feel is that there is a great need for deciding on the limits of viability depending on the infrastructure of whether it's a private sector or a public sector. Because it's always a dilemma where it is a 25-weeker, 550 grams. What is going to be the long-term outcome in a particular setup? Because we don't have, I mean, probably it's a strong word, but definitely it's a very fragmented approach when it comes to the follow-up of these NICU graduates. And in the absence of that, is there a need for limits of viability based on the infrastructure of the place? Because that's going to be the number that we are going to see. If you're looking at the incidence of blindness, again, ROP is coming back because of smaller and smaller babies being born. So I feel that one, I think there is a great need to look at the limits of viability. And with regards to the scale of implementation, I think it has to be implemented at the routine care, you know, whether it is immunization, whether it is sick visit or a nutrition visit or to have that. So every touch point that the baby has, I think if there is the screening implemented, I know it's very easy to say, very difficult to practice, but unless the child has at every touch point that the assessment or screening is done, it's going to be very difficult. And then the frontline workers, if they are taught very simple ways and rather than being dependent on a highly qualified person, I think that would be of great success.
And those are very valid point raised. Just to summarize, in 76 years of partnership of UNICEF with Government of India for CRC, this is for the first time that our 5-year program has a partnership on inclusive ECD. And we have begun this partnership from the 5 southern states. What it essentially means is, if you look at the capacity of the frontline functionaries, they are capable of providing ECD guidance to normative child families. But the moment there is a child with special needs or disability, then their concept of nurturing care and disability starts to fade. I mean, there they have little confidence. So in this inclusive ECD, the approach is first, as was mentioned in the morning, life course. There are so many disabilities that can be prevented. And as Dr. Pramod said, now we get news that 600-gram baby sitting like a chicken in your palm has made it to life, has survived, is in the nursery, but will end up with a retinopathy of prematurity if your oxygen therapy goes wrong, or any other quality of care. And you have a guaranteed disability if there is no continuum of care beyond this nursery. When the child steps out, is the family ready? Are the functionaries ready? Are they ready to early intervene after detecting and sending it back to the loop to the secondary, tertiary? Valid points. With this now, I would like to go to Mr. Sanjay Singh, and I have my last word. I have decided in the panel. So I would like to go to Mr. Sanjay Singh, who is chief of one of the 13 field offices of UNICEF. That this first time ever we have seen an inclusive ECD as part of our program portfolio as one of the important ones, where you're representing the country rep and the UN resident coordinator in India. So what are some of the low-hanging fruits that you see that are there that can strengthen public systems for early intervention from a UNICEF's perspective?
I am not going to say anything new what has not been spoken, but I would like to focus on a couple of things. I think this entire discussion around that our focus has to shift from survival to more crime agenda encompasses everything, the SNCUs and DICs and importance of DIC. But let me also tell you, in a huge bureaucracy like ours, wherein we are catering to such a large population, I keep saying, and take example of DIC, never you will have everything in DIC, every people appointed in the DIC, and then you will start to work. And that's a design for failure. You will have to start from what you have. And I think Dr. Samir is here. We are trying to experiment something in Pune, DIC center, wherein we say that how can we work with the given infrastructure and resources and human resources that you have. And one of the things which we learned is that the focus is too much on different kind of therapies and doing different things and coordination, but it is also equally important, wherein many of the speakers have already highlighted, that parental engagement is a big thing. And Dr. Samir and his work has shown through outcomes and all of it, that the parental engagement is the thing, apart from all therapies and diagnosis and all of it. So how can you bring some of these examples to the forefront, which can be taken at a larger role? Instead of saying that these DIC have, we know for sure, we'll have to wait for years together, wherein we have all infrastructure, all people trained properly and functioning like a full-oiled machine. So that's one. I think as government and as policy direction, we have to do the budget analysis. And as I pointed in the morning, we did a budget analysis of 800 schemes in Maharashtra along with the planning department. There is with some 18 departments which have social sector schemes and all. And what is the budget allocation for disability? 1.5%. Too low. All these great things that we are talking about will require some kind of resources. So if the resources are not there, this is public, but then also more and more people like Divi's foundations and all are coming forward, so to plug the gap. But then the allocation has to increase and there could be no second thought about it. And my third point is around the existing governance structure has to focus on equity issues. And all of you have spoken about it, but imagine a child with disability in a peri-urban area or slum or a tribal area. So the level of vulnerability only increases. All the development indices for the tribal or urban poor is very bad. Health, nutrition, education, water and sanitation, everything. But imagine if you have a disability condition there, it only adds to the complication and all of it. And my final thing would be around partnership. We strongly believe in UNICEF that you can't do everything. And you shouldn't try doing everything. There are right partners in place. You should have that partnership. You have in India, you have organization like AIMS, Academic Excellence and all of it. We are partnering with AIMS in Nagpur to work on protocols of NCD, and we call NCD as a very silent epidemic. I was surprised that many doctors told me that I thought childhood asthma was something which only happens in adults and not in young children and all of it. So that's the level of it. So how do you, and somebody said just before this session that how do you take these teachings in your medical colleges, create center of excellence, give exposure to the young students on different ways of working and thinking and all of it. So these are some of the initial thoughts, Vivek, and I'll be brief and you can ask questions to the other panelists.
Sure, thank you very much. And I can only say that, like it is said in medical textbooks, epidemiology, which is sometimes the most important aspect about any condition or disease, is written in a paragraph, and we all say, okay, Epi will read in the end. Similarly, the guiding principles like disability and gender, we were reminded within the UNICEF family, guiding principles have always come at the end. So the chiefs and the health specialists should be sitting in disability events and should be working with boots on the ground instead of saying it is our guiding principle. So that hurt. Now my last word for a reason to Rivoli, of course, is we would like, Rivoli, that as a parent, and you're speaking on behalf of so many parents across the country, what is one thing you would want to see redesigned as you want to share some things from your journey that will help most of the parents in getting the appropriate support? One thing that you would want to be redesigned, and then I will begin the reverse order, one intervention and others can put on their thinking hat. And the second is, what is one message from you to all the policymakers you see who are sitting in the room that they can carry back to design the next generation of early intervention systems? So one thing based on your personal experience that you want to see changed immediately, and one thing which can impact the systems at scale.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me on this experienced panel. I'm just a simple mother. I would say I'm not speaking in position of a business owner or anything. Here as only as a mother. And I want to say that, parents generally also, parents don't know what to do. And when they have a normal child, they also figure it out through the journey. And when you have a special child, all of a sudden, everything you know is disrupted. For a minute, everything collapses. As a parent with a child with special needs or anything which is out of ordinary, just puts you in a separate category, and then everything from there onwards becomes a task. So I think to all the policymakers, I would say, I think knowledge is the key. Education, the knowing, like you do advertisements for such amazing things like you've done for polio or whatever. At government level for India, we have the youngest population. We are a thriving new world, power. But if we are not going to look after our children, then what's the point? Where are we going? And this is a reality. Earlier, we used to have very few cases, and they were, numbers were, undermining. It was like, okay, In today's time, in each building you will have people with disability. In each family you will have children with disability, and this is only growing. So I would urge, the authorities to, first of all, the awareness, because when I heard this word cerebral palsy, many doctors told me, oh, isko autism nahi hai. But that didn't solve my problem. And all of the statistics and a lot of data around how we can diagnose or whatever, as a mother, my goal or my motive is only to see my child get better. And that I feel, I'm coming from a privileged background, so of course I have resources to do a lot more. I can't even fathom what parents like me go through in a slum condition or a tribal condition or somewhere rural India. But problem point is the same and answer point is the same. They also only want to see the child get better. So functioning, when Professor Olaf spoke about functioning, I think that has to be the focal point, because that is all everybody wants, but just, of course you have to diagnose. So early detection is another thing, because so many things for my son. I started therapy with New Horizon Child Development Center, like you said, Dr. Sameer is here today. When my son was 11 months old, I had come from Delhi. I was doing occupational therapy throughout, but I had no data. I had a half-page report which said nothing, and the doctor there was a neurologist who said, "School क्यों भेजना है? School तो भेज हो जाएगा." That was the, a mother, from a mother's point of view, all you want is hope. What do I go from here? What next? Will he walk? Will he talk? Will he do this? And when I came to New Horizon, one thing which I really appreciate and like, because I know a lot of professionals do this, of course, multidisciplinary under one roof helped a lot. Because then I was not just going from a neuro to a ortho to a different doctors who told me what was wrong with, but not telling me what is the solution. What do I do to get it better? What do I do to make him better? That was one point, and the second point was they looked at overall. So they used to have a intervention where they used to speak to the parent also once a week. So I had to go in with a psychologist to talk, and sometimes it was about my own mental health. Sometimes it was about what problem I'm facing right now with my child. So every week it's different. When a child is growing, right now my problem point might be different, but next week it might be different because he's done something at school or he's had a complaint from someone. So the hand holding, I think, is what I take back as my biggest. They not only looked after my child, they taught me how to look after him. And in today's time, my biggest goal for him was, I'm not going to be alive forever, none of us are going to be, and he should be fine without me, because I'm here like a mother looking after, like a hawk on him, but that is not the goal. The goal should be that I'm here talking to an audience and he's moderating a show back at school. So this is the kind of confidence Dr. Sameer's center has instilled in my son, and I would hope that for each and every child who has a disability to thrive in whatever atmosphere, and they say that not labeled to enable, and he has truly enabled, and every child can do better is their slogan, and I think he has only done better, and his competition is not to any other child but to himself. So I would like to just say that those two things.
Very well said, and congratulations first of all for mastering that. We were at a CII event recently on the same topic, what businesses can do to support inclusive early childhood development, and there was the business owner of Lemon Tree Hotels, for those from India who know this. They have a policy for employing people with disabilities, and they had got a very bright colleague who was their catering manager, beverages manager, and was a Downs girl, 21 years old. Now imagine a 21 years old Down's child shattered in chains because of stigma and discrimination in a village, and a 21-year-old who's a beverage manager in Lemon Tree in Delhi. The only difference was this support to the parents. Early childhood development, which was inclusive. If a mother gets a child with Downs, does she get the capacity to treat that child in the formative years? Like James Heckman had said, that investment in early years will give us the biggest dividends as compared to the later life. So I think this is what inclusive ECD would mean. Thank you so much. Now just 1 minute intervention for each one of us, and we don't be the barrier between now and the lunch. So coming to you, Sanjay. It's already IT time. So, Sanjay, what are, in 1 minute, what are some of the things you would want that can be taken up for strengthening early intervention systems, both proximally Maharashtra is making its policy, but otherwise as well?
I just wanted to focus on one. If I had to just focus on one thing, that is how our governance structures, existing governance structures, can focus on equity agenda. And I'll give you just two quick examples. Municipal Corporation of Pimpri Chinchwad. India, everywhere you will have municipal corporation. Why is it that municipal corporation of one of them could demonstrate a state-of-art center wherein all 21 disabilities, as mentioned in our act, and all those things that you are saying in terms of personnel, in terms of training, in terms of having multidisciplinary intervention, in terms of follow-up, why is it happening in just one municipal corporation? So how can we learn some of these lessons and expand it to other? UNICEF is playing that role. We got in some 27 municipal commissioners across India, and there are some who have gone back and they want to replicate it. That's one. And the another example which comes to my mind is in remote tribal area. I was very impressed when I saw a Anganwadi worker sitting for a counseling session with a family, father, mother, the child, and the grandparents. 15 minutes of discussion and a counseling session. With that tool, she's able to identify if there are early delays. But she's doing it as a fun activity and not like something wherein you have to tick the box and so. So how do you pick up some of these examples and which is demonstrated in the system? It's not somebody outside the system is coming and doing it. It's the same system which is doing it, and how do you take it at scale? Thank you.
Very well. Coming to you, Sumita ma'am, your 1 minute intervention for the next level of early intervention systems.
I would say convergence, because the word has been spoken many times, human capital. That is the idea, concept for, future economy and, productivity. That is the concept World Bank gave. So, convergence, without convergence, the two main fundamental pillars, education and health. And what I think that it is coming away from the disease model of disability to the functional model of disability. So I think that convergence must come, and as custodian of people with disability, the Ministry of Social Justice, these three WCD, of course, for nutrition and empowerment, these dots, they should come together, and the Ayog is working on it. And if I am not very wrong, maybe in our next budget, this thing, something like that, where schools will take the onus of health to certain extent. So that convergence, the education, health and economy, this triad depend on each other, and especially in the early part, early health is a major thing, but slowly the other sectors have to come in and make the loop perfect. So if they all of us hold together, and so things will improve and functionality will improve, and we will not look at health, disease angle.
Thank you. And as ma'am speaks, I am reminded of Saksham Anganwadi, Divyang protocols for Anganwadis, then DEICs and health, and the department's own CDEICs. There is so much scope for convergence. Sunanda ma'am, over to you, please. Your 1 minute intervention. Everybody's here.
Thank you. So I think taking from where you started, convergence, and of course the equity lens, I would say that we need to look at working at the community level with all the capacity building of all care providers enhanced. For me, that is very crucial for convergence. And for instance, we are all talking in the health sector or rehab sector, but education. and if you're talking about early child development, how do we involve the Anganwadis? For me, the care providers require a lot of capacity building, and from early identification till how to digitally empower them to be able to deal with the health systems. Actually, the curriculum will be very, very diverse. And for me, I think the health system should look at this care provider training very carefully across diverse stakeholders, be it in the medical education level, at the undergraduation level, as well as look at all the intersectoral coordination today as we speak about all the recent advances. And that caregivers, when I say the care providers, does not exclude the parents, and caregivers, both the care provider organizations and the parents should work together. And as she mentioned, what they're looking for is hand-holding. That hand-holding is most crucial if we have to start working in the ICF framework, because it also means that we're not just looking at the child, but all the environmental factors and the contextual factors that affects the child's development. So a strong health system is very important, and for me, primary care is crucial if we're talking about universal health coverage. In this setting, I must say that having the Anganwadis link up to primary care centers is going to be a major step.
Very useful. Thank you. Over to you, Professor.
Yeah, so from philanthropy part of it, I think most of the philanthropy is always used for testing pilots and de-risking whatever new initiatives. But I think the strongest message from the panel here is about the convergence of, convergence across sectors. And I was reading about this conference just before I came, and there's the first time that UNICEF is participating in a NIPID conference, and I think this is a great beginning. To be positive, to end on a positive note, I think this is a great conference.
Thank you, sir. So, with such esteemed presence in the hall, I may be doing some injustice to the summary, but 2 or 3 points very clearly. The population, children especially, less than 18 years, we should look at early interventions as something that is lost, as we say in health economists, say that Dally's lost. When you see a child of 650 grams being saved, I'm not excited about that life saved today. I become apprehensive about what if we don't track, what if we don't follow the development journey. I think that is the narrative switch we need to immediately do as a country, as stakeholders, be it individuals or institutions in different sectors. And I hear the point that instead of pilots or keeping our expertise to ourselves, we align to the larger goal, which is very clear mandate to the government of reaching the masses. So even if we have a small portion to play, can we align to the government and see that larger goal? Can we be part of that larger goal? And then we can have that shared achievement feeling also. I think that was a very important point. And to summarize before I hand over to Chair, I hear that parents, nothing about us without us. For engaging parents and children wherever they can participate, because remember, we have also given this commitment of the rights to every child, that we will ensure as a nation that they get to participate in matters that affect their life. So survival, development and protection, but the fourth main group of rights given to children is participation. So we should include families and children in all that we do. With that, great thanks to all the panelists, and now handing over to our chair for the summary for the panel.
I think you have summarized and everybody is waiting for the lunch, so I will not be much as a barrier. I want to be barrier free, all of you. Just to contextualize it, the panel discussion was about strengthening India's health system for early intervention. As many times we say that elephant in the room. It looks like that the elephant in the room is there. Just we have to look at the elephant, the problem, and the solution is there. Just as Olad had actually mentioned functionality point of view, it changes context from disabilities to actually abilities and functions. Same way to make systems, health systems work, I think we need something that of 5F or 6F model converted into 5C or 4C model. First is, and the most important, compassion. We need to really look at this sector from compassionate point of view. Second, I think is need to look at it community-centric initiatives and interventions, health care and everything. Third, I think caregivers, whether it's a parent or a caregiver or somebody else, that needs to be looked at it. Convergence, of course, is there, and ultimately citizens are there. So if you look at these models, strategy, we can really work out our early intervention through health systems. Now coming to just one point, DEIC's functioning or human and child development functioning or somebody else is functioning, but those we are talking about tertiary level, and intervention is required at primary level. I think that is the gap we need to close. Easiest way to done, because I think Niti Ayog is working on it. RBSK model was there, was introduced when there were no systems of intervention at village level. Almost in each village now we have Asha, Anganwadi, Sevika, and in 3 or 4 or 5 villages we have health and wellness center. Can we think of doing with RBSK model and giving that responsibility to health and wellness centers and citizens? I think that can be a game changer. With it, I conclude and really thankful for your attention. Thank you.
On this, I would like to say, just yesterday, the Lancet Commission report has come on citizen-centric care. And when I say RBSK, I basically mean this community work in this thing. So RBSK has a community model, but again, the management and all, that is the DIC part. So with all the primary universal healthcare system which has come up with, and Lancet has praised it, that India has, gone very much ahead in primary healthcare. So that is the place, The DICs are, secondary centers are only for managing them when they are beyond certain stage. But primary thing has to be strengthened, and home is of course the first place.
Thank you, ma'am. A lot of foods for thought as we go for the food then. Thank you.
Thank you. We invite just 2 questions from audience. We are short on time, so.
Shall I shout out? Okay. Thank you. Just not much of a question, just an observation that, newborn screening is something that we have missed out in our conversation, and that needs to be strengthened. The awareness for it needs to come out, because the diagnosis for the many conditions, like Dr. Shefali Gulati spoke about, and I was going to talk about the primariness of the DEICs, but you have already spoken about it, and I think strengthening that, because the DEICs are extremely overworked. In Bangalore, there is just one DEIC with 1,000 families reaching it every day. I don't see how that is going to help children thrive. So yeah, just those 2. The NBS was one question as to how we are going to do it. Kerala has done it, but not the rest of the states.
About DEICs. DEICs, I think, are still very relevant. I'm not saying we can do away with them, because communities have a very limited capacity to reach out for higher work. But I think what the Canada's example of smart hubs can be there in the primary care level, health and wellness centers and Anganwadis. Each Anganwadi can become a smart hub, and these can actually coordinate with the DEICs. I feel that is something that can work at policy level. Thank you.
The second question.
Yes, if I may. I'm impressed with everything that has been said, and the concept of convergence is very convincing. And just listening to you discuss India's perspective and having 40% of the population under the age of 18, I wonder, have there been discussions of dedicating a whole ministry just for children, and that converges everything into one? Just
You do have
it, okay.
Thank you. I think other questions can be directly discussed with panel members in lunch break or through emails.
I think whatever the questions we can take up during the break, I'll answer that question and then we close.
Right, so that's a great question, and in fact on behalf of the Indian Academy of Pediatrics, we've published a paper in Indian Pediatrics which demands a separate consolidated ministry of childhood and adolescence, because right now all issues of children, whether they are health, education, disability, law, adoption, they're all across various other ministries, and in every ministry there is an adult component. So that's a bit of an adulterated problem, because the voter is the adult, the child is never the adult. So across all ministries, across all issues, the child's interests are compromised because the voter is never the child. So if you have a consolidated ministry for children and adolescents where all of this can converge by diktat, I think that would be very helpful, and we require the support of everybody for this mission. Thank you so much.
I think that's a great food for thought to have a separate ministry for child, but child needs are again spread across ministries. So there is always a dilemma whether to go for one or multiple functioning converging together. Even if you are saying that the child till 18 or say 18 or maybe you call 6 years of age, who to take care, whether it's Anganwadi Sevika for nutrition, education by the teacher or health worker, who has to take. So actually in India there is a model what we call 3-tier governance. We have national level governance, we have state level governance, we have district level governance. And district level we have local bodies what we call Jilla Panchayat or Municipal Corporation, either urban or rural we call it. Under that aegis of that local body governance, all the ministries work, and there is only one head at that point in time. So only need is what many of these things, most of these things that actually exist. The barriers are in their thought, barriers are there in execution, not the systems are not there. They need to talk to each other. I believe that when I was saying whether RBSK can be done away with, so when I say RBSK, basically that model has already moved to health and wellness center at the village level. Is there a need for RBSK team moving once in a year or twice in a year, rather that health and wellness center can do all the screening every month, and that can be taken care of and will be much more effective. The same way, child 0 to 6 years will have to be with the family, and then it has to be with the community and the village, and this workers, whether it's a health worker, wellness worker, Anganwadi worker or education, they will work towards this. Monitoring and accountability has to be built in it. We need those systems communication. I think that can be really game changer if we really make it happen at village level or cutting edge level rather than the state level or national level. So we don't need different ministry. What we need the all ministries to work in sync at the ground level. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's good to see lots of food for thought, but we can't ignore the food for body as well. Thank you so much, sir. And now we request you to felicitate our panelists. I request Dr. Varsha Gathu, former HOD, Special Education, Ali Yavar Jan National Institute of Speech and Hearing Disability, Mumbai, to come on the dais. Also, I call Shri P.S. Burde, President, Parivar Sahyadri State Federation of Parents, Maharashtra, to come and felicitate our panelists. I now request Dr. Samir Dalwai, Founder Director of New Horizon Child Development Center, to felicitate Shri Tukaram Munde Sir and Dr. Vivek. This brings us to the conclusion of the first half of the session. We now break for lunch. We request all the delegates to kindly reassemble in main hall A in 20 minutes due to shortage of the time. Lunch is arranged at the back side of this hall.
ऑफ कर देंगे ऑफ कर देंगे
do share photos later, so you can after the conference, after I can use my mobile because I'll be sharing the session. You can take a photo to me. That's fine.
Welcome back everyone. We now begin session 2 of day 1. This session focuses on environmental influences, neuroscience, learning difficulties and integrative approaches in early intervention. Our afternoon session starts with the topic air pollution and neurodevelopmental disorders. This session highlights how environmental risk factors like air pollution can impact brain development and mental health, emphasizing the need for preventive and policy level interventions. Mr. Vinit Singhal, sir, please join us on stage as a moderator. He is the Director of Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, Government of India. We now welcome Dr. Meena Chandra as the speaker of our session. Okay, I would request Anil Raj Ahuja sir to come on the dais as our second moderator. I also welcome Dr. Meena Chandra as the speaker of our session. Dr. Meena Chandra is Professor and Head of the Department of Psychiatry at Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia Hospital, New Delhi, which is also a Center of Excellence in Mental Health. She has extensive experience in psychiatry, neurodevelopmental disorders, and public mental health, and has contributed significantly to research and clinical practice at the national level. Now I request the respected moderators to kindly take over the proceedings.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. I welcome all of you to this post-lunch session. It's a very interesting session. Let's forget that we are drowsy. So, air pollution and its effect on the neurodevelopmental disorders. A very, very interesting, very contemporary topic, a matter of great research, and some of the facts which I was going through, that let us say if carbon monoxide, like pollutants, one of the pollutants is carbon monoxide or many nitrogenous compounds. So the pollutants, they affect the neurodevelopmental activities in a big way. Like if 1% increase is there in the carbon monoxide level, so the problem solving skill of a child reduces by 3%. This is kind of research which we have been seeing here and there in bits and pieces. Similarly, I was just discussing with Madam Dr. Meena Chandra Madam that if child is going to school by walk or going by bus, so the level of pollution exposure is different. It's very interesting, but it's very serious too. And very rightly so, organizers have planned this topic in this early intervention conference. First of all, I welcome my moderator, Dr. Anil Raj sir, and Madam Dr. Meena Chandra Madam. Our expert of this panel, Dr. Meena Chandra Madam, needs no introduction. She is a luminary in the field of psychiatry. Madam is HOD in the Department of Psychiatry in Ram Manohar Lohia Hospital, a passionate researcher, and She is working in the air pollution with IIT Delhi in close coordination. Our Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Central Pollution Control Board, they have a center, National Center for Air Pollution, NCAP in IIT Delhi. And Madam is partnering with them to study the disability and the effect of air pollution on the disability. Besides, Madam is also a very good collaborator in research. She is working on dementia and use of AI tools in dementia and other things. So today it's a privilege, Madam, to see you here at this. And before I hand over, I request my colleague Dr. Amir to please say a few words before we request Madam to please take over and discuss about the effect of air pollution first.
Thank you, sir. So, good afternoon, everyone. As all of us know, these days, like neurodevelopmental disorder is on the rise. And what is the rise in this prevalence of neurodevelopmental disorder is yet to be known. So I think it's a genetic and the environmental thing. I think it's both factors can affect the neurodevelopmental outcome. And in this context, I think the air pollution, what we face in our daily life, can have an impact on the neurodevelopment of a child. So there is also all visual and auditory processes, environmental exposure. So in this context, I think Dr. Meena Chandra will definitely highlight the Dr. Meena.
Thank you so much, sirs, the chairpersons, Dr. Singhal, Mr. Singhal and Dr. Ahuja. Many thanks to Dr. Ramkumar and the NIPIT team for inviting me for this conference, and many thanks to DPWD, Mr. Rajiv Sharma sir, and again Mr. Singhal sir for involving me in disability rights and disability documents. I'm talking about air pollution and I'm talking about air pollution and neurodevelopmental disorders. When autism was first described by Leo Kanner, he thought that, children of his PhD, female candidates they had, and they said he attributed it to frigid mothers, right? So people who go back to history can remember that. But in the past 2 decades, the prevalence of autism globally has risen by, can you imagine the figure? Only thing, it has not been studied systematically, and I'll be presenting the state of evidence as it exists today from all over the world. So keep your minds open that it is not just genetics, it is not just intrauterine exposure to infections, it is also something in our environment which is condemning children to a life of disability. And not just autism, but also ID and ASD and ADHD. So I'll be covering about what is air pollution, what are neurodevelopmental disorders, what is the linkage, why early intervention, what can be our policy frameworks with global approaches and recommendations. So it's a very actionable kind of presentation. It is not just a theoretical presentation. So air pollution is any harmful substance which negatively impacts health and environment, right? Any harmful substance in the air. And by now we know particulate matter 10, it penetrates deep into the lung, it has systemic effects, and these originate from combustion, traffic, dust, and also from industrial sources. Nitrogen oxide species, again respiratory inflammation and vascular effects coming also from power plants and vehicles. Sulfur dioxide, we know in terms of respiratory effects, bronchospasm and asthma coming from oil burning, coal, and we are phasing out coal plants. Then ozone, which is supposed to be an airway irritant, but right now my PhD scholar at IIT Delhi is working on the impact of ground level ozone, which is a secondary air pollutant. And we have come up with some very interesting findings. Heavy metals, a lot of them. Lead, we know, painters, anemia. That is people even in the rural areas, even in the pristine tribal areas, in the hills, 100% is exposed more than that. It is only the bad case scenarios are highlighted, but we also are using a lot of biomass fuel, burning, cow dung burning, wood burning. 10 Indian cities are attributed to air pollution directly. A lot of them are indirect also, right? We have 186 air pollution deaths per lakh population. These are huge numbers. And these statistics are not just urban and national exposure, and it also gives some amount of rural exposure. And we have a range of pollutant sources from crop stubble burning in North India, then traffic, industries, biomass burning. The urban hotspots like Delhi and NCR are affected not just by the air pollutants which arise from within Delhi, but also from surrounding crop fields where they are doing stubble burning. So the major air pollutants in India are PM2.5, PM10, nitrogen oxide species and sulfur dioxide, and I have given the primary sources. Neurodevelopmental disorder should not be looking only into the disease cases, but looking into the spectrum of normal children who are showing delayed milestones. So this was a review that I authored with my co-author Sri Harsha Kota from NCAM IIT Delhi, and also Anna Woodin, who is a leading researcher from Sweden, who works on cohorts, who has worked on Betula cohort. And the impact of air pollutants on cognitive impairment is across life course. Most pronounced in the extremes of ages, amongst infants and children, and also in the elderly. But in the adults, because of compensatory mechanisms, a lot of deficits are not apparent. So there are studies which have studied, which have researched the exposure to the mother during gestation, prenatal exposure, and the impact on children. I'll be presenting some of them very briefly. So Guksen et al. In 2018, he looked into nearly 9,500 children from multiple cohorts in Europe, and of which right inhibitory control. And we see a lot of that in urban children, right? A lot of impulsivity in urban children without a diagnosis. Just an impulsivity as a symptom. Loss of inhibitory control, frontal inhibitory control, coming from PM exposures when the mother was pregnant. Kenyon et al. In USA, they studied children with autism spectrum disorder and found that when children were, the mothers were exposed to a range of pollutants, there was impaired cognitive performance, impaired adaptive functioning, and impairments in behavior amongst children with autism. So there are high functioning children with autism, and there were lower functioning children with autism. Zimian et al. In Italy, they had a Rome birth cohort, and they followed children up till 7 years, from birth till 7 years, found reduced verbal IQ and reduced verbal comprehension. So many times we say the child doesn't understand. The teachers might complain the child doesn't pay attention or he doesn't comprehend. So, and these children might be in the range of normalcy in terms of IQ, but they have subtle impairments. Then Calderon Garces et al. In Mexico, they did fabulous work way back in 2011 and 12, 15 years back. They did even autopsy samples, and they found diffuse neuroinflammation. In fact, the brain of the children were like brains of elderly. With the doctors in the audience would understand what we see in dementia, neurofibrillary tangles, amyloid plaques that we see in dementia, and all these are children who are having all those NFTs and dementias. And these are the children who also had deficit in vocabulary and dramatic exposure associated with lower IQ, lower verbal IQ. And in the US settings, these are underprivileged. So some of the lower performance is attributed to lower cognitive stimulation that these children achieve because they come from underprivileged neighborhoods. But it is also neurodevelopmental, right? There's reduction in white matter, slower information processing, and a lot of externalizing behavioral conditions, including conduct disorders. So we look into juvenile crimes in inner city areas, lack of inhibitory control, just reacting on the spot, rage, and the mother might have had high levels of polyaromatic hydrocarbon exposure. In India, Professor Mukesh Sharma in IIT Kanpur, he is working on polyaromatics. High polyaromatic exposure is also associated with reduced non-verbal reasoning. The psychologists in the crowd know about Raven's progressive matrices, right? So it is not just an IQ issue. Now there is a chemical known as isofuron, which is a marker for industrial pollution, and it has been found to be associated with lower performance on mathematics tasks. See, a lot of career pathways depend on our mathematical ability. And this study is from the ELSA study, nearly 7,000 children. Now one cannot discount these findings, which are about 7,000, 9,000 children. Then there are postnatal exposure studies, right, where the mother was not monitored, but postnatally the children have been monitored. And Sonia et al. In Barcelona, Spain, they looked into school children. Attention was inversely associated with traffic-related air pollution, lower reaction times. Then in Catalonia, Spain, they found walking to school amongst all the air pollution is associated with reduction in the developmental growth of working memory. So these children were lagging 1 to 2 years behind their peers. Conf et al. Again in Spain, they again found working memory difficulties. And another study from Lee et al. In USA, they found that direct concentration between organic hydrocarbons and learning disability SLPs, right? So a lot of exposures, adverse exposures, and adverse cognitive performance and disability amongst children. So by now we know that PM 2.5 is associated with lower IQ scores. NO2 exposure is associated with ASD and ADHD. Exposure is tied to delayed cognitive and language development amongst even normal children, so-called normal children. The evidence is emerging. We have to interpret cautiously because there could be multifactorial causation, including genetics, and still it is always feasible and advisable to consider exposure reduction. We can't change genes, but we can definitely reduce air pollution exposure. So the limitations of the current research, and this is a very stark limitation. Most of the work has come from higher income countries and upper and middle income countries, where air pollution is within the WHO range, advisory range. We have air pollution in many rich countries where the level of air pollution is not very high. It is high, but it's not very high. They are finding associations with neurodevelopmental disorders. Consider India. We might have more numbers of children with neurodevelopmental disorders attributed to air pollution. Conversely, as a scientist, I want to be optimistic. We may also have some resilience. But India has survived. India has survived. And thus, if you look into literature, even in 18th century, 19th century, if you look into British literature, North Indian plains always had dust. So have we adapted to high levels of air? So I'm not saying as scientists we have to be open-minded, but definitely we have not adapted so much because we are having high rates of ASD, ADHD that we are seeing the level which we were not seeing when like people of my generation were in college. If there was one ASD student one ASD patient, the professor used to call a bunch of MBBS and MD students, come see, ASD is come. And now every clinic, we have that every week. So, and that is the case load that we are seeing. And this case load, and I trained as a psychiatrist in Delhi, this case load was not there when I trained. So something is happening. So how does it, what is the pathophysiological mechanism? Maternal fetal exposures in pregnancy leads to systemic inflammation, including in CNS inflammation, oxidative stress, there is placental transfer and also reduced placental blood flow and fetal blood supply. There is disruption of the neural pathways while the notochord is developing and migrating. The developmental pediatricians will understand, and it is linked to consequent neurodevelopmental milestones. So by now we are having pathophysiological, pathogenic biomarkers for each stage of the mechanism. So why should we focus on early life interventions? It is a sensitive window. There is high vulnerability, but it is also a critical window for all kinds of development, and if we are able to target the growing brain from prenatal to age 3, and it is sensitive to influences, then we are able to give a protective umbrella. Right? Early protections shield the child from pollutants which may cross the placenta. So we can have improved developmental milestones with early therapies, the interventionists and psychologists and the alimentation, caregiver and worker education, and then neurodevelopmental support. These are the 4 pillars for early intervention for air pollution related. We can do prenatal and maternal exposure history in our busy OPDs. We can do the exposure history, we can chart it. We can also chart the environmental risk within the household, the indoor air pollution. We can also do a developmental surveillance, which our ASHA workers and well-being clinics can very well do if we give them a checklist. We can have community touch points, Anganwadi workers, primary healthcare staff, private school teachers, and give them defined referral pathways. If you identify, please send. And we do an assessment, we do interventions, and it can no longer sustain only as a tertiary care model without linkages to the community. So we have to have a linkage to the community. And in highly polluted areas, we can do early screening as mandatory. The global frameworks, we know WHO air quality guidelines, we have SDGs from UN. India has National Clean Air Program, which targets for city level reductions but not rural reductions. But for rural reductions, we have Ujjwala program for clean fuel, right? Other programs which can be harnessed are National Health Mission, Integrated Child Development Services, and also inclusive national education policy, where we can do cross-sectoral, work. So when we do the integration from health to education to health and environment, all 3 together, we can have interministerial coordination. Mr. Singhal is here. I would request him to consider this kind of coordination at the top level. In urban, we can do higher screening coverage. In rural, there are barriers and there is sparse monitoring data. So the rural area should also not get left behind because they are depending heavily on biomass fuels and hence get exposed. The systemic barriers are, one, data gaps. We do not have enough funded or non-funded research from India. We have limited resources for early intervention. There are challenges in coordination. Inequity is the name for India because we are so diverse. And these disparities, they worsen the neurodevelopmental outcomes, right? Funding constraints are always there, and infrastructure is weak for both monitoring and also for interventions. We should also have universal air quality standards like in Delhi. Cut off of vehicles for 10 years is there, but it's not in Mumbai. We should have universal standards, pollution monitoring near schools and residential areas, routine screening and targeted screening. And in policy, we should focus on systems and community and also about infrastructure investment If we focus on all the verticals, we'll be on the right track. Cross-sectoral strategies between environment, health, including prenatal screening is important. Public awareness campaigns are also important, and we have to link air quality with child health. And most of the data would be available. It is just that it has not been linked together. And policy is useless on the ground if we don't do training, if we don't do capacity building, if we don't have referral pathways. Those are important pillars. And monitoring and evaluation is not a one-time process. You have to continue to do it, both environmental monitoring and also child monitoring. Workforce capacity building at all levels is required, so it is a huge commitment. And community engagement is required, and I hope some NGOs and many NGOs take up the cause for environment and neurodevelopmental disorders. This is a case study where we found that if we have, defined targets for air pollution control, child outcomes, then we have some data to show that mitigation is possible and feasible. Closing is, we have to focus on child focus screening, prioritize pollution monitoring, invest in workforce training and capacity building, and have intersectoral task forces for local and national maps. We have to protect early brain development. It is very important. And that is where I end. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Meena, for your excellent talk. You have very clearly highlighted you did the literature review and showed how the environmental pollution affects different domains of child development, like cognitive difficulties, working memory, ADHD, even autism spectrum disorder. And I think it's whatever may be the cause of neurodevelopmental problem in the child. I think early intervention, early identification, and early intervention is a priority. And I think we have to devise policy in such a way that our environment gets less pollution, so that in the long run, the developmental outcome of our children will be better. Thank you so much for an excellent talk.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anil. And so one of the important point which Madam has highlighted is community engagement. And one of in the previous panel discussions also we have heard from one of our esteemed guests who was also happened to be a parent, that even a mother in the village does not know what to do if I have a situation like this. So all of us must have some kind of thought process here. We should see why we put together, we are putting our efforts the best, government is trying its best, civil society organizations are trying best, educational institutions and our primary, secondary, tertiary level mechanisms are active. Still we find there are gaps in the awareness among the society. For example, let us say a case of a unique disability identity card, which was also being discussed in the morning sessions. So the government of India started this scheme of giving a UDID card in 2017. First card was given in January 17. Today, if you ask in general, probably less than 50% of the children will have a UDID card. So the level of awareness in the community still needs to be filled, that gap needs to be filled. So very relevant point, madam, community engagement is as important as knowing about the research done and lot of work carried out in that. And probably with the passing of RPWD Act, when the structured focus has come from the government of India on the different mechanisms, tools, organizations, legal bodies, etc. So early intervention scheme was also initiated by the Ministry of Social Justice. So today we have 28 such early intervention centers in the country. In this, madam, I will also like to understand from you briefly how DEICs and CDICs can be clubbed or can be collaborated together in kind of hub and spoke model, so that CDIC can the CDICs which are run by the Department of Disability act as a hub or a referral kind of thing for DEICs.
Intervention centers, Army also has its own intervention centers, 28 such centers all over the country. We are having multiple centers in one area, and we have no center in many districts. So it's important that things get harmonized, and they also find vertical linkages, not just horizontal linkages, but also vertical linkages with tertiary care centers, including medical college and institutions.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am, for your thought-provoking session. Now we invite 2 questions from the audience.
Excuse me. Thank you so much, Professor Meena Chandra, for that amazing lecture and beautiful slides. I'm Samanmali Subrasena. I'm urban cities who are exposed to these pollutants. Also maybe having multiple other confounding factors like parents being busy, being with the screen time a lot, and parents not having time for nurturing environments in the home front. Have you all looked at those confounding factors? I also think this is just something, it's very thought-provoking, your lecture. I was also thinking maybe these parents of these children also may be having some impact of long-term exposure to these toxic products, and they also must be having some kind of low like milder forms of intellectual concerns which might have impacted their parenting skills as well. I don't know whether you all looked at those things, but maybe just thought-provoking, as I said, maybe we need to look at these things. And yeah, so
right, so in exclusion criteria, if the parents had some disability, they never entered, and then only the children, their difficulties are documented, and over 13 years, right, they have been documenting. And regarding other confounders which the child might have had, right, other exposures and all that, these have been taken care of by the metadata. Right. So these are well-designed studies. I hope we can do something like this in South.
That it's not being carried over.
Yeah. So these studies are part of other cohorts-based studies. So the genetics has been taken care of. So that's why it takes a lot of dollars to conduct these kind of studies, because these are huge studies. So they would be having, let's say, 70,000 parents. From that, they find 20,000 who are absolutely fine, their genetics are fine. From that, 10,000 parents are shortlisted, and some 8,000-9,000 live pregnancies would have happened, and those children would have been followed up, right?
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I think.
Yeah, I know it is shocking. See, when I got into air pollution research, and I'm a cognition researcher, double whammy factors. Let me, stir up the room. Could it be, stir up the room? Could it be fertilizers? Could be something which we call fertilizers. Could be something which we call EDCs, endocrine disruptor chemicals, which the pediatricians know about, early puberty and delayed puberty. Are they also playing a role? But without doubt, with my collaboration with IIT Delhi, by now we have had 2 PhD students who have successfully studied. It has.
If we could prioritize these kind of researches and maybe conversions even for funding, because I see most of the researchers are of air pollution have been into neurodiversity and this thing, but we see that even the vision and the speech thing are, because it's directly the lungs are affected. So whether we could do something about research in these areas also.
Yes,
yeah, I second it completely.
And I also thank this esteemed audience who have. Thank you, everyone. With this discussion comes to an end.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, our moderators. May I request Shri Vinit Singhal sir to kindly felicitate our speaker. Now I Parivar to kindly felicitate our moderators.
look at it. But now this is not a very, very progressive approach, because it is deferring action until the child is already failing in the classroom. Now this reactive stance misses crucial early intervention windows, leading to compounded academic and emotional disabilities. Now what happens is, when the child in the class is continuously failing, his self-esteem goes down, the teachers in the classroom think that he is of no use, and often suggest to the parent that I think you should take the child out of the school because he will not be able to meet the academic pressures of the school. The call is for a proactive approach, where we need to shift towards proactive strategies, identification at an early age to enable timely support which we can give to the child. And this is a paradigm shift. So early screening at the age of 4 to 6 will catch the at-risk children before he actually starts failing in the classroom. So the shift that we have, a shift in the trajectory, is you start prevention screening at the age of 3 and 5. Identify risks and ensure academic success, and provide tailored support. Now each child's tailored support for children with SLD, I'm sure it is with other disabilities as well, would be very different, and it will improve the long-term outcomes for students. So the shift to early identification will support from remedial to a preventive model. Remediation starts after the 4th standard. When the child is identified, then the parents and the teacher starts thinking, no, send him for remedial training. So early identification prevents academic and social emotional learning risks. So screening cuts later failures by 40 to 50%. Prevents secondary symptoms like low self-esteem, it could be anxiety, it could be refusal to go to school. Addresses difficulties before failure becomes a cycle. So I failed in the 2nd standard, somehow with this what's that called? Passing them till the 8th standard. So till then the cycle is going on. Builds resilience and reduces emotional distress. So there is shame, there's frustration, there's low self-concept. And identify the special ability of the child to learn. Helps teach children to reach their full potential and improve quality of life. Now these are early intervention processes which help children with special needs. It will also identify the special need which is required for the child. Whether the child requires occupational therapy, whether the child needs speech or language therapy, it will identify that. So a proactive approach will reduce the family stress as well and improve child's well-being. So early intervention changing the trajectory. The symptoms of children with SLD is like an iceberg. So above the water, what we see is that they are lazy, they are unmotivated, they are messy, handwritings are very poor. Whereas below the water, they have processing difficulties, they have speed issues, they have working memory issues, they have phonological processing gaps. So the hidden impact is the social emotional learning. A child with learning disability is very emotional. He may have meltdowns very often. So they often internalize their studies, like internal attribution. I'm no good, I'm stupid, I cannot do it. And this leads to anxiety and depression. So what we need to do is we need to demystify, explain how the child the child's brain works, we need to identify their islands of competence. What are you good at? Work that as a tool to help the child overcome all the weaknesses. And this will develop resilience. They will understand they are smart, but they learn differently. Learning disability. So, learning disability is a neurodevelopmental disorder affecting brain's ability to receive, to process or store information. So, children with learning disability, when they are in the class, and most of you must have observed that, the teacher asks a question, but the child is unable to answer. The teacher asks the child, somebody else the same question and asks the second question. This child after some time will get up and say, this is the answer. And the teacher gets frustrated, she yells at the child, what were you doing? We've already finished that. Now this is because the brain is processing the information slowly. The information which is going back and forth is taking time for the child, and which we as teachers do not recognize that. So the key types of learning disability are specific learning disability with impairment in reading, specific learning disability with impairment in writing, and specific learning disability with impairment in mathematics. What earlier used to be called dyslexia, dysgraphia, and dyscalculia. With the DSM-5, the terminology has changed. So the core deficits of a child with SLD involves phonological processing, where there's unable to associate between the letter and the sound, unable to blend, unable to segment. Working memory, I'm thinking like maths when I say 5 in the mind and 2 plus 3, how much is it? Processing speed, I gave you an example, taking time to process the information which is there. And executive functioning, planning, organizing, all these are functioning which children with SLD, they lack or it is impaired. As we all know, children with SLD are average or above average. The issue is a discrepancy or a lack of response to standard instructions. And difficulties are neurologically based and persistent, but are responsive to early intervention. So, when we have children for assessment for SLD, we ask since how many days, how many months, how many years have you been seeing this? So it is not due to poor instructions, poor eyesight, poor vision. So global and Indian prevalence estimates to 5 to 15% of school-aged children who are affected. I went to Baroda in a school where one teacher told me that in her school there are about 70 children who are having SLD. Now, if that school has, one school has 70 children, what about the other schools in the entire country? So, somewhere our representation of what SLD is and the prevalence also, we need to, researchers need to work upon it. So, many children remain under school. There's academic failure, there's low esteem, there's emotional and behavioral difficulties. And early screening and timely intervention, which are critical in reducing long-term negative effects. The areas of struggle, as we said, dyslexia, dysgraphia, and dyscalculia. So the problem, what we see is decoding. The child guesses words based on pictures, confuses B and D, reads saw as was. And then the avoidance is, I hate reading, I cannot read. Or when I'm reading, then I skip lines, or I change the words. The intervention, what we do is explicitly teach phonics, letter sound, rather than whole word memorization. And multisensory learning in sound or while saying the sound. So that is of course one example. But now since we're talking about early intervention, we talk about teaching phonics. If there was a child who was older, we would have talked about whole language approach. Assistive technologies and accommodations, we can have audio picks to keep vocabulary high while decoding catches up. Now, decoding, an example is, suppose a child has to read a word. For example, the word read. So it is R-E-A-D. The child will read R-E and has forgotten. He comes back again. R-E, the teacher prompts A, and then D is the and then D. So R-E-A-D, R-E-A, teacher has said, and the. So it becomes reader. This is how decoding problems arise. And the outcome, the future. We talk about early intervention. So attack new words with strategy rather than guessing. And the child will love to read stories, will learn and also become less learned helplessness. Miss, I can't do it. Miss, I'm tired. Miss, I can never do this. So this is learned helplessness. I cannot help it. The struggles in writing. The child shakes the hand after writing, grips the pencil too tight, and messy floating letters. This is a child, if you observe, would never want to write. We have to cajole the child to write at least a paragraph. And then my hands are paining, my pen is not working, my fingers are paining, all these excuses are there. And then the child breaks into a complex task when he writes. It's avoidance of writing totally. Now what we do when we do an intervention, give occupational therapy. If it is given at a very early age, most of the problems will go away. With us, what happens is when the child goes into the 8th standard, he starts failing. With no detention policy, he was passing. But now 8th standard, teachers have become very strict and the school wants him to be detained in the 7th standard. So grass motor exercises, you have to build shoulder stability, all those things are very important. Speech to text, allow the child to use the computer and type out whatever he wishes to write. Errors would be less, failure would be less. And endurance, the child can write for longer periods without pain. And writing becomes legible and the written work finally matches the child's actual intelligence level. A child told me that, Miss, my mind works faster than my hand can. He says, I think so fast, but when I start to write, my hands do not write at the same speed. And then you have dyscalculia. So, number sense cannot tell if 5 is bigger than 3 without counting on fingers. We are continuously struggling with concrete objects. And then manipulatives can be used, use physical books, use color coding for place values. Now this is where they have the problem. And the future is maths becomes visual and tangible. They grasp the concept rather than just memorize formulas. Indicators for screening. Identify the red flags. So, oral focus, language and motor skills, late talking as compared to their peers. They struggle to pronounce common words. Throughout, it will be aminal rather than animal. And you keep prompting. And they'll say, yes, but I'm saying that only. So rhyming struggle, unable to learn nursery rhymes, unable to distinguish between 2 words of the same sounds. Memory gaps, trouble learning the days of the week, alphabets, numbers in a sequence. Motor skills, difficulty in manipulating small objects, there's clumsiness. When they're zipping their jackets or opening buttons, you will see that clumsiness. At the primary grades, letter sound disconnect, cannot connect letters to their sound. For example, when I say A, B, C, K, unable to connect. Then guess words. So when I'm reading, if I see the picture, I make a guess. If I see a sound, I make any guess. Inconsistent spellings. So you spell a word correctly one day and forgets it the next day. So it is forgetting the word next day, but when they're reading, they read the word on one page. When they go on to the next page, it is already forgotten. They'll again come back that, is this, what is this? And the mother yells that, I just told you that. Maths concept is trouble associating number 5 with actual objects. It is one-to-one correspondence. When I say this is one object. This is 2, then this is 2 object. And total reliance on fingers. So when we go on to mental maths, I am unable to remember that. Keep that in the mind and add 5 plus 4. Handwriting avoidance, complains that a hand hurts, shakes out, grip pencils awkwardly. And the final is your mid-primary grades, which is grade 3 and 4, which now at this point of time in most schools, children are being identified at this age. So reading fluency. So reading is slow, they are hesitant in reading, they read without expression, it is more like a robotic reading. Writing discrepancy, high verbal intelligence, but will produce very short, simple or messy written work. Problems with maths, problems with numbered facts, problems with operation, problems with application. Behavioral changes would be there, but they would be acting out behaviors. So we cry for the sake of crying. And left-right confusion. So I'm wearing my left shoe in my right foot, and so on and so forth. So now from red flags to green lights, we need to move. So a child can't name letters. The old way was wait and see, they'll grow out of it. But the green light now would say, teach 1 letter a week, use sand, use clay, and use other techniques to teach the child. Child hates to hold pencil. An old way, which most of us say, is they're lazy, make them write lines, make them practice again and again. A green light would be occupational therapy. Straighten shoulder and 1 finger muscle first. And the child can't count. Counting in a sequence. So the old way would be they are trying hard enough. Whereas a green light would be that count physical blocks, start with concrete and move on to more abstract things. Provide window of opportunity. Screening, identifying the risk, not the disability. Emphasis should be on who is struggling, and intervention is the how. Provide the specific tool to fix that struggling. How do we help? So if I have to say, screening and intervention is like a net that we throw on the children, we throw to catch them. Whereas intervention is what we are trying to mend so that he doesn't fall from that net. Focus areas for screening, a standardized assessment is important. So key areas like pre-academic skills, adaptive behaviors, cognitive flexibility, use standardized tools to ensure a consistent and thorough evaluation. Natural environment. Prioritize your observation in natural settings, in the classroom, at home, in the playground, in the library, during lunchtime. So this will help you to identify real-time developmental gaps and see how a child functions in everyday context. Comprehensive approach combine formal tools with real-world observations, ensure a comprehensive evaluation. The intervention models that we can use is mediated learning. You tied intervention models abroad in UK and US, they are using this tied intervention model. It starts at a very early age and tier by tier they are doing it. The family-centered approach and the improved child outcomes. The response to intervention model is an excellent model which will prevent and help in early identification, particularly for reading disabilities, and it will strengthening the support system. Core foundational strategies can be taught, and then evidence-based interventions are very important, and Dr. Meena Chandra, she spoke about so many research, and we all know that how evidence-based practices are effective. So intervention strategies, again, multisensory instructions, direct and explicit instructions which can be given, and use of assistive technology is very important. Outcomes and implications. So AI-powered detection, so early screening combined with AI-powered detection will enable a timely intervention for children with SLD. Social emotional learning now is a very, very gray area, but is picking up, and a lot of people are working on social emotional learning of children. Implementing early screening and intervention strategies. Most important is do not label the child, just the level. Identify the level of help which is needed. Promote inclusivity. Together, these proactive strategies work to minimize future academic struggles and will build inclusive education systems. Screen everyone. Don't wait for people to come to you or those children who are loud and naughty, lazy and unmotivated. Screen everybody. Recommendations and future directions. Implement a universal screening tool to identify SLDs at a very early age. Develop individualized education intervention plans. Develop an ecosystem of support and enhance educator training to recognize early indicators. We belong to the teacher education sector, so for us, training of educators is very important. Encourage active parental involvement in early literacy activities at home. Family educator collaboration, so strong collaboration between family and educators is very, very crucial. Partnership ensures a shared understanding of the child's needs and provides consistent support across the settings. So we need to foster teamwork through professional development. And the conclusion is that the role of early intervention is very, very important for children with SLD. Support programs are important to provide foundational assistance. Data-driven education strategies will enhance and refine early care and education strategies. Significance of proactive measures, don't wait for the child to fail. So, have a positive developmental trajectory for all the children and ensuring timely and effective support. So, thank you very much for listening very patiently.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And as you started with that, instead of having wait to fail approach or late identification till the grade of 3 to 4th, we need to use the proactive model and we need to be more responsive towards the early identification and intervention for children with specific learning disability. As you said, the data ranges from 5 to 15%, but if you look at our data like NSSO 76 round survey, They included all 21 categories of disability which is mentioned under Rights of Persons with Disability Act, and overall data is 2.1%. And in that SLD data is even much less than that. So that is the challenge, that screening is a bit challenging for us, particularly SLD. Now good thing is that National Education Policy included preschool education, ECC is focused much, so now children are in formal education system from from the age of 3. So the chances of identification increases from there, and we can catch them as early as possible. So now I request, even NIPID is taking a proactive role, and we are coming up with a tool which will be applicable from Balvatika level to grade 12, that is age 5 to 18 years. So that is again going to be helpful. So thank you so much, ma'am, for your elaborative presentation and discussion. We can take maximum 2 questions from the audience because times permit that much only.
Good afternoon, ma'am. That was a very informative session. I would like to know, we have a lot of concept schools these days where children are not evaluated for what they're learning in school. They don't know formal examination processes happening till they come to this grade 4, grade 5. And so how do we, by the time we have a complete screening process that is happening in schools like this, where there's no, the child doesn't, what if they let the child learn by themselves, and they want to give the child the time to learn, and there's no examinations, there's no tests conducted for the child. So how do parents even realize that the child needs some help, because no notebooks are being sent home, or the curriculum is not, they just give a basically out of the curriculum, and they don't know what is happening to the child.
A lot of these indications you can see at home also. While you are reading books to the child, while you're showing pictures to the child. So when you're showing pictures, especially when we have small children, so when you're showing pictures to the child, you're asking a question, and the child is not responding to you. You say, okay, now tell me what is this? He can recognize the picture but is unable to say that. So these are small indicators which the parent needs to be observant. If it is happening on a consistent basis, it's time to take the child for an assessment.
Also, ma'am, how would we know? Because a child has, these days, a lot of children have access to screen time. So, how do we know it is not something that is being caused by screen time? They're unsupervised, whatever.
Ma'am, please use the mic. Can you talk on the mic?
How do we know it is not an attention deficit problem? Because what you said is right if it's a smaller child, but suppose a child of 8, 9, 10, to make them sit and work, and it is not caused by screen or something. How do we differentiate that?
See, a child with ADHD in that case, he will not be able to sit for a longer time. Even if it is a screen, they're watching the screen, his legs would be up and head would be down, or he would be turning on the sofa or doing various activities. Whereas a child who is of the same age would be sitting quietly and watching. So indicators are there. We need to look.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am. Kalpana Acharya here. Thank you so much for the lovely presentation and all the information. Can we also talk about when you said the outcome and the green part? So the green part, can we say between the real and the ideal, that most children are moving away from lifestyle, the lifestyle of doing household chores, hence the sensory, hence the not being able to write, hence the muscle problem, a lot of screen time, no exercises, parent is not a role model there. So in that case, isn't it that we go to the parental, the community, again, the community to work on changing their lifestyles to reduce a lot of these SLD problems which can be solved at a early intervention stage?
some of this, the SLD problems which we may see without an assessment could be a facade.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
My green approach was the intervention approach. So intervention, if we do it intervention, there would be changes.
Yeah, so in the intervention, can the child being part of the responsibility of working at home can also be a part of an intervention?
Yes.
Isn't it? Because the textures help the children to do better in writing.
True.
True. And
that is why a parent collaboration is very important.
Yeah.
Very important. Teachers are doing everything in school, but if it is not happening at home, then you are not winning a battle.
And I think way back, NIPID, that is when it was NIMH, Jayanti Narayan ma'am had written a book on GLAD's graded level assessment device from grade 1 onwards up to grade 4, which has been pretty helpful from the teacher's point of view.
Yes.
Is it still in use?
It is still in use, more for your curriculum-based assessment because it is grade 2 4. But if we need to find out about executive functioning, he is not putting his books according to the timetable. It itself shows planning skills, organizational skills.
And the MLE is an intervention. Is it to do with the ISELP intervention, MLE? Of the Israeli people when they came over to do the MLE mediated learning practices? Is it something to do with that?
Mediated practices is very, very effective, but MLE, I'm not very sure of this particular program which is there.
Thank you.
I'm not aware of it. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am, for an insightful and practically relevant session. May I request Dr. Ravi Prakash Singh to kindly felicitate our speaker. Also, I request Dr. Sunita Devi, Assistant Professor in Rehabilitation Psychology, NIPID Secunderabad, to kindly felicitate the moderator. Now we delve into the complex world of the neuroscience of early brain development. This session explains how early brain plasticity provides a critical window for intervention, shaping lifelong cognitive and emotional development. I request Dr. Shravan Reddy, psychiatrist and Deputy Director, NIPID, to kindly come on stage. Moving forward with our program, I now invite Dr. Hem Sagar Riman as our speaker for the session. He is Head of Pediatrics and Medical Education at Biret Medical College, Nepal.
Good afternoon, Mananda. Now we are coming to one of the most interesting and scientific session. So we will be shocking how our neuroscience of early brain development will be. So how these first 3 years of development of child is very, very important, particularly the neuroplasticity and how the synaptic connections have been formed. And we know how the brain volume will grow. So at birth our human brain is just 350 grams. So by 3 years it will be increasing in the volume by 90%. And also the number of neuronal connections in the first 3 years of life. So it's very shocking, that for every 1 second we see 1 million of neuronal circuits will be formed in the first 3 years of life, and by birth we are having nearly 89 billions of neurons in the first 3 years. And also we see how this very, very important, like how the role of family. So we will see a lot of synaptic connections, okay? No? Suppose if you are using our brain, these synaptic connections will improve and the internal circuits will improve. If you are not using our brain, so these connections will prune, the synaptic connections. So it's based on the environmental factors and also the nutritional factors like iron, which is important for the myelination of the brain, and also thyroid, and also the proteins which are important for the neurotransmitters. So we'll see the shocking facts, how the first few years of early brain development and how it is very, very important in early intervention. So what is the role of family? If you are stimulating our brain, so we can say better prognosis in the child. So with this, I request our esteemed speaker to take over.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shravan, for a nice introduction. I'm sure it is the end of the day and all our audience is still patiently listening to our talk. Thank you very much for doing that. To make it short, I would like to address all significant, very senior dignitaries in the front row and inside the hall, all the esteemed speakers from different countries who have come here for presentation, all the participants who are patiently listening to us, and organizing committee staff working very hard. I bring greetings from Nepal. Very good afternoon and namaste to everyone. And at the very outset, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the organizing committee for giving me a platform to talk about this important topic of neuroscience of early brain development. It's a long topic, but I'll try to make it short so that you will stay awake. So let me begin. So in my presentation, this is outlined. I'll be talking basics of neuroscience of brain development, which you may find a little boring, and then factors responsible for early brain development, implications of brain development on child development, what are the impacts of adversities, neuroscience informed policy making, that's research-based thing, and linking evidence from neuroscience researchers in early intervention and reduction of the disability. And probably everyone sitting inside this hall, we are here for the same cause. How can we provide mitigating measures to reduce the burden of disability, and even if there are, how can we help? We are people probably of different capacities and different discipline here to help those children, and we'll be focusing on those areas. If we look at brain development, it's a very it's something that begins quite early, and this is probably the first organ to start getting developed. There are fancy signaling proteins and signaling pathway, which we call sonic hedgehog pathway, retinoic acid pathway, and there are several other new stuff that has been coming up. And we all know that these proteins, they are produced by induction from the notochord. They help in embryonal development. That means it's not only the neuronal cell, that includes neuronal pathways as well. we all know that brain comprises of neuronal cells, and there are precursors of cerebral cortex that proliferate in logarithmic growth. It's very important because the growth is so fast earlier and later on it gets plateau. So the process of fast brain development has so much implication in intervention, because this is the time we need to be very careful not to have any adversities in the growing brain. Then after those cells are formed, process continues. Those lots of neuronal precursors, they need to migrate to other areas of the brain like retina, adrenal, and there are so many other organs that are produced through the same precursor cell that brain develops from. So that migration is followed by axonal path finding. Again, they have to find out the path. By which path you migrate to different organs, different parts of the brain. So it's very complicated if we imagine, and all these, imagine these complex processes, they have been, controlled by few proteins. And those proteins are again controlled by the genes of biology the growing fetus have, and that gene comes from mother and father on the day of conception. Imagine that whole complicated process, that's how it begins from zygote after conception. So it's, I think, important foundational concept we need to focus on. If you look at the key milestone, these are the boring stuff, but I find it interesting again from intervention point of view. If you look at those steps, and if something goes wrong during that period, the consequences later in child's life are different. We get different neurological problem when the adversities or when the issues are there in different phases of development. In week 3 and 4, even the mother will not be aware of whether she is pregnant or not. Brain has already started forming there. And there is neural tube formation. And in week 5, 7, primary brain vesicles for forebrain, midbrain, hindbrain starts developing. Due to rapid growth, folding of brain happens. It grows sideways, it grows upward, inside, in every single direction. That's why multiple foldings are formed. As a result, we get a kind of shape of adult brain, because it has to be differentiated later into cerebral cortex, cerebellum, brainstem, medulla oblongata, and so many things. So week 8 and 16, if you look at, there is a rapid neuronal production. Hundreds of thousands of neurons are being formed. And then week 16 to 24, almost like 6 months time, neuronal migration starts to the designated location. And then week 24 to 38, like that's the last trimester, there are lots of synapse formation. Synaptogenesis happens there. It's interesting point to note that even before a baby is born, there are synaptogenesis started, and which we will reconnect later in my presentation, that pathways for sensation, sensory pathways, visual pathway, and even for language, they start developing in utero. And that's where comes the importance of early intervention. I'll try to join those dots later. And then during prenatal period, brain is extremely vulnerable to developmental influences. So talking further, you may find some repetition because I try to reinforce the things that are important, so that at least we get out of this room with something that helps us, thinking about early intervention. The brain architecture depends on the mutual influences of genetics, environment, and experience. All child development revolves around this all the time. like genetics, environment, and experience. I consider genetics to be making a blueprint for the child's neuronal development, like the house plan made by engineer, what the house is going to be, how the house will be constructed like. That's a blueprint. And not only that, the basic rules for building those neuronal connections that also needs to be established. Even if you have a good blueprint, then there comes a role of environment. And that environment where the mother is exposed to, even during in utero, baby is exposed to, and even after birth, postnatal and different stages of development, when a child gets exposed to environment, it has tremendous effect on brain development. Healthy environment includes abundant supply of nutrients, responsive nurturing care to the child, acting, providing supports, playing with the children, providing lots of sensory input, developmental stimulation, all that is a healthy environment. And not only that, absence of toxins. We have already discussed about air pollution and all. That should be absent there. And to add further, personal social factors related to the mother's personal habit, whether she is alcoholic, smoking, and what kind of lifestyle she has got, it does have impact. So environment plays a crucial role for that, and here comes role of epigenetics as well. Experience, then comes experience. As I said before, that's a third pillar for development. Even if environment was adverse, blueprint was right, environment was worse, even with good experience, you can correct some of that. That's the beauty of early brain development. So that gives us so much hope on early intervention. We can still do some correction even if environment was good. It's not that got wrong environment, now things are gone. It's not like that. So there are lots of hope we can have. And experience, meaning by the interaction between child, parent, caregiver, and that diet. Even the interaction between husband and wife in the family does matter significantly for the child. And it's not only the child carer interaction. And the experience adjusts, all the genetic and environmental adverse influences child early brain has, that can even be corrected by experience. It's a kind of good safe, making this better even goes bad during the process of making. That's how important experience is. So when we talk about brain development, that brain architecture and skills are built in hierarchical, bottom-up fashion. Higher level circuits can only be built if there are lower level circuits. That means complex neuronal tasks a child can do only when he has ability to do simple tasks. So these are the basic rules. And the concept of brain plasticity, in a simple term, plasticity of brain is nothing but the adaptability and flexibility early brain has. Even if it goes wrong, there is a scope for correction. And that period doesn't last long. That period is during early childhood, maybe up to 3 years, 4 years, maybe 6 years. Not beyond that, that capacity decreases, and that's what highlights why early intervention is important. And the constant pruning of circuits, neuronal circuits, when child gets sensory inputs, it gets so many thousands of inputs from the different senses in the body. Sometimes it gets overwhelmed. Child may not need all those connections later in life. Some of them may be completely irrelevant. and those irrelevant circuits gets pruned also. We have such a beautiful mechanism in our body given by nature that unwanted things goes away. Things child doesn't use often, that is signaled as unnecessary things, and they are pruned out. And things they practice a lot, it is signaled as a useful thing. So it's so important, perspective for parents, for children to get opportunity to do right thing many times in the early brain development period. So those right circuits get permanently stored in the brain, and if they don't get opportunity to do kind of wrong, adverse things, they don't get established. So early, nurturing, responsive, sensitive practice has a lot role to play. And interaction of gene and experience actually shapes the developing brain. I think we have highlighted this. This is very popular image. You must have seen 1,000 times in all these conferences. If you look at that at birth, scanty number of neurons, but once child gets lots of stimulation, it has gone so high in number at around 6 years of age. Again at 14 years, it got pruned, and they are. But pruning is important in some way that brain gets organized. But what if there is no input, sensory input, no stimulation, that's why it got pruned. If that is the case, that's detrimental. So we need to be mindful of that. We can't be happy that it got pruned or increased in number. So concept of sensitive period is extremely important because this is the period of brain development when early brain is super sensitive to the environmental or other stimulation. And these sensitive periods, children will have effects of environment they are growing in. And importantly, hearing, vision, language, these are a couple of sensory pathways that starts quite early when the baby is inside utero. So early stimulation, here it gets the emphasis. Even before delivery, father talking to the baby inside utero, tapping the tummy and singing a song in front of pregnant wife. It's important, and we believe the baby inside womb will have nice impact of this kind of thing. And the science is backing up what we said with the fact that these sensory pathways are developed prior to the baby is born. So it's quite evidence-based. Today morning, Rajiv sir, our esteemed faculty talked about Abhimanyu, Chakravyuha. This is all about science, and it's really a good science. And sensitive period, as I said, it's important because they are very receptive. But at the same time, imagine if there is adversity, what happens? They are super sensitive to the adversities also. So it's a double-edged sword. We can't be too happy and we can't be too sad either. If we manage the environment well, then we can get what we want to get. So it's important. And low-level circuits that analyze color, shape, or motion fully matures before circuits that is of high level, like recognizing face. For this ability, you need to have complex neuronal circuit, and this is how brain develops. Let's move on. This is just a figure that clearly indicates what it means. I talked before, before the baby is born, around 3 months prior, these things are picking up even before the baby is born. So it highlights how important it is to stimulate or to provide care before delivery. Let's move on. During infancy and early childhood, brain weighs around 80% of adult size by 2 years. There is increased myelination, meaning by this enhances the speed, the impulse travels in the nerves, and outstanding rate of synapse formation is followed by synaptic pruning, we talked already. Now I want to touch base a little bit on adversity because it's relevant in our context for early intervention. So researches on biology of stress, it has underpinned the reasons for differences in learning, behavior, physical and mental health in children. Why children learn differently, behave differently, why their physical mental health is different. And this is underpinned by very scientific researches done across the globe, and they are very beautiful. ACE, Adverse Childhood, that impact study that has laid so much light on this. Adversity affects biological system, increases heart rate, increases respiratory rate, increases cortisol, auto-inflammation and so many things. We know it leads to metabolic problem. Not only that, risk of obesity, risk of cardiovascular problem later in life, all these are linked to the stress. But stress, I'm talking about toxic stress, okay? Not the stress of exam, stress of sitting here in the hall, not like that. They are mild stress. It doesn't do any harm to your brain. So stress may affect relationship as well. Because when I'm a developmental pediatrician, I always talk about, development is programmed by relationship. Child development is programmed by relationship. Relationship with the caregiver, relationship with the colleague around, relationship within the society and everything. It's all about relationship. If relationship is good, that does good programming in child development. So the stress has impact on that also. That relationship gets disrupted, and time has come, we need to think about it. Not only relationship, socio-economic status, poverty, very, very significant stressor. Marginalized people who live in poverty, they have higher chances of getting adversity in the brain, and we can understand that these issues will lead to mental health issues later in life or even during the childhood. The term double jeopardy, this is an irony. I'm from Nepal, and it was pretty true in Nepal, maybe in India and Southeast Asia region. People who need support the most, they are the people who have least access to the support. I hope all of you agree with it. Majority of people who need support are not getting support, right? Those people who are illiterate, those where literacy rate is low, these people have least access to best school. They have access to school that are not with good facility. Then how can we think of reducing this disparity unless we address at that level? And that's why this is kind of important in our context. This is again strengthening more and more. I'm emphasizing a lot on how stress changes. These neuroimaging images, you can see that neurons are even different. So it has real impact. Science is backing. But in every society, everywhere child is lived, there are protective factors and there are risk factors. Then why someone still does well, even if there are risk factor, and other child doesn't, he goes down. Why is that? It's just a mere balance of risk factor and protective factor. Risk factor can be at child level, family level, community, school level, and similarly protective factors as well. A child born premature, a child living in poverty, a child having born to mother who didn't have good antenatal care, already he had some risk factor. As opposed to another child, baby who didn't have all of this. Okay? That becomes protective factor for another baby. Similarly, family dynamics. Conflict in the family, divorce in the family. Lots of trauma child is going through due to parental conflict. Community, violence in the community has impact on children. During earthquake, children had heightened, number of mental health issue and psychological issue. We know PTSD and all. Why is that? It has impacted them. If there is lots of chaos in the community, they are worried, they are anxious. They may not be able to express it, but they are worried inside. This is how psychological problem starts in early childhood. It's astonishing to know 40% of adult mental health problems actually stems during childhood. So here comes early intervention in mental health issue. You have to be aware of all this, and if we start working on children, probably that will be the way to reduce adult mental health problem. We need to work on that. So it's important. I'm giving a lot of emphasis on early child, early intervention and in early childhood. If the balance is towards negative, child becomes further vulnerable. If the protective factors are more, then the balance is towards that and you build resilience now. You have survived from the adversity and now you can fight with it. This is how things go. I'm touching base only. It has already been, it's easy for me because it has already been discussed. Genetics and epigenetics. There are fancy genes name you can see. FOXP2 gene that is implied for language development, sensory development, fine motor development, etc. Catechol-methyl transferase COMT gene involved in prefrontal cortex and neurotransmission there. It is involved. So if there is problem, we don't need to memorize those genes. What we need to understand is there are neurological mechanisms by which the children we are seeing having different problems are behaving that way. This is something we need to have in our mind, and BDNF gene for neuroplasticity and learning. If there are problems, we get conditions like ADHD, neurodegenerative disorder. Genetics is even more important because genetics you can't change. They are blueprint things. Epigenetics we can do something about because it's due to environment the child is exposed in, and there are several models. You all know methylation model that the methyl group is attached to multiple methyl groups are attached to the DNA, and it impacts on it impacts on that expression of the gene. Even if you had good gene, but it doesn't get expressed. If you have gene that wasn't supposed to be expressed, it happens. That's how epigenetic modified. And then epigenetics has intergenerational impact. It's not that generation only. Future generation can also have impact. That's why environmental factor and its modification is important. Telomere shortening model, we know, it's in premature aging. I won't go into that. So out of all this discussion and several researches that have been carried out, there are three converging strands of research. It just highlights three things. If you look at early years are important. Now I don't have to emphasize anymore. It's important. We all agree upon it, and they are extremely sensitive during early childhood. And the concept of life course, it's not the childhood we are talking about. It's about whole life course trajectory. That life course context, when it came through Lancet series, that commission and several researchers has done paradigm shift in thinking of policy maker, how we should be thinking now. And the third important concept is economics of human capital. James Hegman got Nobel Prize on this. If you invest in early childhood, you get so much of return. Like $1 according to him will be returned by $12 if you invest in less than 1 year. But when the child reaches school age and you invest $1, you get returned by $1 only. So it's not effective when you invest later. So these are the developmental trajectory. This figure highlights that if risk factors are there, that trajectory, normal trajectory, that green line comes down to red line. And if there are more protective factor and we intervene, we can shift that red line towards the very nice green line one. So even that trajectory can be changed due to intervention. So what are the approaches to reduce impact of adversities? I think many of these I have also talked simultaneously when I was talking about adverse. So it's not about babies after conception, even before conception. Now research has clearly said couple of months prior to conception you should start taking folic acid supplementation, because neural tube formation begins quite early. In the first month neural tube has already formed, so we need to take it before. So prenatal screening, education and generational aspect of impact must be thrown to the community. Entire population needs to be aware of that. Screening at well baby check, screening in early adolescence. Even before that, I say there must be universal program of school readiness program, which we call. If we imagine, if we start a program in entire country that when the child gets to school, before going there we make sure that child can see, child can hear, he can move, he has got fine motor skill, gross motor skills. If we do all of that, that makes tremendous difference. And promoting 5-hour reading together daily with the baby, like there was a research done in Australia, 9-month-old baby reading together had tremendous vocabulary later and became avid reader, and research had shown that rhyming, cuddling, playing, making routine let child know what you are expecting of children, and and child also knows what we are expecting of them. Rewards for everything, you don't need to have fancy rewards, just praise is very powerful reward. This sort of thing we can do, and we can reduce adversities. These are developmental path aims. If there is opportunity for intervention, and if we do that proper intervention, those trajectory can be lifted up quite parallel to the ideal trajectory. So it also highlights, see, initially in up to 6 months, 9 months, things are fine for rich people, people in poverty, all children are doing almost the same. But the differences begin when there is influence of environment, and the environments are different. So we can do a lot here. Now, these are the paths to the problem. During infancy, there may be biological or temperamental issue. I'm just putting developmental perspective. Mother may have a stressful relationship. Toddler may have aggression, externalizing behavior. If we do some developmental tasks right there, we don't let it go further. And preschool children, they are quite anxious, worried about many things. If parents provide good environment and address that, you can avoid those severe psychological problems. And in school children, there are learning behavioral problems, and we need to address that. What are the potential solutions? Then we have to begin again. I think it overlaps with my previous presentation. Pregnancy lifestyle modification, ANC preparation of parenthood. What a dad needs to do after a baby is born must be trained before baby is born. That's important. Birth to going home, address all perinatal complications, infant, toddler, they should get appropriate stimulation. So now coming to the almost end of my presentation, neuroscience informed implication for policy makers. We know both architecture of brain and established patterns of behavior are increasingly difficult to change as they grow older. I don't need to highlight more on this. So it's easy to correct at the beginning than to correct later. It's easy to, if we make right thing at the beginning, easy. If you make wrong thing and try to fix it later, it's difficult. So we have to have that kind of concept, and the policy makers should think they have to invest a lot more than what they are investing now on early child development and enrolling children for early intervention service. We must develop robust early intervention services. Don't wait for the diagnosis. I was in Australia to get the final diagnosis. But early intervention starts at 2, 3. So if you start early intervention really early, that helps. And providing early developmental assessment and intervention services for young children with adversity before the problem in behavior. So it says high, I think this is repetition. Okay, almost done. Neuroscience principle inform that we need to do early intervention. I think I have covered it. This is where we need to focus not on individual and reactive. So, concluding in 30 seconds, capable children becomes foundation of prosperous society. Now it's a bigger picture of early brain development. If you want prosperous society, we have to invest. And rest will follow. And basic architecture of brain and its influences, we need to be aware of that. Interaction between gene, biology and relationship and environment, we need to understand and address all of that. Learning, behavior, physical, mental health, they are all interrelated. You cannot work on one area and sit idle and imagine another will get better by itself. They are intricately related, and we should have multi-pronged approach, and society should adopt the perspective of child development as economic development. Thank you very much. These are my professor and mentor when I was getting my training in Royal Children's Hospital, Melbourne. So I sincerely acknowledge them. They taught me developmental pediatrics. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry for 1 minute. All right, I'm ready to be fired.
Thank you, Dr. Himsagar, for a wonderful and enlightening presentation. So you explained us what the early brain development in the first 3 years, why it is very important, and multiple factors. The family involvement is very, very important, the parent involvement, the stimulation, and also the other factors like nutrition, supplements like iron, folic acid, how they play an important role in the early brain development. And also particularly in children with developmental delays, this early brain development, it has effect. So how early intervention, by involving the family, we are stimulating and reducing the developmental delays and disabilities. So basically our DPW CDAC model, we are focusing on the family-centric model. So we are educating them, so how first 3 years, the time the parents will give to the child, even for the normal child or even for a child with a developmental delay, how the synaptic formations, connections, how these internal neural circuits, basically we start with the simple neuronal circuits, then how the complex circuits will form. Thank you, sir, for enlightening everyone and our policy makers, our professionals and our students. So such a wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now we welcome 2 questions as we are very low on time.
Good afternoon. Yeah, hi. I have a question here. Yeah. So you talked about the prenatal care, and you also talked the antenatal care, the maternal care, etc. In India, there are various maternal health programs. And even globally, if we see the policies, in the maternal health programs, the focus has always been the physical health. The folic acid supplement, the nutritional supplement, the hypertension, diabetes, etc. Whereas it is evidence says that the maternal mental health and the psychiatric conditions during the pregnancy or the postpartum, maybe psychosis or depression, is a very crucial component affecting the fetal development or the infant's caregiving as well as the development, especially the socio-emotional learning or socio-emotional development. I would like to know from your experience how it is seen when it comes to the policy making and its implementation on the field, because this area I have found little, it is there hidden, not exclusively present in various policies. We have separate mental health programs, we have separate maternal health programs, but there is no exclusive maternal mental health program, which is a very crucial component when it comes to prevention of disability and the fetal development. So your views on this?
Excellent, excellent. I mean, thank you so much. I 100% agree with you. I think this is one of the area we have always disconnected. I'll give you one of my experience. Recently we had nurturing care framework developed in our country. I was there. I was one of the contributor under WHO Health. In that conference also we brought out this issue, and in that training module now antenatal component has been included. I think once we create awareness, I'm sure it's not difficult task to adopt. It's just matter of policy maker getting convinced. Then it doesn't need so much of extra funding even. It's just integrate it in existing framework, it will be fine. I think we need to be aware and integrate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
That's how I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It was a very illuminating talk, and you were able to correlate with so many other topics which have been covered till now in the conference. My question is that I am in the impression that as far as disability is concerned, as compared to the disease part of the human well-being, as compared to the treatment and cure of the disease part of the human well-being, in disability sector, the diagnostics are much poorly developed as compared to the disease part. This is my impression.
Absolutely.
Yeah, tell me if I am wrong, number one. Having said that, my question is that you were showing some maps of neurons, some synaptic developments, etc. So, if it is helpful in diagnosis of either intellectual disability or mental illness or maybe some other neuro disability, what is the cost of establishing some basic diagnostic setup in any of our institutes? What is the cost?
To be very honest, I can't answer this question about the cost, but what I understand is these fancy genetic tests which we present here in presentation and in researches that are coming up, they cannot pinpoint exactly the particular problem. Actually, like for example, I talked about CO antigen. It may be deranged in neurodegenerative disorder, it may be in ADHD, it doesn't pinpoint. So for me, if I have to give priority, I'll give priority for intervention at the community level. Okay. Intervention part rather than fancy genetic. Yes, it's important simultaneously to develop and advance our science. That's different thing. Like I worked in Australia for 7-8 years. Even in Royal Children's Hospital, Melbourne, we could not, that Center of Excellence for Pediatrics, we could not pinpoint learning disability and SLD and all these by neurogenetic. Organic neurological neurodegenerative disorders, metabolic disorder, yes, that we can pinpoint. So
that means for all practical purpose,
yes,
much more than the very costly diagnostic setup, you mean to say it has to be a symptom-based intervention, and those intervention measures need to be developed in a generic way, which can be applied to the masses.
Absolutely, and population prevention strategy is must. Detection, early detection, we have to focus more on screening them and find out the deficit child has, be it cognitive, be it any area, and start working early. And important concept has evolved now, we call it platform concept, sir. Platform concepts advocates that for disability prevention and supporting children with differently able children, no door is wrong door policy, we say. No door is wrong door. Like Australia, Victoria State has no door is wrong door policy, and this is the best, state that provides services in early development. Because no door is wrong door means if a child goes to, we have therapists here, right? Speech therapist, for example. If differently able children is only possible when all discipline work in an integrated manner, and we don't have any interest in holding any patient. We just think about the benefit of patient. Wherever they need to go, whether they need to go to developmental pediatrician, neurologist, and for that, what is needed? We needed awareness among everyone inside this hall, like occupational therapists should know this, and we should have common pathway. And we are aware of it, and that's probably potential solution. No door is wrong door. So a child with autism, if enters to meet a psychologist, she should have clear concept of what are the next step, what kind of support, where she should be referring to. I mean, this sort of pathway, if we develop, probably then it will be more universal, I reckon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a scientifically enriching session. May I request the moderator to kindly felicitate the speaker.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your moderation, sir. I also request Commander Srirang N. Bijur, past President Parivar, to kindly join us on dais to felicitate the moderator. This is to remind all RCI registered professionals to please sign on attendance sheet kept at registration counter. As we have a tea break now, kindly reassemble in main hall in 5 minutes for the next session.
We are having one more session, today's last session. So immediately we'll have tea break for 5 to 10 minutes and we'll gather in the hall
देखो यहाँ पे बहुत सारे हाँ बोलना कंफा हेलो 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 हाँ बोलना मेरे अभी ब्रेक हो गया अभी पीछे और एक सेशन है हाँ ये चलेगा और पता नहीं एक सेशन बाकी है तो और 1 घंटा चलेगा अरे वो क्या है उनका सब सुबह से सब शेड्यूल गड़बड़ है देखना खाने को 3 बजे अभी चाय को 6 बजे क्या करें तेरा हो गया उधर
Everyone, please be seated.
चार्ज लो otherwise I can't book on Uber also campus
Now proceeding towards our next session on Ayurveda practices in early identification and intervention of children with disabilities. This session highlights the role of traditional Indian knowledge systems in early identification and holistic child development, complementing modern intervention approaches. May I request Dr. Anusha Sampath, Assistant Professor of Physiotherapy, RC Navi Mumbai Tibet, to come on stage and kindly take the seat as moderator for the session. I would now like to call upon Dr. Paritosh Bhatt, Senior Ayurveda Consultant and Professor of Practice in this university, an experienced Ayurvedic physician with an MD in Ayurveda, currently serving at BAPS Yogiji Maharaj Hospital, Ahmedabad. A warm welcome, sir. Dr. Anusha Sampath, we look forward to your expertise in steering this dialogue. Please take over the session. So I'm not an expertise in this topic, but we would really like to know the importance of Ayurveda in the early identification and intervention for children with developmental delays. As we all know the importance of Ayurveda in improving the social, emotional and physical aspects for children, and the DPWD along with the collaboration of Ministry of Ayush has started a project of Ayush Center at NIPID headquarters, and I'm sure it's going to be very fruitful and beneficial for children with developmental delays. And the NEP 2020 also talks about the Indian knowledge system, and Ayurveda being one of the major contributor and for the Indian knowledge system has multiple benefits for children. So without wasting any more time, so I request the expertise for today's session, Dr. Paritosh Bhatt, so please take over and enlighten us about the Ayurveda practices in early identification and intervention of children with disabilities.
Thank you, ma'am. I hope people don't have indigestion after listening all the series from morning. So we all had a very good lunch, and in the end came the gulab jamun. So this is the gulab jamun of the day. So the taste will be different, the language will be different, the discussions will be different. Start with a small prayer. Swastir prajabhya paripalayantam nyayena margena mahi mahisha go brahmanebhyo shubhamastu nityam loka samasta sukhino bhavantu kale varshantu parjanyah bhumi sasyashalini desho ayam shobharahitah brahmana santu nirbhaya sarve bhavantu sukhinah sarve santu niramaya sarve bhadrani pashyantu ma kaschit dukkha bhag bhavet. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. So today we are going to talk something about Ayurveda. It's a humble submission in front of all of you because all of you are expert in your respective field. And Ayurveda is a little different subject, different topic. It has its own understanding, its own language, its own consideration. So what we are going to discuss is what Ayurveda talks about, the subject what we are dealing with. We have learned many things, we have gone through various points through the morning. Just before me, Dr. Haim has presented wonderfully. I wish we could listen to him for more number of hours. It was so good presentation. So I'm not going into this what I wanted to talk before, but right away I'm going to identification. So whenever it comes to identification, whether Ayurveda has anything, that's a question mark. So if I say cerebral palsy, can Ayurveda name it? I will say no. Okay, because largely now we are dependent on the modern interventions or modern identification, diagnosis of the condition. So now what Ayurveda can do then? So identification is based on the modern methods, but we have various understandings, various topics, various points which can be very fruitful when we are dealing with the disability disorders. Okay. Can you see the first word? It's called as Bija dosha. Okay. Bija literally means seed. Okay. The seed of mother and seed of the father, that is sperm and the ovum. That means the genetic material. So if there is any issues, it can cause a problem. Specifically, when the bija is from father, we all know that the ovum is a more perfect creation compared to the sperms, because it needs millions of sperm to fertilize one ovum. So sperms has to be perfect. Now we know that the fertility or the total count of the sperm has now reduced. It's like 15 million is considered as normal, which was much higher before. So definitely there is a definite reduction. Then what father is doing, in one of the lectures somebody was speaking about that if a father is indulging in various kinds of activities like drinking or stress or various kinds of wrong food habits, wrong lifestyle, it is going to affect his seed, its bija. So the bija becomes very important. Second is Dauvridini Apachara. So Dauvridini is a word given to the pregnant woman. So if pregnant woman does anything wrong, it can cause various problems. She is called as Dauvridini because she has two herds. One is of her own and another is fetal herd. So the desires what a pregnant woman is expressing, it is sometimes a desire of the child which is developing inside her. So it is told that we should not even insult her. We have to make her happy by all the means. We should not create any problem for her. We should respect all her desires and keep her always happy. Because if anything goes wrong with her, it will definitely directly affect the baby. So Dauvridini Apachara should not be done. Then there is something called as Matrija and Pitrija Bhava. So this Bhava means what portion of the body is linked to mother and what portion is linked to father. So all the soft things, tissues, muscles, fat, the various like earlobes, lips, this is all considered coming from mother. Whereas all the hard things like bones, tendons, ligaments, this all comes from father. So when we see the disabilities where musculoskeletal system is involved and we say that the bhava is from the father, that means the father's seed plays a very crucial role in the development of the baby. Next one is mental stress during pregnancy. I'm just using this word directly because it is stress which can create various problems. We all know that in modern times, life is very challenging. Mother who is taking care of various things, we say no, Ashtabhuji. So Devi is having 8 hands. Even the lady is also having 8 hands where she is taking care of multiple things at a time. That stress during pregnancy can also create problems. Imagine a lady who is working full time in an office
Imagine the amount of stress she is dealing with, whether it's going to affect the baby or not. Complications during birth, we all know that can create problems. Graha. Now this graha, one word is there, which it's a debatable concept, because when we use word graha, it uses various names like Bhuta, Gandharva, Pishacha, Rakshasa, such kind of words are used. Now these words, whether it can be a disease. When we read the books, we will find various symptoms which relates with certain kinds of today's problems. For example, I have found out there is one word called as Brahma Rakshasa. Now the clinical symptoms, like the boy is running, shouting, making ho sound, okay, is non-active. It actually links with something related to ADHD. Now I cannot say ADHD is a Brahma Rakshasa, that's not the right thing. But the symptoms, what is mentioned under that, it correlates, it can be correlated to that particular thing. And then this is which very common. In Ayurveda we always believe that there has to be Atulya Gotra marriage. Atulya Gotra means the lineage should not be, the Gotra should not be same when it comes to marriage. So in consanguineous marriages, that is same lineage, it can be problem. We all know that the minor genes becomes a major genes. So this is one very interesting reference from Charaka where he says, Bija is seed. Atma Karma, the whatever the person has done. Then Ashaya means the uterus. So if there is any issues with the uterus. Dosha means Vata Pitta Kapha, it is disturbed. Matus Tata Ahara Vihar Doshi means mother is doing something wrong. Some activities are wrong. During pregnancy she is doing something wrong. That can create various kinds of problems, and baby can be Sansana Varna Indriya Vaikritani. Vaikrita means which is distorted, which is not right, which is not normal. So the body can have some problems, distortion. The color can be distortion, the sense organ can be distorted, and the whole body can be distorted. Now here, we don't have a direct diagnosis saying that it is a CP or it is ADHD or it is something else. But it is telling that it is not normal. Similarly, this can happen during the pregnancy. If there are various factors which is mentioned, if a pregnant woman is doing, it can create various kinds of problems to the fetus. For example, it says if lady consumes too much of alcohol or a lady consumes too much of non-vegetarian food, if a lady is doing something which is not normal and against the sense organs. For example, if you have to sleep in night, you are not sleeping, like all wrong lifestyle things. So, all these things Charaka says you have to be avoiding completely, and you have to take care of the pregnant woman. Otherwise, the Garbho Khata Karabhava means it can create problems and complications during pregnancy, and the child can be affected. Then he mentions a very interesting point. He says, he uses the word, you can see, Garbhashaya Bija Bhaga and Garbhashaya Bija Bhaga Avyava. So Bija is seed, where we say it is either sperm or ovum. Bij Bhaga you can correlate with chromosome. Bij Bhaga Avyava you can correlate with genetics, genes. Okay, it's just a correlation. Then he mentions specifically about if a pregnant woman is not taken care, and if wrong thing happens with the pregnant woman, what will happen? You see, Vinasham Vairupam Vakurya. Either the fetus will get destroyed completely, or it will have Virupam. Virupam means it's not normal, physically, mentally, or any other way. So various kinds of diseases, when we see in the modern times, as you know that there are around 21 diseases which is listed. So whether all can come in Ayurveda, whether Ayurveda tells about them, or whether how we diagnose it. So there is a very beautiful opinion by Sushruta here. So there are three types of diseases. It says Adhyatmikam, Adhibhautikam, Adhidaivikam. Okay. Then he says that can be subclassified into 7. You see, Adi Bal Pravritta, Janma Bal Pravritta, Dosha Bal Pravritta, Sanghat Bal Pravritta, Kala Bala, Daiva Bala, and Subhava Bala, which is translated as hereditary, congenital, caused by vitiation of doshas, traumatic diseases, seasonal diseases, supernatural, and physiological. So they had an idea about hereditary abnormalities. Here I just want to point out that in hereditary, he says specifically that Shukra Shonita Doshanvaya means, which is happening from sperm and ovum, in turn genes. So it is coming from both. from mother and the father. Various kinds of thing can happen, like Kushtal. He says various kind of skin disorders can be in the list. Diabetes is in the list. Shosha is in the list. So there are many diseases which has been told in there. Then Janma Bal Pravritta means during birth. So if again mother Tavavadri, that means the pregnant woman is doing something wrong, then various kind of problem can happen, like Pangu. Pangu means a person who is not physically not fit. Okay. So Pangu can happen. Jate Andha means from the birth the person becomes blind, the child becomes blind. Badhira means he will not have he will be deaf. Muka, he will be mute. Minmina means he will be not speaking properly, the voice not very clear. Vamana will be very small, development will be very much delayed. And all these things will happen just because if things are not taken care during pregnancy. So why I wanted to mention here this is because Sushruta has mentioned this 2000 years before, and he has a very fair idea to classify such conditions, and he has warned us, if you don't do this type of problems can come. And we know that in intellectual disabilities all these problems are definitely there. So like this, there are many descriptions are there about the diseases. So as we are discussing before, that Bija dosha, which is most important thing which is told in Ayurveda, how we can prevent. Okay. We have many discussions, but first, mostly the babies are accident in today's time. It's not planned, okay, just out of accident. Okay. So many times it happens when we consult India or abroad. In abroad, it is more now people are very sensitized about it, and they want to plan the pregnancy. So they come to us and ask that we want to do panchakarma, we want to do certain things in order to ensure that pregnancy is good and baby is healthy. So what we do is we ask the people to take at least 1 year of time. Okay. We'll tell them change your lifestyle, avoid all kinds of alcohol, smoking, leave everything if you are doing everything, regulate your life, sleep well, because one of the sessions you would have heard that sleep is very important, right? So you sleep well, eat healthy, eat organic, all this thing list we will do, plus we will ask them to do panchakarma. So what panchakarma does, it cleans up the system and then we nourishes. So we say that once you nourish the system, it will ultimately go and nourish the seeds. Okay, so that is how we will do a pregnancy planning. Okay, once pregnancy planning has been done, and then next is the conception. In conception, you have 4 points which Ayurveda advises. We say Ritu, Kshetra, Ambu, Bija. We are getting plant, you see. And then we have to put proper water. Similarly, the uterus has to be healthy. In the healthy uterus, on the healthy body of the mother, the proper seed in the form of a sperm has to be planted, good nourishment has to be given, and obviously in the proper period. So then only the pregnancy can happen and pregnancy can be healthy. Okay. So father's seed health is important and mother's overall health is important. There are many cases we have seen where the mother is not ready to become pregnant mentally and physically, but yet out of sheer pressure from the family, they got pregnant. And because of this stress, ultimately either they had some issues during the pregnancy or there was premature baby, some or other issues with them. It happened with one of my friends also. Okay. So this is very common, right? So this has to be taken care of. Then, whether it is all stuck to just a diagnosis, in Ayurveda, the life is very simple, okay? It's not so complicated. We have only 3 things, what we call as Vata, Pitta and Kapha, okay? Which is responsible for almost all kinds of problems under the atmosphere, right? So in that, how it will affect? So we always tell the one word which is called as Koshtha. Nowadays, we call it as gut, okay? What Koshtha does? In Koshtha, the Vata, Pitta, Kapha manages to ensure that our all system is working fine. So Vata, Pitta, Kapha can disturb the gut can disturb Vata, Pitta, Kapha, either way, it becomes vice versa. Okay. So nowadays we say that gut health is very important. How gut health is important? Because the bacteria present in the gut can create any kind of disease or can cure any kind of disease. Correct? Now, around I think 10, 12 years, 13 years before, one doctor from US has written one book called as Brain Drain. Dr. David Perlmutter, if I'm not wrong. He first talked about the fecal transplant. He says you have to take the healthy bacteria from the healthy fecal matter from the healthy individual and take it and put into the diseased person. The bacteria will regrow. Our point is that how much bacteria you put in your body, if you don't give a proper environment, it will not survive. Again, it will die. So it is important to give a proper environment to bacteria. They know how to reproduce. But point is that whether we are giving the right environment. What is right environment? When all the doshas are balanced. So in general, we say that pitta is usually high in most of the people nowadays. Why? Because of various reasons. One of the reasons is radiation. The Wi-Fi, the electromagnetic radiation can increase your body temperature by 0.5 degrees. So that means you are always in a state of slight fever. Not actual fever, but a feverish kind of state. There are a lot of people, I'm very sure many people in the hall will be having same issue, slightly warm body. Okay. Our food habits are like that, we are sleeping late in the night. So many lifestyle things are there which actually triggers inflammation. Now this inflammation will lead to any kinds of problems. You have seen there is a rampant increase in autoimmune conditions, the rampant increase in the skin conditions. It's very common what we are seeing in the clinics. So this is also going to affect the mother and the father and the forthcoming child. So whenever we do a treatment, we have two things, either external or internal. Okay. Then again, we have two kinds of interventions, which is Shodhana and Shamana. One is purification and another is pacification. So in purification, pacification, the selection is based on the dosha level. For example, if I have a case of cerebral palsy, he may have a representation of either Vata, Pitta or Kapha. Okay, so what we'll do, though I am treating cerebral palsy, managing cerebral palsy, but my intervention will change according to the representation of dosha, whether it is Vata, Pitta or Kapha. Okay. So some case I can give oil, some case I cannot give oil, some case I have to give cooling medicines, some case I cannot give cooling medicines. This kind of changes happens. Okay. Same thing happens with ADHD, same thing happens with all other conditions. But primarily, most of these cases are Vata dominant. Okay. So mostly the external therapies works very well. Now this Vata, Pitta, Kapha, we are just simply talking, whether it is scientific. Okay, so we have one more understanding with that Vata, Pitta, Kapha can also be a representation of your Prakriti, your constitution. So a person can be Vata dominant, person can be Pitta dominant, or person can be Kapha dominant. According to that, the person's things will change. This is a paper published in Nature where they have done a genome analysis of specifically categorized Vata, Pitta and Kapha constitution people. And they found out that Pitta constitution people had one particular gene which was responsible for higher metabolism. Okay, only Pitta kind of person. So that proves that idea, some genetic level, something is there which is definitely defining our appearances. Okay, so can we do a small exercise? Are you ready? Yes. I want you to raise your right hand. इतना ऊंचा भी नहीं, थोड़ा सा करेंगे तो चलेगा. Okay. Now you have a thumb and you have this one line here. So you have to put your thumb into this line, not stretching too much, not slowly, not bending the thumb, just stretch like this. Not bending, you should not bend. It has to be straight, just like this, and put it on there. Not stretching. Not too much stretching, not bending. Okay, normally you put on the line only, not above, not below. Up, on the line, on the line. Check yourself, you have to keep on line. Okay, then close your fist. Now you will find there will be few people whose thumb will be out like this. You can see the tip of the thumb. Some people, the thumb will be slightly visible, only tip, and some people thumb is not visible at all. Okay. You will find that the people whose thumb is not visible at all, they will be little healthier. I'm not saying fat, but little healthier, bulkier. They will be very stable people. They will not be very enthusiastic to go and do things. They will get anger. But they will not show their anger too much. Happens? Is it true? Okay. Second, people who have slightly thumb which is visible, such people will be very good, very ambitious. They will get anger, okay? Anger like a volcano, okay? They will burst out. they will be having lot of hunger. अगर खाना नहीं मिला तो they will kill the person. And the person whose thumb is properly visible, you will find them, they are very lean, not very fat, lean, with a very thin body structure. They will be very unstable. Lot of ideas will come in the mind, but nothing will get full. Okay? They keep jumping from one place to another place. Happens. Their hunger is erratic, sometimes very hungry, sometimes not hungry. Whatever they will start, they will not complete. Happens. I'm not saying it is 100% true to all of you, but mostly it must be true. Is it? Yes? Now how I know by seeing your gesture? So the people whose thumb was totally inside, they are mostly kapha dominant. The persons whose thumb was totally visible is because of vata dominant, and the person whose thumb was little visible, it was pitta dominant. Okay. To tell you how I came to this conclusion, I had to take 2 hours of session, so I'm not doing that now. But just to show you that vata pitta kapha matters. So if we have this total understanding of vata pitta kapha, we can understand the person directly. Now imagine in this type of scenario, if I know a baby by seeing its gesture, its prakriti, maybe our intervention will change. We will understand that how the mind of that baby, his child is, without expression. If a pitta dominant child means he will have certain kind of behavior. If a vata dominant child, it will have certain behavior. If kapha dominant child, it will be having certain behavior. So that can be implied, isn't it? So it is not just related to constitution. Now this vata pitta kapha can be applied to anywhere. So all the therapies we do, all the things we do, everywhere it always concludes to vata pitta kapha. Okay? Now this is a list of drugs. I don't want to discuss in detail, but mostly all of us know that Brahmi is widely used, Mandavupandi is widely used, Jyotishmati is used, Musta, Amalaki, Vacha, Ashwagandha, Guduchi. All these things, these words are very commonly known, very common herbs are there, and it is just, these are called as Medhya drugs. Medhya means intellect promoting drugs. But just by intellect promoting drugs will not work. We have to take care of gut, so we have to use various medicines, and we also have to systematically nourish the body. Now, few things which I definitely want to discuss with you is the therapies, Panchakarma. So because whenever the case comes, the diagnosis has been done by pediatric neurologist. The therapies are done by occupational therapist. So what Ayurveda can do? So Ayurveda helps with these therapies which actually help the children to sustain all other things. For example, in certain cases spasticity is too much. The hand is not moving, legs are not moving. But when we do these therapies, the movement becomes more softer, more easier. Okay. Similarly, in certain cases when a child is very, very active, not listening, not stable at one place, when we do certain therapies, the child calms down. To some extent, I'm not saying 100%, but to a larger extent. So doing therapies, even occupational therapy becomes easier. So this is what I have experienced with working with neurologist and the occupational therapist. Just showing you few things, like one is Abhyanga. Abhyanga is simple massage, application of oil, but not every oil. Now we have more than 200 types of oils. So out of that, what is most suitable for the person, we will, for the child, we will choose and we will execute the treatment. When we do this, usually the body becomes, the muscles become soft and the things becomes easier. This is something Shirodhara, which is all of us we know. It we pour the oil on the top of the head. It calms down the person, but to bring the child to the table is a difficult task. Okay. I have experienced this. I think till now I could able to do only one child on the table, but otherwise they will not come. They will not be stable on the table itself. So how we are going to do that? But in general, if we are able to achieve this, it is very, very calming. Even for adults also, it is very good. This is another therapy where we put, as you see, there's something is tied and the oil is filled on the top of the head. So around this much, 1 inch oil has been filled, so that your head is full with oil. So that helps to calm down a lot. This is little thing which is most of the Ayurveda doctors will tell you it should be done for the children. But here one point is very important. I always specify that book says that nasya or putting drops in the nose should not be done in the child less than 7 years of age. Okay. So above 7 years only has to be done. It's very, very clearly mentioned. But I have seen certain doctors practicing this. In my opinion, it is not correct. Not my opinion. In the opinion of the books, it's not correct. This is also very good because it acts on the indriyas, on the sense organs. It clears the senses, and it directly nourishes the brain. This is at least we hypothetically can say. This is one traditional treatment in Kerala. It's called as Navarakedi. In Sanskrit, it is called as Shali Shashtika Pinda Sweda. Here, one red rice is used, which is commonly, you would have seen red rice from Kerala. Okay, so that rice is used, and this rice is cooked in certain medicines and milk. And sometimes, if required, we add black gram, sometimes meat from chicken and mutton. Ayurveda is not 100% vegetarian. We use non-veg very extensively. So that can be used, and it is very, very nourishing therapy, and it helps to strengthen the musculoskeletal system. Elakedi is something similar, but here, instead of rice, leaves are used. Notice. But 5 minutes, it's fine. Bodikidi, here we use churna. Instead of rice and leaves, we use powders. This is something what we used to do in the children. So because Shirodhara is not possible, Shirovasti is not possible, so we'll simply put some bandage on the top, put oil and tie it. Now let child to roam wherever they want to roam. Okay, this is very, very practical approach to do this. Now, whether it is effective or not. So I have read one paper, I think it was published by IIT Roorkee or somebody, where they found out there is some synapses which communicates from the scalp to the brain. Okay. So there is one possibility that oil is seeping through and nourishing the brain. I don't know. It is a topic of research. Similarly, when the child is very small, the fontanelles are open. It's not closed yet. So whether that oil which is going through is going to nourish the brain, again, the topic of research. This is one therapy which is called as, I will not name it enema, that's why I use that photo. Because when we use enema is used for cleaning the stomach. We are not cleaning the stomach, we are nourishing the intestine. Okay, so here medicated oils or ghee is used to inject in the, to put through the colon, through the catheter. The oil just absorbs in the intestine and that's it. Okay, it is a very effective treatment to reduce vata, and we have seen lot of results in improving the mobility of the child. Some special therapies which is again from Kerala is it is a Malayalam word which is called as Talapodichil. Talapodichil is, you can see there is paste which is put on the head. It is usually amla. Okay. And then there is a banana leaf which is tied, and then oil is poured there. So it is very cooling, very nourishing, and it also helps to on all the neurological conditions. Shirolepa is something like Talapodichil, where we are just putting the paste on the top of the head. Now this is something again a specialized treatment. It's called as Navara Tepu. Navara means rice, Tepu means application. It's a Malayalam word. So the rice which is cooked again with milk and other medicines, it's not nourished, it's just applied on the baby, because sometimes babies are very soft, very gentle. So you cannot even do the massage to them. So it is just application of this paste on the body, that's all. Nothing else, just application. So that helps a lot. This is if you get time and if you have some interest, you should definitely see this movie which is called as Ayurveda Art of Being. It was made in 2001 by director Pan Nalin. Fantastic movie, and it will give you a lot of insights. I have taken this screenshot because it was very interesting for me. There is one mention in Sushruta where he says that if needed, you have to dip patient into the oil. Okay, in that make a tub of oil and dip the patient. He has done something similar for the baby of CP. What is that? You can see that he has made a makeshift arrangement and he has poured the oil in that. Okay, so such kind of things also helps. What I have done is I have tied the cloth around the leg for oil to get absorbed. So baby is sitting and you can just tie and then leave it, because no other things is possible there. Okay, so by some method, by group, the medicine has to go inside. That is the idea. You had heard about this word, Swarna Prashana. So this is very common. Mostly nowadays it is commercial because people say that every month you have to do and all. But here it says very specifically you have to just use 24 karat gold rubbed on a stone. That water has to be taken, add little ghee, little honey, and give it for 1 month. So that gives a lot of good things. When it comes to Ayurveda, we have three main types of treatments. We say Yukti Upashraya, Dev Upashraya and Sattva Vijaya. So Yukti Upashraya is the treatments, modalities. Sattva Vijaya is counseling. So here it is very important when it comes to parents. And then Daiva Upashraya. Here you can consider all other therapies, doing pujas, chantings, mantras, music, everything. When you will find many researches which is happening, but mostly you will find in dyslexia, you will find in ADHD and CP. When I searched, most of the case presentations or reports or research papers in Ayurveda was around in CP and autism only. Finished. Okay. So though we don't have any causes are unknown, but Ayurveda gives a hint on probability. What could we can make it better? What kind of things we can change in order to ensure that we don't have the disabilities. As I said, that various Ayurveda therapies can be utilized. Various herbs are there, and it will definitely improve the quality of life in various disability cases, specifically when it is functional. Epigenetics, already we have a lot of discussion on that. But I have one point of digital era. Okay, so if you see nowadays, most of the children, though I think it's called as digital autism or something, but I'm thinking that if parents are constantly involved, if a mother is constantly involved watching reels or being in the digital thing throughout her pregnancy, what will be the impact of that activity on the baby? That also has to be explored. Just as Madam in the morning, I think Meena Madam, she has talked about the air pollution. I think even the digital thing also has to be explored. Finally, I say, Ayurveda has three important things: Swapna, Ahar and Abramacharya. So proper planning of the pregnancy, proper food and proper sleep. This is important for mother, and it is also important once the baby is born. Second is Ritu Kshetra Ambu Bija. So proper health of the mother, proper seed, proper nourishment is required. Garbha Sanskara and Garbhani Paricharya. This is two important things which Ayurveda always talks about. That what has to be done when the lady is pregnant. Okay, so all those things is there. Then the importance of Jata Karma and postnatal care. So immediately after the baby is born, you would have seen many videos where the mother is like 1 week old child and mother is doing the duty. It is definitely not correct. Mother's body is yet not ready to come back to the normalcy. You have to give some time to rest. Similarly, you have to give some time for baby. Nowadays, you see that the cuddling, as soon as the baby is born, that connection is established. Immediately the baby has been given to the mother. But previously, practice was not there. So such kind of activities has to be there. And importance of family support is very important. Whether it is a nuclear family or joint family, and specifically when the child is having some disability. Yesterday I was having a talk with Reddy Madam, and we had the same discussion that where family support is not there, the developmental whatever intervention we are doing, that is just withering away. So family support is always very important. This is another thing which is very interesting. 2018 it was published. A neuroscientist explored the Sanskrit effect. So he said that Vedic chantings and mantras, it actually helps to improve the grey matter. That is what they have proven. So can we use this method of just giving some Sanskrit chantings in order to improve the cognitive abilities? Okay, this is the proven thing. So there is no conclusion, it is only beginning of integration. So all of us together, if we can work, we can definitely come to something which will definitely help in this case. Because today's children are tomorrow's citizens, and we cannot afford to have a significant resources to take care of them. So before early intervention will definitely help them and help the nation. As we said, Viksit Bharat in 2047. So this is very interesting quote. It is from Mahabharata. It says, Natvam Kamaya Rajam. I don't want any fame, name, fame, kingdom, nothing. Na Swargam, na Punartvam. I don't want moksha, I don't want heaven. Kamaya Dukkha Taptanam. I only wish the person who was suffering, Pranina Marti Najnu, their suffering is to go away. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing valuable insights into integrative and traditional approaches. Now I would request our moderator to conclude the session with your insights, and then we can discuss 2 questions.
so much for a wonderful session, sir. So sir's session highlighted about the involvement of Ayurveda in the early identification for children with disability. Also the importance of health of a pregnant woman, the importance of following a good routine and a proper planning, and importance of panchakarma before the pregnancy. Sir also mentioned about the importance of the gut health and the general findings of increase in the pitta due to various causes like radiations and lifestyle changes, which has to be taken care at the earliest as it is affecting parents and children. So, and again, the importance of treatment according to different doshas, so which is going to be helpful for understanding the child and the child's personality. The importance of different therapies integrating Ayurveda and therapy and its benefits, importance of gut health, and also he highlighted the different forms of Ayurvedic treatment for children with developmental disabilities and importance of postnatal care and family support for children. Thank you so much, sir. So we are open for questions now.
Thank you, madam. I think you have covered almost everything.
Good evening, doctor. Thank you for a wonderful session. So when we are talking about, again, between Ayurveda and allopathy, so there should be a common point there, because when we believe in the old methodologies, the traditional methodologies of when a child is born, then we have all that birth oils and everything for the child, and we use the vashamba, everything for the children. But the allopathy doctor is always saying, no, don't use all of them. So I just want to ask you, if you have done what you call as this complete cleansing, which you said the Westerners are now doing, panchakarma. So if the parents have done the panchakarma, then the child will be born, can go through this Ayurvedic methodologies, because today they are very apprehensive of using. And earlier, every week, we used to give the oil massage for the children with till oil. So it mostly kind of calmed the nerves for the children when the times were not so exposed to radiation, when times were not open to distractions and so many other issues, environmental and everything. But today when we are moving away, and also there is a part when people who are researching on the medicines of Ayurveda, they say that every herb has a different property also. So it's difficult to see the sustenance of the Ayurveda medicine on a consistent. Am I right? I just need an explanation.
Actually, you have brought a lot of topics and it takes a lot of time to explain.
Yeah.
But what you're saying is right. Tamil Nadu has a practice where a person should undergo mandatory weekly oil application. For females it was Tuesday and Friday, and for males it was Wednesday and Saturday. Okay. Even today people are doing it.
Yes, I have had it from every Sundays.
Yeah, but because Sunday is free.
Yes, exactly.
So application of oil is always good. If not, you just go for a massage and see what happens. Okay, you will feel good with simple coconut oil or tilka. But again, there is no one pill for everyone. So one oil cannot be applied to everyone. For example, if I say tilka tel, now tilka tel is not comfortable for the person who is having eczema or any kind of pitta conditions. It will not go well. There you have to use coconut oil. So things will change according to the person. Second thing about the standardization of the medicines. Nowadays mostly tablets are coming in the form of extracts, which is mostly standardized. Most of the companies like government CCRS has published Ayurveda Pharmacopoeia of India and Formulary of India, which actually gives a range of all the products what is the content should be. Okay. All the companies which is GMP certified, they follow those norms and they will ensure QA and QC. Okay, so when I consult and I give medicines, I will ensure that I'll tell people you buy from these companies only, which is legitimate, they have GMP, they have following all the procedures and medicines are safe. Because I'm not ashamed to admit in this forum, but there are a lot of medicines out there in the name of Ayurveda, which is not Ayurveda, and there is something mixing in that. I have got many patients whose medicines contain metformin, who contain steroids. It was there because after 2 tablets their pain disappeared, which is impossible. Okay, so this is there. So definitely we have to choose medicines from the good companies. Then it is fine.
And what do you say about the allopathy and Ayurveda coming together?
I worked previously in an allopathic hospital where we had an Ayurveda wing. Okay, so that is how I got connection with all the three. So I don't cross my borders; they don't cross their borders. Okay. Yesterday, while coming from airport, I had a very long discussion with Reddy madam, and the same topic we are discussing. So I said that I cannot do certain things. I cannot do surgery. I cannot change medicine modern. I don't do it. I send to my friends who are modern physicians. Even for BP medicines, if I have to write, I can simply write. No, I will not write. I will send to them because that is not what I am trained. Okay. Similarly, they want to do some Ayurveda intervention. They send to me. This is how the integration happens, and I will explain them what I am going to give, whether I am going to give, and I will check with them that whether this type of ingredients are there. Is it okay with you? They will say yes, okay, and then I will give inside. Sometimes we say that no, medicines should not be given, so I don't give medicine. I give only external oils or therapies. That's it. So we have that mutual understanding. We had, even my neighbors mostly are modern doctors only. So we keep on discussing such topics, and there is integration possible. Nothing wrong. It is actually possible, but only thing is that Ayurveda physician should not claim that I can cure, and modern physician should not say that Ayurveda does not work. Both things has to be.
Sir, Namaste, I have a question.
Yes.
Sir, this is regarding Shamagotra Vivaha and Garbha Sanskar. Is there any prenatal studies? That's number one question. The second question is, once upon a time, Prime Minister quoted in Mann Ki Baat that there is in a hospital in Kerala, Ayurvedic hospital, in which one Prime Minister's son was cured from blindness by applying Ayurveda.
Yes.
What's that hospital? And third one is, why this Ramdev Baba's medicine were severely punished by Honorable Apex Court, whether it was wrong application or wrong advertisement.
Oh my God. He has brought a lot of controversy together. Okay, can you just repeat your first question, please?
Regarding Shamagotra Vivaha,
yes.
Garbha Sanskar and other 5 sanskars.
So Shamagotra Vivaha are alternate marriages, which is definitely not acceptable. Okay, we all know that from genetic perspective also, the minor genes, if it is something wrong, it can become dominant genes. Okay, and whenever it becomes dominant, it will create problem. Okay, so it is always told that you should not have a marriage in the Sagotra or the same lineage. Second thing, I forgot question again. The Garbha Sanskara. So Garbha Sanskara, though now it is practiced in different manner, but it starts from the conception, preparing the mother and the father, and then following the pregnant woman throughout the 9 months. So this whole thing has to be taken care of. I know I had an interesting case in Brazil where she had a lot of weakness, okay, and her hemoglobin was constantly down. And the doctors was telling what to do now. We have to put in this. Sometimes you have to go for abortion, and many discussions were there. So I don't have any medicines. I cannot send from here to Brazil. So I just advise her, why don't you drink milk? And there is one particular plant called a Sida corticolia. You just boil in a particular manner and drink every day. That is very nourishing in nature. Because in my understanding, her vata was very high. As simple as that. She drank. She had a normal delivery without any complications. I'm not saying that this is going to apply in all the patients. In that particular case, it helped. Okay. So where her doctor was telling that sometimes you have to go for abortion to the normal delivery, it is a great achievement. Okay. But I cannot say that this can be applied to all the things. It is an anecdotal reference, one particular case. Okay. So that is why I say that definitely it works. Second question. He must have forgotten. Kerala Hospital. It is eye hospital. It is called as Sridhariam. It is in Kutatkulam. Sridhariam, yes. The Kenya's president's daughter was treated there. I know the family. They are very good in this traditional family. And regarding the Patanjali medicines, I don't have any comment on that because they follow certain rules and regulations, sometimes not. I don't know, so I cannot comment on that. But if you see the formulations, which are traditional formulations, they are correct. If they are proper.
Blindness is cured, sir.
Sorry?
Blindness is being cured by that.
Which, from Patanjali?
No, sir. This Sridhar.
From Sridharim, yes. Maybe there was certain case which could have become better. But I cannot say that all the cases will become better. This is important.
No, it was the case of Nigerian president's daughter who went to US and all those
Yes.
And that lady was sitting in marriage when we had to address her home. That, I would have actually cured her of blindness.
Yes.
Allopathy and all.
Yes. Sir, actually that started because of that only. Because the family one physician is their forefathers. He has treated somebody from Chennai, I think in 94, 95. And she was not able to cure anywhere. So once she became better, they were so happy that they gave some, at that time 5-6 crore something. And they told you establish hospital and we'll help you. So this is how the Sridharian came up.
Last one is this, actually Patanjali verdict of Supreme Court.
See, I don't have comment on Patanjali products.
What are the facts actually? As you might have more knowledge since you are practicing Ayurveda.
See, Ayurveda has two kinds of medicines and two kinds of practice. Number one is traditional medicines and traditional practice. So whatever is traditional medicines told, properly made, and we are using it. Second medicines are proprietary medicines, which companies are making according to their own understanding. So for such kind of medicines, we definitely ask for clinical trials because we don't know those combinations, what is going to impact on a patient's body. So I used to have a lot of arguments with many representatives from different companies. I said, you bring a product and you say that it is helpful in diabetes or helpful in this. You should have a clinical data, then only I can be. Traditional medicine called as Ayurveda. So people get confused. It's the same thing happening with Patanjali also. I hope I answered that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And also thank ma'am for moderating the session, and I request her to kindly felicitate the speaker. I request Dr. Ravi Prakash Singh, Officer in Charge, RC Navi Mumbai Nibid, to join us on dais and kindly felicitate the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the conclusion of day one. We sincerely thank all the speakers, moderators and delegates for their valuable contributions. Also, an assessment form has been shared in the group. Kindly fill that form. The deliberations today